Section 77 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 5, Fallacies of Generalization, Parts 1 through 5. Part 1. The class of fallacies of which we are now to speak is the most extensive of all, embracing a greater number and variety of unfounded inferences than any of the other classes, and which it is even more difficult to reduce to subclasses or species. If the attempt made in the preceding books to define the principles of well-grounded generalization has been successful, all generalizations not conformable to those principles might, in a certain sense, be brought under the present class. When, however, the rules are known and kept in view, but a casual lapse committed in the application of them, this is a blunder, not a fallacy. To entitle an error of generalization to the latter epithet, it must be committed on principle. There must lie in it some erroneous general conception of the inductive process. The legitimate mode of drawing conclusions from observation and experiment must be fundamentally misconceived. Without attempting anything so chimerical as an exhaustive classification of all the misconceptions which can exist on the subject, let us content ourselves with noting among the cautions which might be suggested a few of the most useful and needful. Part 2. In the first place, there are certain kinds of generalization which, if the principles already laid down be correct, must be groundless. Experience cannot afford the necessary conditions for establishing them by a correct induction. Such, for instance, are all inferences from the order of nature existing on the earth or in the solar system, to that which may exist in remote parts of the universe, where the phenomena, for aught we know, may be entirely different, or may succeed one another according to different laws, or even according to no fixed law at all. Such again, in matters dependent on causation, are all universal negatives, all propositions that assert impossibility. The non-existence of any given phenomenon, however uniformly experience may as yet have testified to the fact, proves at most that no cause adequate to its production has yet manifested itself, but that no such causes exist in nature can only be inferred if we are so foolish as to suppose that we know all the forces in nature. The supposition would at least be premature while our acquaintance with some even of those which we do not know is so extremely recent. And however much our knowledge of nature may hereafter be extended, it is not easy to see how that knowledge could ever be complete, or how, if it were, we could ever be assured of its being so. The only laws of nature which afford sufficient warrant for attributing impossibility, even with reference to the existing order of nature and to our own region of the universe, are, first, those of number and extension, which are paramount to the laws of the succession of phenomena and not exposed to the agency of counteracting causes. And secondly, the universal law of causality itself, that no valuation in any effect or consequence will take place while the whole of the antecedents remain the same, may be affirmed with full assurance, but that the addition of some new antecedent might not entirely alter and subvert the accustomed consequent, or that antecedents competent to do this do not exist in nature, we are in no case empowered positively to conclude. Part 3. It is next to be remarked that all generalizations which profess, like the theories of Thales, Democritus, and others of the early Greek speculators, to resolve all things into some one element, or, like many modern theories, to resolve phenomena radically different into the same, are necessarily false. By radically different phenomena, I mean impressions on our senses which differ in quality and not merely in degree. On this subject, what appeared necessary was said in the chapter on the limits to the explanation of laws of nature. But as the fallacy is even in our own times a common one, I shall touch on it somewhat further in this place. When we say that the force which retains the planets in their orbits is resolved into gravity, or that the force which makes substances combine chemically is resolved into electricity, we assert in the one case what is, and in the other case what might and probably will ultimately be a legitimate result of induction. In both these cases, motion is resolved into motion. The assertion is that a case of motion which was supposed to be special and to follow a distinct law of its own conforms to and is included in the general law which regulates another class of motions. But from these and similar generalizations, countenance and currency have been given to attempts to resolve not motion into motion, but heat into motion, light into motion, sensation itself into motion, states of consciousness into states of the nervous system, as in the ruder forms of the materialist philosophy, vital phenomena into mechanical or chemical processes, as in some schools of physiology. Now, I am far from pretending that it may not be capable of proof, or that it is not an important addition to our knowledge, if proved, that certain motions in the particles of bodies are the conditions of the production of heat or light, that certain assignable physical modifications of the nerves may be the conditions not only of our sensations or emotions, but even of our thoughts, that certain mechanical and chemical conditions may, in the order of nature, be sufficient to determine to action the physiological laws of life. All I insist upon, in common with every thinker who entertains any clear idea of the logic of science, is that it shall not be supposed that by proving these things one step would be made toward a real explanation of heat, light, or sensation, or that the generic peculiarity of those phenomena can be in the least degree evaded by any such discoveries, however well established. Let it be shown, for instance, that the most complex series of physical causes and effects succeed one another in the eye and in the brain to produce a sensation of color, rays falling on the eye, refracted, converging, crossing one another, making an inverted image on the retina, and after this a motion, let it be a vibration or a rush of nervous fluid, or whatever else you are pleased to suppose, along the optic nerve. A propagation of this motion to the brain itself, and as many more different motions as you choose. Still, at the end of these motions, there is something which is not motion. There is a feeling or sensation of color. Whatever number of motions we may be able to interpolate, and whether they be real or imaginary, we shall still find at the end of the series a motion antecedent and a color consequent. The mode in which any one of the motions produces the next may possibly be susceptible of explanation by some general law of motion, but the mode in which the last motion produces the sensation of color can not be explained by any law of motion. It is the law of color, which is and must always remain a peculiar thing. Where our consciousness recognizes between two phenomena an inherent distinction, where we are sensible of a difference which is not merely of degree, and feel that no adding one of the phenomena to itself would produce the other, any theory which attempts to bring either under the laws of the other must be false, though a theory which merely treats the one as a cause or condition of the other may possibly be true. Part 4. Among the remaining forms of erroneous generalization, several of those most worthy of and most requiring notice have fallen under our examination in former places, where, in investigating the rules of correct induction, we have had occasion to advert to the distinction between it and some common mode of the incorrect. In this number is what I have formerly called the natural induction of uninquiring minds, the induction of the ancients, which proceeds per enumerationem simplicem, quote, this, that, and the other A are B. I cannot think of any A which is not B. Therefore, every A is B. End quote. As a final condemnation of this rude and slovenly mode of generalization, I will quote Bacon's emphatic denunciation of it, the most important part, as I have more than once ventured to assert, of the permanent service rendered by him to philosophy. Quote, Inductio que procedet per enumerationem simplicem res puerilis est et precario concludit. Concludes only by your leave or provisionally. Et periculo exponetur ab instantia contradictoria. Et plerumque secundum possiora quampa est. Et ex his tantum modo que praesto sunt pronunciat. At inductio que ad inventionem et demonstrationem scienterium et artium erit utilis. Naturam separare debet per rejectiones et exclusiones debitas. Acteindi post negativas tot quod sufficunt super affirmitavis concludere. End quote. I have already said that the mode of simple enumeration is still the common and received method of induction in whatever relates to man and society. Of this a very few instances, more by the way of memento than of instruction, may suffice. What, for example, is to be thought of all the common sense maxims, for which the following may serve as the universal formula? Quote, whatsoever has never been, will never be. End quote. As, for example, Negroes have never been as civilized as whites sometimes are, therefore it is impossible that they should be so. Women, as a class, are supposed not to have hitherto been equal in intellect to men, therefore they are necessarily inferior. Society cannot prosper without this or the other institution, for example, in Aristotle's time without slavery, in later times without an established priesthood, without artificial distinctions of rank, and so on. One poor person in 1,000 educated, while the 999 remain uneducated, has usually aimed at raising himself out of his class. Therefore, education makes people dissatisfied with the condition of a labourer. Bookish men, taken from speculative pursuits and set to work on something they know nothing about, have generally been found or thought to do it ill. Therefore, philosophers are unfit for business, and so on and so on. All these are inductions by simple enumeration. Reasons having some reference to the canons of scientific investigation have been attempted to be given, however unsuccessfully, for some of these propositions. But to the multitude of those who parrot them, the enumeratio simplex es his tantum modo que praesto sunt pronunciants is the sole evidence. Their fallacy consists in this, that they are inductions without elimination. There has been no real comparison of instances, nor even ascertainment of the material facts in any given instance. There is also the further error of forgetting that such generalizations, even if well established, could not be ultimate truths, but must be results of laws much more elementary, and therefore, until deduced from such, could at most be admitted as empirical laws, holding good within the limits of space and time by which the particular observation that suggested the generalization were bounded. This error of placing mere empirical laws, and laws in which there is no direct evidence of causation, on the same footing of certainty as laws of cause and effect, an error which is at the root of perhaps the greater number of bad inductions, is exemplified only in its grossest form in the kind of generalizations to which we have now referred. These indeed do not possess even the degree of evidence which pertains to a well-ascertained empirical law, but admit of refutation on the empirical ground itself, without ascending to casual laws. A little reflection, indeed, will show that mere negations can only form the ground of the lowest and least valuable kind of empirical law. A phenomenon has never been noticed. This only proves that the conditions of that phenomenon have not yet occurred in experience, but it does not prove that they may not occur hereafter. There is a better kind of empirical law than this, namely, when a phenomenon which is observed presents within the limits of observation a series of gradations in which a regularity, or something like mathematical law, is perceptible, from which therefore something may be rationally presumed as to those terms of the series which are beyond the limits of observation. But in negation there are no gradations and no series. The generalizations, therefore, which deny the possibility of any given condition of man and society merely because it has never yet been witnessed, cannot possess this higher degree of validity, even as empirical laws. What is more, the minuter examination which that higher order of empirical laws presupposes, being applied to the subject matter of these, not only does not confirm but actually refutes them. For in reality, the past history of man and society, instead of exhibiting them as immovable, unchangeable, incapable of ever presenting new phenomena, shows them, on the contrary, to be in many most important particulars not only changeable, but actually undergoing a progressive change. The empirical law, therefore, best expressive in most cases of the genuine result of observation, would be, not that such and such a phenomena will continue unchanged, but that it will continue to change in some particular manner. Accordingly, while almost all generalizations relating to man and society antecedent to the last 50 or 60 years have erred in the gross way which we have attempted to characterize, namely, by implicitly assuming that nature and society will forever revolve in the same orbit, and exhibit essentially the same phenomena, which is also the vulgar error of the ostentatiously practical, the votaries of so-called common sense in our day, especially in Great Britain. The more thinking minds of the present age, having applied a more minute analysis to the past records of our race, have for the most part adopted a contrary opinion, that the human species is in a state of necessary progression, and that from the terms of the series which are past we may infer positively those which are yet to come. Of this doctrine, considered as a philosophical tenor, we shall have occasion to speak more fully in the concluding book. If not in all its forms free from error, it is at least free from the gross and error which we previously exemplified. But in all except the most eminently philosophical minds, it is infected with precisely the same kind of fallacy as that is. For we must remember that even this other and better generalization, the progressive change in the condition of the human species, is, after all, but an empirical law, to which, too, it is not difficult to point out exceedingly large exceptions, and even if these could be got rid of, either by disputing the facts or by explaining and limiting the theory, the general objection remains valid against the supposed law, as applicable to any other than what, in our third book, were termed adjacent cases. For not only is it no ultimate, but not even a causal law. Changes do indeed take place in human affairs, but every one of those changes depends on determinate causes. The progressiveness of the species is not a cause, but a summary expression for the general result of all the causes. So soon as, by a quite different sort of induction, it shall be ascertained what causes have produced these successive changes, from the beginning of history, insofar as they have really taken place, and by what causes of a contrary tendency they have been occasionally checked or entirely counteracted, we may then be prepared to predict the future with reasonable foresight. We may be in possession of the real law of the future, and may be able to declare on what circumstances the continuance of the same onward movement will eventually depend. But this it is the error of many of the more advanced thinkers in the present age to overlook, and to imagine that the empirical law collected from a mere comparison of the condition of our species at different past times is a real law, is the law of its changes, not only past, but also to come. The truth is that the causes on which the phenomena of the moral world depend are, in every age and almost in every country, combined in some different proportion, so that it is scarcely to be expected that the general result of them all should conform very closely in its details, at least, to any uniformly progressive series. And all generalizations which affirm that mankind have a tendency to grow better or worse, richer or poorer, more cultivated or more barbarous, that population increases faster than subsistence, or subsistence than population, that inequality of fortune has a tendency to increase or to break down, and the like propositions of considerable value as empirical laws within certain, but generally rather narrow, limits, are in reality true or false according to times and circumstances. What we have said of empirical generalizations from times past to times still to come holds equally true of similar generalizations from present times to times past. When persons whose acquaintance with moral and social facts is confined to their own age take the men and the things of that age for the type of men and things in general, and apply without scruple to the interpretation of the events of history, the empirical laws which represent sufficiently for daily guidance the common phenomena of human nature at that time and in that particular state of society. If examples are wanted, almost every historical work, until a very recent period, abounded in them. The same may be said of those who generalize empirically from the people of their own country to the people of other countries, as if human beings felt, judged, and acted everywhere in the same manner. Part 5. In the foregoing instances, the distinction is confounded between empirical laws, which express merely the customary order of the succession of effects, and the laws of causation on which the effects depend. There may, however, be incorrect generalization when this mistake is not committed, when the investigation takes its proper direction, that of causes and the result erroneously obtained purports to be a really causal law. The most vulgar form of this fallacy is that which is commonly called post hoc ergo propter hoc, or cum hoc ergo propter hoc, as when it was inferred that England owed her industrial preeminence to her restrictions on commerce, as when the old school of financiers and some speculative writers maintained that the national debt was one of the causes of national prosperity, as when the excellence of the Church, of the Houses of Lords and Commons, of the procedure of the law courts, and so on, were inferred from the mere fact that the country had prospered under them. In such cases as these, if it can be rendered probable by other evidence that the supposed causes have some tendency to produce the effect ascribed to them, the fact of its having been produced, though only in one instance, is of some value as a verification by specific experience. But in itself it goes scarcely any way at all toward establishing such a tendency, since, admitting the effect, 100 other antecedents could show an equally strong title of that kind to be considered as the cause. In these examples we see bad generalization a posteriori, or empiricism properly so called. Causation inferred from causal conjunction, without either due elimination or any presumption arising from known properties of the supposed agent. But bad generalization a priori is fully as common, which is properly called false theory. Conclusions drawn by way of deduction from properties of some one agent which is known or supposed to be present, all other coexisting agents being overlooked. As the former is the error of sheer ignorance, so the latter is especially that of semi-instructed minds, and is mainly committed in attempting to explain complicated phenomena by a simpler theory than their nature admits of. As when one school of physicians sought for the universal principle of all disease in lentor and morbid viscidity of the blood, and imputing most bodily derangements to mechanical obstructions, thought to cure them by mechanical remedies. Footnote, quote, "Thus Fourcroy," says Dr. Paris, "explained the operation of mercury by its specific gravity, and the advocates of this doctrine favoured the general introduction of the preparations of iron, especially in cirrhus of the spleen or liver, upon the same hypothetical principle. For, say they, whatever is most forcible in removing the obstruction must be the most proper instrument of cure. Such is steel, which, besides the attenuating power with which it is furnished, has still a greater force, in this case from the gravity of its particles, which, being 7 times specifically heavier than any vegetable, acts in proportion with a stronger impulse, and therefore is a more powerful deobstruent. This may be taken as a specimen of the style in which these mechanical physicians reasoned and practiced." End quote. Pharmacologia, pages 38 and 39. End footnote. While another, the chemical school, quote, "acknowledged no source of disease but the presence of some hostile acid or alkali, or some deranged condition in the chemical composition of the fluid or solid parts, and conceived, therefore, that all remedies must act by producing chemical changes in the body." End quote. We find Tournefort busily engaged in testing every vegetable juice in order to discover in it some traces of an acid or alkaline ingredient which might confer upon it medicinal activity. The fatal errors into which such a hypothesis was liable to betray the practitioner received an awful illustration in the history of the memorable fever that raged at Leyden in the year 1699, and which consigned 2/3 of the population of that city to an untimely grave, an event which in a great measure depended upon the Professor Sylvius de Laboy, who, having just embraced the chemical doctrines of Van Helmont, assigned the origin of the distemper to a prevailing acid, and declared that its cure could only be effected by the copious administration of absorbent and testaceous medicines. Footnote. Pharmacologia, pages 39 and 40. End footnote. These aberrations in medical theory have their exact parallels in politics. All the doctrines which ascribe absolute goodness to particular forms of government, particular social arrangements, and even to particular modes of education, without reference to the state of civilization and the various distinguishing characters of the society for which they are intended, are open to the same objection, that of assuming one class of influencing circumstances to be the paramount rulers of phenomena which depend in an equal or greater degree on many others. But on these considerations it is the less necessary that we should now dwell, as they will occupy our attention more largely in the concluding book. End of section 77. Section 78 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 5, Fallacies of Generalization, Parts 6 through 8. Part 6. The last of the modes of erroneous generalization to which I shall advert is that to which we may give the name of false analogies. This fallacy stands distinguished from those already treated of by the peculiarity that it does not even simulate a complete and conclusive induction, but consists in the misapplication of an argument which is at best only admissible as an inconclusive presumption, where real proof is unattainable. An argument from analogy is an inference that what is true in a certain case is true in a case known to be somewhat similar, but not known to be exactly parallel, that is, to be similar in all the material circumstances. An object has the property B. Another object is not known to have that property, but resembles the first in a property A, not known to be connected with B. And the conclusion to which the analogy points is that this object has the property B also. As, for example, that the planets are inhabited, because the Earth is so. The planets resemble the Earth in describing elliptical orbits around the Sun, in being attracted by it, and by one another, in being nearly spherical, revolving on their axes, and so on. And, as we have now reason to believe from the revelations of the spectroscope, are composed, in great part at least, of similar materials. But it is not known that any of these properties, or all of them together, are the conditions on which the possession of inhabitants is dependent, or are marks of those conditions. Nevertheless, so long as we do not know what the conditions are, they may be connected by some law of nature with those common properties. And to the extent of that possibility, the planets are more likely to be inhabited than if they did not resemble the Earth at all. This non-assignable and generally small increase of probability beyond what would otherwise exist is all the evidence which a conclusion can derive from analogy. For if we have the slightest reason to suppose any real connection between the two properties A and B, the argument is no longer one of analogy. If it had been ascertained, I purposely put an absurd supposition, that there was a connection by causation between the fact of revolving on an axis and the existence of animated beings, or if there were any reasonable ground for even suspecting such a connection, a probability would arise of the existence of inhabitants in the planets, which might be of any degree of strength up to a complete induction. But we should then infer the fact from the ascertained or presumed law of causation, and not from the analogy of the Earth. The name analogy, however, is sometimes employed by extension to denote those arguments of an inductive character, but not amounting to a real induction, which are employed to strengthen the argument drawn from a simple resemblance. Though A, the property common to the two cases, cannot be shown to be the cause or effect of B, the analogical reasoner will endeavour to show that there is some less close degree of connection between them, that A is one of a set of conditions from which, when all united, B would result, or is an occasional effect of some cause which has been known also to produce B, and the like. Any of which things, if shown, would render the existence of B by so much more probable than if there had not been even that amount of known connection between B and A. Now, an error or fallacy of analogy may occur in two ways. Sometimes it consists in employing an argument of either of the above kinds with correctness indeed, but overrating its probative force. This very common aberration is sometimes supposed to be particularly incident to persons distinguished for their imagination, but in reality it is the characteristic intellectual vice of those whose imaginations are barren either from want of exercise, natural defect, or the narrowness of their range of ideas. To such minds objects present themselves clothed in but few properties, and as, therefore, few analogies between one object and another occur to them, they almost invariably overrate the degree of importance of those few, while one whose fancy takes a wider range perceives and remembers so many analogies tending to conflicting conclusions that he is much less likely to lay undue stress on any of them. We always find that those are the greatest slaves to metaphorical language who have but one set of metaphors. But this is only one of the modes of error in the employment of arguments of analogy. There is another, more properly deserving the name of fallacy, namely, when resemblance in one point is inferred from resemblance in another point, though there is not only no evidence to connect the two circumstances by way of causation, but the evidence tends positively to disconnect them. This is properly the fallacy of false analogies. As a first instance, we may cite that favourite argument in defence of absolute power drawn from the analogy of paternal government in a family, which government, however much in need of control, is not and cannot be controlled by the children themselves while they remain children. Paternal government, says the argument, works well. Therefore, despotic government in a state will work well. I waive, as not pertinent in this place, all that could be said in qualification of the alleged excellence of paternal government. However this might be, the argument from the family to the state would not the less proceed on a false analogy, implying that the beneficial working of parental government depends in the family on the only point which it has in common with political despotism, namely, irresponsibility, whereas it depends, when real, not on that but on two other circumstances of the case, the affection of the parent for the children and the superiority of the parent in wisdom and experience, neither of which properties can be reckoned on or are at all likely to exist between a political despot and his subjects. And when either of these circumstances fails even in the family, and the influence of the irresponsibility is allowed to work uncorrected, the result is anything but good government. This, therefore, is a false analogy. Another example is the not uncommon dictum that bodies politic have youth, maturity, old age, and death, like bodies natural. That after a certain duration of prosperity they tend spontaneously to decay. This also is a false analogy, because the decay of the vital powers in an animated body can be distinctly traced to the natural progress of those very changes of structure which, in their earlier stages, constitutes its growth to maturity, while in the body politic, the progress of those changes cannot, generally speaking, have any effect but the still further continuance of growth. It is the stoppage of that progress, and the commencement of retrogression, that alone would constitute decay. Bodies politic die, but it is of disease or violent death. They have no old age. The following sentence from Hooker's Ecclesiastical Polity is an instance of a false analogy from physical bodies to what are called bodies politic. Quote, "As there could be in natural bodies no motion of any thing unless there were some which moveth all things and continueth immovable, even so in political societies there must be some unpunishable, or else no man shall suffer punishment." End quote. There is a double fallacy here, for not only the analogy, but the premise from which it is drawn is untenable. The notion that there must be something immovable which moves all other things is the old scholastic error of a primum mobile. The following instance I quote from Archbishop Whately's Rhetoric. Quote, "It would be admitted that a great and permanent diminution in the quantity of some useful commodity, such as corn, or coal, or iron, throughout the world, would be a serious and lasting loss. And again, that if the fields and coal mines yielded regularly double quantities with the same labour, we should be so much the richer. Hence, it might be inferred that if the quantity of gold and silver in the world were diminished 1/2, or were doubled, like results would follow, the utility of these metals for the purposes of coin being very great. Now, there are many points of resemblance and many of difference between the precious metals on the one hand and corn, coal, and so on the other. But the important circumstance to the supposed argument is that the utility of gold and silver, as coin, which is far the chief, depends on their value, which is regulated by their scarcity, or rather, to speak strictly, by the difficulty of obtaining them, whereas if corn and coal were 10 times as abundant, that is, more easily obtained, a bushel of either would still be as useful as now. But if it were twice as easy to procure gold as it is, a sovereign would be twice as large. If only half as easy, it would be the size of a half sovereign. And this, besides the trifling circumstance of the cheapness or dearness of gold ornaments, would be all the difference. The analogy, therefore, fails in the point essential to the argument." End quote. The same author notices, after Bishop Copleston, the case of false analogy, which consists in inferring from the similarity in many respects between the metropolis of a country and the heart of the animal body, that the increased size of the metropolis is a disease. Some of the false analogies on which systems of physics were confidently grounded in the time of the Greek philosophers are such as we now call fanciful, not that the resemblances are not often real, but that it is long since anyone has been inclined to draw from them the inferences which were then drawn. Such, for instance, are the curious speculations of the Pythagoreans on the subject of numbers. Finding that the distances of the planets bore, or seemed to bear, to one another a proportion not varying much from that of the divisions of the monochord, they inferred from it the existence of an inaudible music, that of the spheres, as if the music of a harp had depended solely on the numerical proportions and not on the material, nor even on the existence of any material, any strings at all. It has been similarly imagined that certain combinations of numbers, which were found to prevail in some natural phenomena, must run through the whole of nature as that there must be 4 elements, because there are 4 possible combinations of hot and cold, wet and dry. That there must be 7 planets because there were 7 metals, and even because there were 7 days of the week. Kepler himself thought that there could be only 6 planets, because there were only 5 regular solids. With these we may class the reasonings so common in the speculations of the ancients, founded on a supposed perfection in nature, meaning by nature the customary order of events as they take place of themselves without human interference. This also is a rude guess at an analogy supposed to pervade all phenomena, however dissimilar. Since what was thought to be perfection appeared to obtain in some phenomena, it was inferred, in opposition to the plainest evidence, to obtain in all. Quote, "We always suppose that which is better to take place in nature if it be possible," end quote, says Aristotle. And the vaguest and most heterogeneous qualities being confounded together under the notion of being better, there was no limit to the wildness of the inferences. Thus, because the heavenly bodies were perfect, they must move in circles and uniformly, for they, the Pythagoreans, quote, "would not allow," says Geminus, "of any such disorder among the divine and eternal things as that they should sometimes move quicker and sometimes slower, and sometimes stand still. For no one would tolerate such anomaly in the movements even of a man who was decent and orderly. The occasions of life, however, are often reasons for men going quicker or slower, but in the incorruptible nature of the stars it is not possible that any cause can be alleged of quickness or slowness." End quote. Footnote. I quote from Dr. Whewell's History of Scientific Ideas, 3rd edition, Book 1, 129. End footnote. It is seeking an argument of analogy very far to suppose that the stars must observe the rules of decorum in gait and carriage prescribed for themselves by the long-bearded philosophers satirized by Lucian. As late as the Copernican controversy, it was urged as an argument in favor of the true theory of the solar system that it placed fire, the noblest element, in the center of the universe. This was a remnant of the notion that the order of nature must be perfect, and that perfection consisted in conformity to the rules of precedence in dignity, either real or conventional. Again, reverting to numbers, certain numbers were perfect. Therefore, those numbers must obtain in the great phenomena of nature. 6 was a perfect number, that is, equal to the sum of all its factors. An additional reason why there must be exactly 6 planets. The Pythagoreans, on the other hand, attributed perfection to the number 10, but agreed in thinking that the perfect number must be somehow realized in the heavens, and knowing only of 9 heavenly bodies, to make up the enumeration they asserted, quote, that there was an antichthon or counter-earth on the other side of the sun invisible to us. End quote. Footnote. Dr. Whewell's History of Scientific Ideas, Book 1, 52. End footnote. Even Huygens was persuaded that when the number of the heavenly bodies had reached 12, it could not admit of any further increase. Creative power could not go beyond that sacred number. Some curious instances of false analogy are to be found in the arguments of the Stoics to prove the equality of all crimes, and the equal wretchedness of all who had not realized their idea of perfect virtue. Cicero, toward the end of his 4th book, De Finibus, states some of these as follows, quote, Ut inquit in fidibus plurimus, si nulla eram ita contenta numeris sit, ut consentum sevare possit, omnes aeque incontente sunt. Si peccata, quia discrepant, aeque discrepant, paria sunt igitur. End quote. To which Cicero himself aptly answers, quote, Aequi contingit omnibus fidibus, ut incontente sint, illud non continuo ut aeque incontente. The Stoic resumes, ut enim inquit, gubernata aeque peccat, si pelerum navem eretit, et si ori item aeque peccat qui parentem, et qui servum, injuria verberat. End quote. Assuming that because the magnitude of the interest at stake makes no difference in the mere defect of skill, it can make none in the moral defect. A false analogy. Again, quote, Qui ignorat, si plures ex alto emergere velint, proprius forios quidem ad respirandum, qui ad summam jam aquam appropriquant, sed nihilo magis respirare posse, quam eos, qui sunt in profundo, nihil ergo adjuvat procedere, et progredi invetuit, cominus miseremus sit, anticam ad eam perveneret, quoniam in aqua nihil adjuvat, et coniam catulae, qui jam despecturi sunt, caesi aequi, etici modo nati, Platonem quoque necess est, coniam nondum vidibat sapientiam, Aeque caecum animo, ac fallarium fuis. End quote. Cicero, in his own person, combats these false analogies by other analogies tending to an opposite conclusion. Quote, Ista similia non sunt, Cato, illa sunt similia, hebes asius esquipiam ocolorum, corpore alios languescit, hic curatione adhibita levantur in dies, alta valet plus quotidie alta videt. Hi similis sunt omnibus, qui virtuti student. Levantur vitiis, levantur eriobis. End quote. Part 7. In these and all other arguments drawn from remote analogies and from metaphors, which are cases of analogy, it is apparent, especially when we consider the extreme facility of raising up contrary analogies and conflicting metaphors, that so far from the metaphor or analogy proving anything, the applicability of the metaphor is the very thing to be made out. It has to be shown that in the two cases asserted to be analogous, the same law is really operating. That between the known resemblance and the inferred one, there is some connection by means of causation. Cicero and Cato might have bandied opposite analogies forever. It rested with each of them to prove by just induction, or at least to render probable, that the case resembled the one set of analogous cases and not the other, in the circumstances on which the disputed question really hinged. Metaphors, for the most part, therefore, assume the proposition which they are brought to prove. Their use is to aid the apprehension of it, to make clearly and vividly comprehended what it is that the person who employs the metaphor is proposing to make out, and sometimes also by what media he proposes to do so. For an apt metaphor, though it cannot prove, often suggests the proof. For instance, when D'Alembert, I believe, remarked that in certain governments only two creatures find their way to the highest places, the eagle and the serpent, the metaphor not only conveys with great vividness the assertion intended, but contributes towards substantiating it, by suggesting, in a lively manner, the means by which the two opposite characters thus typified effect their rise. When it is said that a certain person misunderstands another because the lesser of two objects cannot comprehend the greater, the application of what is true in the literal sense of the word comprehend to its metaphorical sense points to the fact which is the ground and justification of the assertion, that is, that one mind cannot thoroughly understand another unless it can contain it in itself, that is, unless it possesses all that is contained in the other. When it is urged as an argument for education that if the soil is left uncultivated, weeds will spring up, the metaphor, though no proof but a statement of the thing to be proved, states it in terms which, by suggesting a parallel case, put the mind upon the track of the real proof. For the reason why weeds grow in an uncultivated soil is that the seeds of worthless products exist everywhere, and can germinate and grow in almost all circumstances, while the reverse is the case with those which are valuable, and this being equally true of mental products, this mode of conveying an argument independently of its rhetorical advantages has a logical value, since it not only suggests the grounds of the conclusion, but points to another case in which those grounds have been found, or at least deemed to be sufficient. On the other hand, when Bacon, who is equally conspicuous in the use and abuse of figurative illustration, says that the stream of time has brought down to us only the least valuable part of the writings of the ancients, as a river carries froth and straws floating on its surface, while more weighty objects sink to the bottom. This, even if the assertion illustrated by it were true, would be no good illustration, there being no parity of cause. The levity by which substances float on a stream and the levity which is synonymous with worthlessness have nothing in common except the name, and, to show how little value there is in the metaphor, we need only change the word into buoyancy to turn the semblance of argument involved in Bacon's illustration against himself. A metaphor, then, is not to be considered as an argument, but as an assertion that an argument exists, that a parity subsists between the case from which the metaphor is drawn and that to which it is applied. This parity may exist, though the two cases be apparently very remote from one another. The only resemblance existing between them may be a resemblance of relations, an analogy, in Ferguson's and Archbishop Whately's sense, as in the preceding instance, in which an illustration from agriculture was applied to mental cultivation. Part 8. To terminate the subject of fallacies of generalization, it remains to be said that the most fertile source of them is bad classification, bringing together in one group and under one name things which have no common properties, or none but such as are too unimportant to allow general propositions of any considerable value to be made respecting the class. The misleading effect is greatest when a word which in common use expresses some definite fact is extended by slight links of connection to cases in which that fact does not exist, but some other or others, only slightly resembling it. Thus, Bacon, in speaking of the idola, or fallacies arising from notions, temere et inqualiter a rebus abstracte, exemplifies them by the notion of humidum, or wet, so familiar in the physics of antiquity and of the Middle Ages. Footnote: Novum Organum Aphorisms concerning the interpretation of nature and the kingdom of man. Aphorism 60. End footnote. Quote: Inveniatur verbum istud humidum nihil aliud quam nota confusa diversarum actionum, que nullam constantiam aut reductionem patiuntur. Significat enim, et quod circa aliud corpus facile se confundit, et quod in se est indeterminabile, nec consistere potest, et quod facile sedit undicu, et quod facile se dividit et dispersit, et quod facile se unit et colligit, et quod facile fluit, et in motu ponitur, et quod alteri corpori facile aderet, idque madefacit, et quod facile redictur in liquidum, siv colliquatur, cum antea consisteret, itaque quum odius nominis predictionem et impositionem ventupsit, si alia accipias, flamma humida est, si alia accipias, humidus non est, si alia pulvis minutus humidus est, si alia vitrum humidum est, ut facile appariat. Istam notionem ex aqua tantum, et communibus et vulgaribus liquoribus, absque ulla debita verificatione, temeri abstractam esse. End quote. Bacon himself is not exempt from a similar accusation when inquiring into the nature of heat, where he occasionally proceeds like one who, seeking for the cause of hardness, after examining that quality in iron, flint, and diamond, should expect to find that it is something which can be traced also in hard water, a hard knot, and a hard heart. The word kinesis in the Greek philosophy and the words generation and corruption, both then and long afterward, denoted such a multitude of heterogeneous phenomena that any attempt at philosophizing in which those words were used was almost as necessarily abortive as if the word hard had been taken to denote a class including all the things mentioned above. Kinesis, for instance, which properly signified motion, was taken to denote not only all motion, but even all change. Aliosis being recognized as one of the modes of kinesis. The effect was to connect with every form of aliosis, or change, ideas drawn from motion in the proper and literal sense, and which had no real connection with any other kind of kinesis than that. Aristotle and Plato labored under a continual embarrassment from this misuse of terms, but if we proceed further in this direction, we shall encroach upon the fallacy of ambiguity, which belongs to a different class, the last in order of our classification, fallacies of confusion. End of section 78. Section 79 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 6. Fallacies of Ratiocination. Part 1. We have now, in our progress through the classes of fallacies, arrived at those to which in the common books of logic the appellation is in general exclusively appropriated, those which have their seat in the ratiocinative or deductive part of the investigation of truth. Of these fallacies it is the less necessary for us to insist at any length, as they have been most satisfactorily treated in a work familiar to almost all, in this country at least, who feel any interest in these speculations, Archbishop Whately's Logic. Against the more obvious forms of this class of fallacies, the rules of the syllogism are a complete protection. Not, as we have so often said, that ratiocination cannot be good unless it be in the form of a syllogism, but that by showing it in that form we are sure to discover if it be bad, or at least if it contain any fallacy of this class. Part 2. Among fallacies of ratiocination, we ought perhaps to include the errors committed in processes which have the appearance only, not the reality, of an inference from premises, the fallacies connected with the conversion and equipolency of propositions. I believe errors of this description to be far more frequently committed than is generally supposed, or than their extreme obviousness might seem to admit of. For example, the simple conversion of a universal affirmative proposition, all A are B, therefore all B are A, I take to be a very common form of error, though committed, like many other fallacies, oftener in the silence of thought than in express words, for it can scarcely be clearly enunciated without being detected. And so with another form of fallacy, not substantially different from the preceding, the erroneous conversion of an hypothetical proposition. The proper converse of an hypothetical proposition is this: if the consequent be false, the antecedent is false. But this: if the consequent be true, the antecedent is true, by no means holds good, but is an error corresponding to the simple conversion of a universal affirmative. Yet hardly anything is more common than for people, in their private thoughts, to draw this inference. As when the conclusion is accepted, which it so often is, for proof of the premises. That the premises cannot be true if the conclusion is false is the unexceptionable foundation of the legitimate mode of reasoning called reductio ad absurdum. But people continually think and express themselves as if they also believed that the premises cannot be false if the conclusion is true. The truth, or supposed truth, of the inferences which follow from a doctrine often enables it to find acceptance in spite of gross absurdities in it. How many philosophical systems which had scarcely any intrinsic recommendation have been received by thoughtful men because they were supposed to lend additional support to religion, morality, some favourite view of politics, or some other cherished persuasion, not merely because their wishes were thereby enlisted on its side, but because its leading to what they deemed sound conclusions appeared to them a strong presumption in favour of its truth, though the presumption, when viewed in its true light, amounted only to the absence of that particular evidence of falsehood, which would have resulted from its leading by correct inference to something already known to be false. Again, the very frequent error in conduct of mistaking reverse of wrong for right is the practical form of a logical error with respect to the opposition of propositions. It is committed for want of the habit of distinguishing the contrary of a proposition from the contradictory of it, and of attending to the logical canon that contrary propositions, though they cannot both be true, may both be false. If the error were to express itself in words, it would run distinctly counter to this canon. It generally, however, does not so express itself, and to compel it to do so is the most effectual method of detecting and exposing it. Part 3. Among fallacies of ratiocination are to be ranked, in the first place, all the cases of vicious syllogism laid down in the books. These generally resolve themselves into having more than 3 terms to the syllogism, either avowedly, or in the covert mode of undistributed middle term, or an illicit process of one of the 2 extremes. It is not indeed very easy fully to convict an argument of falling under any one of these vicious cases in particular, for the reason already more than once referred to, that the premises are seldom formally set out. If they were, the fallacy would impose upon nobody, and while they are not, it is almost always to a certain degree optional in what manner the suppressed link shall be filled up. The rules of the syllogism are rules for compelling a person to be aware of the whole of what he must undertake to defend if he persists in maintaining his conclusion. He has it almost always in his power to make his syllogism good by introducing a false premise, and hence it is scarcely ever possible decidedly to affirm that any argument involves a bad syllogism. But this detracts nothing from the value of the syllogistic rules, since it is by them that a reasoner is compelled distinctly to make his election what premises he is prepared to maintain. The election made, there is generally so little difficulty in seeing whether the conclusion follows from the premises set out, that we might without much logical impropriety have merged this 4th class of fallacies in the 5th, or fallacies of confusion. Part 4. Perhaps, however, the commonest and certainly the most dangerous fallacies of this class are those which do not lie in a single syllogism, but slip in between one syllogism and another in a chain of argument, and are committed by changing the premises. A proposition is proved, or an acknowledged truth laid down, in the first part of an argumentation, and in the second a further argument is founded not on the same proposition, but on some other, resembling it sufficiently to be mistaken for it. Instances of this fallacy will be found in almost all the argumentative discourses of unprecise thinkers, and we need only here advert to one of the obscurer forms of it, recognized by the schoolmen as the fallacy addicto secundum quid ad dictum simpliciter. This is committed when, in the premises, a proposition is asserted with a qualification, and the qualification lost sight of in the conclusion, or oftener when a limitation or condition, though not asserted, is necessary to the truth of the proposition, but is forgotten when that proposition comes to be employed as a premise. Many of the bad arguments in vogue belong to this class of error. The premise is some admitted truth, some common maxim, the reasons or evidence for which have been forgotten or are not thought of at that time, but if they had been thought of, would have shown the necessity of so limiting the premise that it would no longer have supported the conclusion drawn from it. Of this nature is the fallacy in what is called, by Adam Smith and others, the mercantile theory in political economy. That theory sets out from the common maxim that whatever brings in money enriches, or that everyone is rich in proportion to the quantity of money he obtains. From this it is concluded that the value of any branch of trade, or of the trade of the country altogether, consists in the balance of money it brings in, that any trade which carries more money out of the country than it draws into it is a losing trade, that therefore money should be attracted into the country and kept there by prohibitions and bounties, and a train of similar corollaries, all for want of reflecting that if the riches of an individual are in proportion to the quantity of money he can command, it is because that is the measure of his power of purchasing money's worth, and is therefore subject to the proviso that he is not debarred from employing his money in such purchases. The premise, therefore, is only true secundum quid, but the theory assumes it to be true absolutely, and infers that increase of money is increase of riches, even when produced by means subversive of the condition under which alone money can be riches. A second instance is the argument by which it used to be contended, before the commutation of tithe, that tithes fell on the landlord, and were a deduction from rent, because the rent of tithe-free land was always higher than that of land of the same quality and the same advantage of situation subject to tithe. Whether it be true or not that a tithe falls on rent, a treatise on logic is not the place to examine, but it is certain that this is no proof of it. Whether the proposition be true or false, tithe-free land must, by the necessity of the case, pay a higher rent. For if tithes do not fall on rent, it must be because they fall on the consumer, because they raise the price of agricultural produce. But if the produce be raised in price, the farmer of tithe-free, as well as the farmer of tithed land, gets the benefit. To the latter, the rise is but a compensation for the tithe he pays. To the first, who pays none, it is clear gain, and therefore enables him, and if there be freedom of competition, forces him to pay so much more rent to his landlord. The question remains to what class of fallacies this belongs. The premise is that the owner of tithed land receives less rent than the owner of tithe-free land. The conclusion is that therefore he receives less than he himself would receive if tithe were abolished. But the premise is only true conditionally. The owner of tithed land receives less than what the owner of tithe-free land is enabled to receive when other lands are tithed, while the conclusion is applied to a state of circumstances in which that condition fails, and in which, by consequence, the premise will not be true. The fallacy, therefore, is addicto secundum quid addictum simpliciter. A third example is the opposition sometimes made to legitimate interferences of government in the economical affairs of society, grounded on a misapplication of the maxim that an individual is a better judge than the government of what is for his own pecuniary interest. This objection was urged to Mr. Wakefield's principle of colonization, the concentration of the settlers by fixing such a price on unoccupied land as may preserve the most desirable proportion between the quantity of land in culture and the labouring population. Against this it was argued that if individuals found it for their advantage to occupy extensive tracts of land, they, being better judges of their own interests than the legislature, which can only proceed on general rules, ought not to be restrained from doing so. But in this argument it was forgotten that the fact of a person's taking a large tract of land is evidence only that it is his interest to take as much as other people, but not that it might not be for his interest to content himself with less, if he could be assured that other people would do so too, an assurance which nothing but a government regulation can give. If all other people took much, and he only a little, he would reap none of the advantage derived from the concentration of the population and the consequent possibility of procuring labour for hire, but would have placed himself, without equivalent, in a situation of voluntary inferiority. The proposition, therefore, that the quantity of land which people will take when left to themselves is that which is most for their interest to take, is true only secundum quid. It is only their interest while they have no guarantee for the conduct of one another. But the arrangement disregards the limitation and takes the proposition for true simpliciter. One of the conditions oftenest dropped when what would otherwise be a true proposition is employed as a premise for proving others is the condition of time. It is a principle of political economy that prices, profits, wages, and so on, always find their level, but this is often interpreted as if it meant that they are always or generally at their level, while the truth is, as Coleridge epigrammatically expresses it, that they are always finding their level, quote, which might be taken as a paraphrase or ironical definition of a storm, end quote. Under the same head of fallacy, addicto secundum quid addictum simpliciter, might be placed all the errors which are vulgarly called misapplications of abstract truths, that is, where a principle true, as the common expression is, in the abstract, that is, all modifying causes being supposed absent, is reasoned on as if it were true absolutely, and no modifying circumstance could ever by possibility exist. This very common form of error it is not requisite that we should exemplify here, as it will be particularly treated of hereafter in its application to the subjects on which it is most frequent and most fatal, those of politics and society. Footnote, quote, an advocate, says Mr. De Morgan, Formal Logic, page 270, is sometimes guilty of the argument addicto secundum quid addictum simpliciter. It is his business to do for his client all that his client might honestly do for himself. Is not the word in italics frequently omitted? Might any man honestly try to do for himself all that counsel frequently try to do for him? We are often reminded of the two men who stole the leg of mutton. One could swear he had not got it, the other that he had not taken it. The counsel is doing his duty by his client. The client has left the matter to his counsel. Between the unexecuted intention of the client and the unintended execution of the counsel, there may be a wrong done, and, if we are to believe the usual maxims, no wrong-doer. End quote. The same writer justly remarks, page 251, that there is a converse fallacy, addicto simpliciter ad dictum secundum quid, called by the scholastic logicians fallacia accidentis, and another which may be called addicto secundum quid ad dictum secundum alterum quid, page 265. For apt instances of both, I must refer the reader to Mr. De Morgan's able chapter on fallacies. End footnote. End of section 79. Section 80 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 7, Fallacies of Confusion, Part 1. Under this fifth and last class it is convenient to arrange all those fallacies in which the source of error is not so much a false estimate of the probative force of known evidence as an indistinct, indefinite, and fluctuating conception of what the evidence is. At the head of these stands that multitudinous body of fallacious reasonings in which the source of error is the ambiguity of terms, when something which is true if a word be used in a particular sense is reasoned on as if it were true in another sense. In such a case there is not a malestimation of evidence, because there is not properly any evidence to the point at all. There is evidence, but to a different point, which, from a confused apprehension of the meaning of the terms used, is supposed to be the same. This error will naturally be oftener committed in our ratiocinations than in our direct inductions, because in the former we are deciphering our own or other people's notes, while in the latter we have the things themselves present, either to the senses or to the memory, except, indeed, when the induction is not from individual cases to a generality, but from generalities to a still higher generalization. In that case, the fallacy of ambiguity may affect the inductive process as well as the ratiocinative. It occurs in ratiocination in two ways: when the middle term is ambiguous, or when one of the terms of the syllogism is taken in one sense in the premises and in another sense in the conclusion. Some good exemplifications of this fallacy are given by Archbishop Whately. Quote, "One case," says he, "which may be regarded as coming under the head of ambiguous middle is, what I believe logical writers mean by fallacia figurae dictionis, the fallacy built on the grammatical structure of language, from men's usually taking for granted that paronymous or conjugate words, that is, those belonging to each other, as the substantive, adjective, verb, and so on, of the same root, have a precisely corresponding meaning, which is by no means universally the case. Such a fallacy could not indeed be even exhibited in strict logical form, which would preclude even the attempt at it, since it has two middle terms in sound as well as sense. But nothing is more common in practice than to vary continually the terms employed with a view to grammatical convenience. Nor is there anything unfair in such a practice as long as the meaning is preserved unaltered. For example, quote, "Murder should be punished with death. This man is a murderer, therefore he deserves to die," and so on. Here we proceed on the assumption, in this case just, that to commit murder and to be a murderer, to deserve death, and to be one who ought to die, are, respectively, equivalent expressions, and it would frequently prove a heavy inconvenience to be debarred this kind of liberty. But the abuse of it gives rise to the fallacy in question. For example, projectors are unfit to be trusted. This man has formed a project, therefore he is unfit to be trusted. Here the sophist proceeds on the hypothesis that he who forms a project must be a projector, whereas the bad sense that commonly attaches to the latter word is not at all implied in the former. This fallacy may often be considered as lying not in the middle, but in one of the terms of the conclusion, so that the conclusions drawn shall not be, in reality, at all warranted by the premises, though it will appear to be so, by means of the grammatical affinity of the words. For example, to be acquainted with the guilty is a presumption of guilt. This man is so acquainted, therefore we may presume that he is guilty. This argument proceeds on the supposition of an exact correspondence between presume and presumption, which, however, does not really exist. For presumption is commonly used to express a kind of slight suspicion, where to presume amounts to actual belief. There are innumerable instances of a non-correspondence in paronymous words similar to that above instanced, as between art and artful, design and designing, faith and faithful, and so on. And the more slight the variation of the meaning, the more likely is the fallacy to be successful. For when the words have become so widely removed in sense as pity and pitiful, everyone would perceive such a fallacy, nor would it be employed but in jest. Footnote. An example of this fallacy is the popular error that strong drink must be a cause of strength. There is here fallacy within fallacy. For granting that the words strong and strength were not, as they are, applied in a totally different sense to fermented liquors and to the human body, there would still be involved the error of supposing that an effect must be like its cause, that the conditions of a phenomenon are likely to resemble the phenomenon itself, which we have already treated of as an a priori fallacy of the first rank. As well might it be supposed that a strong poison will make the person who takes it strong. End footnote. The present fallacy is nearly allied to, or rather, perhaps, may be regarded as a branch of, that founded on etymology, that is, when a term is used at one time in its customary and at another in its etymological sense. Perhaps no example of this can be found that is more extensively and mischievously employed than in the case of the word representative, assuming that its right meaning must correspond exactly with the strict and original sense of the verb represent. The sophist persuades the multitude that a member of the House of Commons is bound to be guided in all points by the opinion of his constituents, and, in short, to be merely their spokesman, whereas law and custom, which in this case may be considered as fixing the meaning of the term, require no such thing, but enjoin the representative to act according to the best of his own judgment and on his own responsibility. End quote. The following are instances of great practical importance in which arguments are habitually founded on a verbal ambiguity. The mercantile public are frequently led into this fallacy by the phrase scarcity of money. In the language of commerce, money has two meanings: currency, or the circulating medium, and capital-seeking investment, especially investment on a loan. In this last sense, the word is used when the money market is spoken of and when the value of money is said to be high or low, the rate of interest being meant. The consequence of this ambiguity is that as soon as scarcity of money in the latter of these senses begins to be felt, as soon as there is difficulty of obtaining loans and the rate of interest is high, it is concluded that this must arise from causes acting upon the quantity of money in the other and more popular sense, that the circulating medium must have diminished in quantity or ought to be increased. I am aware that, independently of the double meaning of the term, there are in the facts themselves some peculiarities giving an apparent support to this error, but the ambiguity of the language stands on the very threshold of the subject and intercepts all attempts to throw light upon it. Another ambiguous expression which continually meets us in the political controversies of the present time, especially in those which relate to organic changes, is the phrase influence of property, which is sometimes used for the influence of respect for superior intelligence or gratitude for the kind offices which persons of large property have it so much in their power to bestow. At other times for the influence of fear of the worst sort of power, which large property also gives to its possessor, the power of doing mischief to dependents. To confound these two is the standing fallacy of ambiguity brought against those who seek to purify the electoral system from corruption and intimidation. Persuasive influence, acting through the conscience of the voter and carrying his heart and mind with it, is beneficial. Therefore, it is pretended, coercive influence, which compels him to forget that he is a moral agent, or to act in opposition to his moral convictions, ought not to be placed under restraint. Another word which is often turned into an instrument of the fallacy of ambiguity is theory. In its most proper acceptation, theory means the completed result of philosophical induction from experience. In that sense, there are erroneous as well as true theories, for induction may be incorrectly performed. But theory of some sort is the necessary result of knowing anything of a subject, and having put one's knowledge into the form of general propositions for the guidance of practice. In this, the proper sense of the word, theory is the explanation of practice. In another and a more vulgar sense, theory means any mere fiction of the imagination, endeavouring to conceive how a thing may possibly have been produced, instead of examining how it was produced. In this sense only are theory and theorists unsafe guides, but because of this, ridicule or discredit is attempted to be attached to theory in its proper sense, that is, to legitimate generalization, the end and aim of all philosophy, and a conclusion is represented as worthless just because that has been done which, if done correctly, constitutes the highest worth that a principle for the guidance of practice can possess, namely, to comprehend in a few words the real law on which a phenomenon depends, or some property or relation which is universally true of it. The Church is sometimes understood to mean the clergy alone, sometimes the whole body of believers, or at least of communicants. The declamations respecting the inviolability of church property are indebted for the greater part of their apparent force to this ambiguity. The clergy, being called the Church, are supposed to be the real owners of what is called church property, whereas they are in truth only the managing members of a much larger body of proprietors, and enjoy on their own part a mere usufruct, not extending beyond a life interest. The following is a stoical argument taken from Cicero De Finibus, Book the 3rd. Quote, Quod est bonum, omne laudabili est. Quod autem laudabili est. Omne honestum est. Bonum igitur quod est. Honestum est. End quote. Here the ambiguous word is laudabile, which in the minor premise means anything which mankind are accustomed, on good grounds, to admire or value, as beauty, for instance, or good fortune. But in the major it denotes exclusively moral qualities. In much the same manner, the Stoics endeavoured logically to justify as philosophical truths their figurative and rhetorical expressions of ethical sentiment, as that the virtuous man is alone free, alone beautiful, alone a king, and so on. Whoever has virtue has good, because it has been previously determined not to call anything else good. But again, good necessarily includes freedom, beauty, and even kingship, all these being good things. Therefore, whoever has virtue has all these. The following is an argument of Descartes to prove, in his a priori manner, the being of a God. The conception, says he, of an infinite being proves the real existence of such a being. For if there is not really any such being, I must have made the conception. But if I could make it, I can also unmake it, which evidently is not true. Therefore there must be, externally to myself, an archetype, from which the conception was derived. In this argument, which it may be observed would equally prove the real existence of ghosts and of witches, the ambiguity is in the pronoun I, by which, in one place, it is to be understood my will, in another the laws of my nature. If the conception, existing as it does in my mind, had no original without, the conclusion would unquestionably follow that I made it. that is, the laws of my nature must have somehow evolved it, but that my will made it would not follow. Now when Descartes afterward adds that I cannot unmake the conception, he means that I cannot get rid of it by an act of my will, which is true, but is not the proposition required. I can as much unmake this conception as I can any other. No conception which I have once had can I ever dismiss by mere volition, but what some of the laws of my nature have produced, other laws, all those same laws in other circumstances, may, and often do, subsequently efface. Analogous to this are some of the ambiguities in the free will controversy, which, as they will come under special consideration in the concluding book, I only mention memoriae causa. In that discussion, too, the word I is often shifted from one meaning to another, at one time standing for my volitions, at another time for the actions which are the consequences of them, or the mental dispositions from which they proceed. The latter ambiguity is exemplified in an argument of Coleridge, in his Aids to Reflection, in support of the freedom of the will. It is not true, he says, that a man is governed by motives. Quote, the man makes the motive, not the motive the man. End quote. The proof being that, quote, what is a strong motive to one man is no motive at all to another. End quote. The premise is true, but only amounts to this, that different persons have different degrees of susceptibility to the same motive, as they also have to the same intoxicating liquid, which, however, does not prove that they are free to be drunk or not drunk, whatever quantity of the fluid they may drink. What is proved is that certain mental conditions in the person himself must cooperate in the production of the act with the external inducement. But those mental conditions also are the effect of causes, and there is nothing in the argument to prove that they can arise without a cause, that a spontaneous determination of the will without any cause at all ever takes place, as the free will doctrine supposes. The double use in the free will controversy of the word necessity, which sometimes stands only for certainty, at other times for compulsion, sometimes for what cannot be prevented, at other times only for what we have reason to be assured will not. We shall have occasion hereafter to pursue some of its ulterior consequences. A most important ambiguity, both in common and in metaphysical language, is thus pointed out by Archbishop Whately in the appendix to his Logic. Quote, same, as well as one, identical, and other words derived from them, is used frequently in a sense very different from its primary one, as applicable to a single object, being employed to denote great similarity. When several objects are undistinguishably alike, one single description will apply equally to any of them, and thence they are said to be all of one and the same nature, appearance, and so on. As, for example, when we say, this house is built of the same stone with such another, we only mean that the stones are undistinguishable in their qualities, not that the one building was pulled down and the other constructed with the materials. Whereas sameness, in the primary sense, does not even necessarily imply similarity. For if we say of any man that he is greatly altered since such a time, we understand, and indeed imply by the very expression, that he is one person, though different in several qualities. It is worth observing also that same in the secondary sense admits, according to popular usage, of degrees. We speak of two things being nearly the same, but not entirely. Personal identity does not admit of degrees. Nothing perhaps has contributed more to the error of realism than inattention to this ambiguity. When several persons are said to have one and the same opinion, thought, or idea, many men, overlooking the true simple statement of the case, which is that they are all thinking alike, look for something more abstruse and mystical, and imagine there must be some one thing in the primary sense, though not an individual which is present at once in the mind of each of these persons. And thence readily sprung Plato's theory of ideas, each of which was, according to him, one real, eternal object, existing entire and complete in each of the individual objects that are known by one name." End quote. It is indeed not a matter of inference, but of authentic history, that Plato's doctrine of ideas and the Aristotelian doctrine, in this respect similar to the Platonic, of substantial forms and second substances, grew up in the precise way here pointed out, from the supposed necessity of finding in things which were said to have the same nature, or the same qualities, something which was the same in the very sense in which a man is the same as himself. All the idle speculations respecting to on, to en, to omion, and similar abstractions, so common in the ancient and in some modern schools of thought, sprang from the same source. The Aristotelian logicians saw, however, one case of the ambiguity, and provided against it with their peculiar felicity in the invention of technical language, when they distinguished things which differed both specie and numero from those which differed numero tantum, that is, which were exactly alike, in some particular respect at least, but were distinct individuals. An extension of this distinction to the two meanings of the word same, namely, things which are the same specie tantum, and a thing which is the same numero as well as specie, would have prevented the confusion which has been a source of so much darkness and such an abundance of positive error in metaphysical philosophy. One of the most singular examples of the length to which a thinker of eminence may be led away by an ambiguity of language is afforded by this very case. I refer to the famous argument by which Bishop Berkeley flattered himself that he had forever put an end to, quote, skepticism, atheism, and irreligion. End quote. It is briefly as follows. I thought of a thing yesterday. I ceased to think of it. I think of it again today. I had therefore in my mind yesterday an idea of the object. I have also an idea of it today. This idea is evidently not another, but the very same idea. Yet an intervening time elapsed in which I had it not. Where was the idea during this interval? It must have been somewhere. It did not cease to exist. Otherwise the idea I had yesterday could not be the same idea. No more than the man I see alive today can be the same who I saw yesterday if the man has died in the meanwhile. Now, an idea cannot be conceived to exist anywhere except in a mind, and hence there must exist a universal mind, in which all ideas have their permanent residence during the intervals of their conscious presence in our own minds. It is evident that Berkeley here confounded sameness numero with sameness specie, that is, with exact resemblance, and assumed the former where there was only the latter, not perceiving that when we say we have the same thought today which we had yesterday, we do not mean the same individual thought, but a thought exactly similar, as we say that we have the same illness which we had last year, meaning only the same sort of illness. In one remarkable instance, the scientific world was divided into two furiously hostile parties by an ambiguity of language affecting a branch of science which, more completely than most others, enjoys the advantage of a precise and well-defined terminology. I refer to the famous dispute respecting the viviva, the history of which is given at large in Professor Playfair's dissertation. The question was whether the force of a moving body was proportional, its mass being given, to its velocity simply, or to the square of its velocity, and the ambiguity was in the word force. Quote, "One of the effects," says Playfair, "produced by a moving body is proportional to the square of the velocity, while another is proportional to the velocity simply." End quote. From whence clearer thinkers were subsequently led to establish a double measure of the efficiency of a moving power, one being called viviva and the other momentum. About the facts both parties were from the first agreed. The only question was with which of the two effects the term force should be, or could most conveniently be, associated. But the disputants were by no means aware that this was all. They thought that force was one thing, the production of effects another, and the question by which set of effects the force which produced both the one and the other should be measured was supposed to be a question not of terminology, but of fact. The ambiguity of the word infinite is the real fallacy in the amusing logical puzzle of Achilles and the tortoise, a puzzle which has been too hard for the ingenuity or patience of many philosophers, and which no less a thinker than Sir William Hamilton considered as insoluble, as a sound argument, though leading to a palpable falsehood. The fallacy, as Hobbes hinted, lies in the tacit assumption that whatever is infinitely divisible is infinite, but the following solution, to the invention of which I have no claim, is more precise and satisfactory. The argument is, let Achilles run 10 times as fast as the tortoise. Yet if the tortoise has the start, Achilles will never overtake him. For suppose them to be at first separated by an interval of 1,000 feet. When Achilles has run these 1,000 feet, the tortoise will have got on 100. When Achilles has run those 100, the tortoise will have run 10, and so on, forever. Therefore, Achilles may run forever without overtaking the tortoise. Now the forever in the conclusion means for any length of time that can be supposed, but in the premises ever does not mean any length of time, it means any number of subdivisions of time. It means that we may divide 1,000 feet by 10, and that quotient again by 10, and so on as often as we please, that there never needs be an end to the subdivisions of the distance, nor consequently to those of the time in which it is performed. But an unlimited number of subdivisions may be made of that which is itself limited. The argument proves no other infinity of duration than may be embraced within 5 minutes. As long as the 5 minutes are not expired, what remains of them may be divided by 10, and again by 10, as often as we like, which is perfectly compatible with there being only 5 minutes altogether. It proves, in short, that to pass through this finite space requires a time which is infinitely divisible, but not an infinite time, the confounding of which distinction Hobbes had already seen to be the gist of the fallacy. The following ambiguities of the word right, in addition to the obvious and familiar one of a right and the adjective right, are extracted from a forgotten paper of my own in a periodical. Quote, "Speaking morally, you are said to have a right to do a thing if all persons are morally bound not to hinder you from doing it. But in another sense, to have a right to do a thing is the opposite of having no right to do it, that is, of being under a moral obligation to forbear doing it. In this sense, to say that you have a right to do a thing means that you may do it without any breach of duty on your part, that other persons not only ought not to hinder you, but have no cause to think worse of you for doing it. This is a perfectly distinct proposition from the preceding. The right which you have by virtue of a duty incumbent upon other persons is obviously quite a different thing from a right consisting in the absence of any duty incumbent upon yourself. Yet the two things are perpetually confounded. Thus, a man will say he has a right to publish his opinions, which may be true in this sense, that it would be a breach of duty in any other person to interfere and prevent the publication. But he assumes thereupon that, in publishing his opinions, he himself violates no duty, which may either be true or false, depending, as it does, on his having taken due pains to satisfy himself, first, that the opinions are true, and next, that their publication in this manner and at this particular juncture will probably be beneficial to the interests of truth on the whole. The second ambiguity is that of confounding a right of any kind with a right to enforce that right by resisting or punishing a violation of it. People will say, for example, that they have a right to good government, which is undeniably true, it being the moral duty of their governors to govern them well. But in granting this, you are supposed to have admitted their right or liberty to turn out their governors, and perhaps to punish them for having failed in the performance of this duty, which, far from being the same thing, is by no means universally true, but depends on an immense number of varying circumstances," requiring to be conscientiously weighed before adopting or acting on such a resolution. This last example is, like others which have been cited, a case of fallacy within fallacy. It involves not only the second of the two ambiguities pointed out, but the first likewise. One not unusual form of the fallacy of ambiguous terms is known technically as the fallacy of composition and division, when the same term is collective in the premises, distributive in the conclusion, or vice versa, or when the middle term is collective in one premise, distributive in the other. As if one were to say, I quote from Archbishop Whately, quote, "All the angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right angles. ABC is an angle of a triangle. Therefore, ABC is equal to 2 right angles. There is no fallacy more common or more likely to deceive than the one now before us. The form in which it is most usually employed is to establish some truth separately concerning each single member of a certain class, and thence to infer the same of the whole collectively." As in the argument one sometimes hears, to prove that the world could do without great men. If Columbus, it is said, had never lived, America would still have been discovered, at most only a few years later. If Newton had never lived, some other person would have discovered the law of gravitation, and so forth. Most true, these things would have been done, but in all probability not till someone had again been found with the qualities of Columbus or Newton, because any one great man might have had his place supplied by other great men. The argument concludes that all great men could have been dispensed with. The term great men is distributive in the premises and collective in the conclusion. Such also is the fallacy which probably operates on most adventurers in lotteries. For example, the gaining of a high prize is no uncommon occurrence, and what is no uncommon occurrence may reasonably be expected, therefore the gaining of a high prize may reasonably be expected. The conclusion, when applied to the individual, as in practice it is, must be understood in the sense of reasonably expected by a certain individual. Therefore, for the major premise to be true, the middle term must be understood to mean no uncommon occurrence to some one particular person, whereas for the minor, which has been placed first, to be true, you must understand it of no uncommon occurrence to some one or other, and thus you will have the fallacy of composition. This is a fallacy with which men are extremely apt to deceive themselves, for when a multitude of particulars are presented to the mind, many are too weak or too indolent to take a comprehensive view of them, but confine their attention to each single point by turns, and then decide, infer, and act accordingly. For example, the imprudent spendthrift, finding that he is able to afford this or that or the other expense, forgets that all of them together will ruin him. End quote. The debauchee destroys his health by successive acts of intemperance, because no one of those acts would be of itself sufficient to do him any serious harm. A sick person reasons with himself, quote, "One and another of my symptoms do not prove that I have a fatal disease," end quote, and practically concludes that all taken together do not prove it. End of section 80. Section 81 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 7, Fallacies of Confusion, Parts 2 and 3. Part 2. We have now sufficiently exemplified one of the principal genera in this order of fallacies, where the source of error being the ambiguity of terms, the premises are verbally what is required to support the conclusion, but not really so. In the second great fallacy of confusion, they are neither verbally nor really sufficient, though, from their multiplicity and confused arrangement, and still oftener from defect of memory, they are not seen to be what they are. The fallacy I mean is that of petito principii, or begging the question, including the more complex and not uncommon variety of it, which is termed reasoning in a circle. Petitio principii, as defined by Archbishop Whately, is the fallacy, quote, in which the premise either appears manifestly to be the same as the conclusion, or is actually proved from the conclusion, or is such as would naturally and properly so be proved. End quote. By the last clause I presume is meant that it is not susceptible of any other proof, for otherwise there would be no fallacy. To deduce from a proposition propositions from which it would itself more naturally be deduced, is often an allowable deviation from the usual didactic order, or at most what, by an adaptation of a phrase familiar to mathematicians, may be called a logical inelegance. Footnote. In his later editions, Archbishop Whately confines the name of petitio principii, quote, to those cases in which one of the premises either is manifestly the same in sense with the conclusion, or is actually proved from it, or is such as the persons you are addressing are not likely to know or to admit, except as an inference from the conclusion. As, for example, if anyone should infer the authenticity of a certain history from its recording such and such facts, the reality of which rests on the evidence of that history. End quote. End footnote. The employment of a proposition to prove that on which it is itself dependent for proof by no means implies the degree of mental imbecility which might at first be supposed. The difficulty of comprehending how this fallacy could possibly be committed disappears when we reflect that all persons, even the instructed, hold a great number of opinions without exactly recollecting how they came by them. believing that they have at some former time verified them by sufficient evidence, but having forgotten what the evidence was, they may easily be betrayed into deducing from them the very propositions which are alone capable of serving as premises for their establishment. Quote, "As if," says Archbishop Whately, "one should attempt to prove the being of a God from the authority of Holy Writ," end quote, which might easily happen to one with whom both doctrines, as fundamental tenets of his religious creed, stand on the same ground of familiar and traditional belief. Arguing in a circle, however, is a stronger case of the fallacy, and implies more than the mere passive reception of a premise by one who does not remember how it is to be proved. It implies an actual attempt to prove two propositions reciprocally from one another, and is seldom resorted to, at least in express terms, by any person in his own speculations, but is committed by those who, being hard pressed by an adversary, are forced into giving reasons for an opinion of which, when they began to argue, they had not sufficiently considered the grounds. As in the following example from Archbishop Whately. Quote, "Some mechanicians attempt to prove, what they ought to lay down as probable but doubtful hypothesis, that every particle of matter gravitates equally. Why? Because those bodies which contain more particles ever gravitate more strongly, that is, are heavier. But, it may be urged, those which are heaviest are not always more bulky. No, but they contain more particles though more closely condensed. How do you know that? Because they are heavier. How does that prove it? Because all particles of matter gravitating equally, that mass which is specifically the heavier must needs have the more of them in the same space." End quote. Footnote. No longer even a probable hypothesis, since the establishment of the atomic theory, it being now certain that the integral particles of different substances gravitate unequally. It is true that these particles, though real minima for the purposes of chemical combination, may not be the ultimate particles of the substance, and this doubt alone renders the hypothesis admissible, even as a hypothesis. End footnote. It appears to me that the fallacious reasoner, in his private thoughts, would not be likely to proceed beyond the first step. He would acquiesce in the sufficiency of the reason first given. Bodies which contain more particles are heavier. It is when he finds this questioned, and is called upon to prove it, without knowing how, that he tries to establish his premise by supposing proved what he is attempted to prove by it. The most effectual way, in fact, of exposing a petitio principii, when circumstances allow of it, is by challenging the reasoner to prove his premises, which, if he attempts to do, he is necessarily driven into arguing in a circle. It is not uncommon, however, for thinkers, and those not of the lowest description, to be led even in their own thoughts, not indeed into formally proving each of the two propositions from the other, but into admitting propositions which can only be so proved. In the preceding example, the two together form a complete and consistent, though hypothetical, explanation of the facts concerned, and the tendency to mistake mutual coherency for truth, to trust one's safety to a strong chain though it has no point of support, is at the bottom of much which, when reduced to the strict forms of argumentation, can exhibit itself no otherwise than as reasoning in a circle. All experience bears testimony to the enthralling effect of neat concatenation in a system of doctrines, and the difficulty with which people admit the persuasion that anything which holds so well together can possibly fall. Since every case where a conclusion which can only be proved from certain premises is used for the proof of those premises is a case of petitio principii, that fallacy includes a very great proportion of all incorrect reasoning. It is necessary for completing our view of the fallacy to exemplify some of the disguises under which it is accustomed to mask itself and to escape exposure. A proposition would not be admitted by any person in his senses as a corollary from itself, unless it were expressed in language which made it seem different. One of the commonest modes of so expressing it is to present the proposition itself in abstract terms as a proof of the same proposition expressed in concrete language. This is a very frequent mode, not only of pretended proof, but of pretended explanation, and is parodied when Molière, La Malade Imaginaire, makes one of his absurd physicians say, Mihi adocto doctore, demandatur causam et rationem quer, opium facit dormir, aqua respondeo, quia est in eo, vertus dormitiva, cujus est natura, sensus assupir. The words nature and essence are grand instruments of this mode of begging the question, as in the well-known argument of the scholastic theologians that the mind thinks always, because the essence of the mind is to think. Locke had to point out that if by essence is here meant some property which must manifest itself by actual exercise at all times, the premise is a direct assumption of the conclusion, while if it only means that to think is the distinctive property of a mind, there is no connection between the premise and the conclusion, since it is not necessary that a distinctive property should be perpetually in action. The following is one of the modes in which these abstract terms, nature and essence, are used as instruments of this fallacy. Some particular properties of a thing are selected, more or less arbitrarily, to be termed its nature or essence, and when this has been done, these properties are supposed to be invested with a kind of indefeasibleness, to have become paramount to all the other properties of the thing, and incapable of being prevailed over or counteracted by them. As when Aristotle, in a passage already cited, quote, decides that there is no void on such arguments as this, in a void there could be no difference of up and down, for as in nothing there are no differences, so there are none in a privation or negation, but a void is merely a privation or negation of matter. Therefore, in a void, bodies could not move up and down, which it is in their nature to do. End quote. Footnote: History of Scientific Ideas by William Whewell. Book 1, 34. End footnote. In other words, it is in the nature of bodies to move up and down. Ergo, any physical fact which supposes them not to so move cannot be authentic. This mode of reasoning, by which a bad generalization is made to overrule all facts which contradict it, is petitio principii in one of its most palpable forms. None of the modes of assuming what should be proved are in more frequent use than what are termed by Bentham question-begging appellatives, names which beg the question under the disguise of stating it. The most potent of these are such as have a laudatory or vituperative character. For instance, in politics, the word innovation. The dictionary meaning of this term being merely a change to something new. It is difficult for the defenders even of the most salutary improvement to deny that it is an innovation. Yet the word having acquired in common usage a vituperative connotation in addition to its dictionary meaning, the admission is always construed as a large concession to the disadvantage of the thing proposed. The following passage from the argument in refutation of the Epicureans in the second book of Cicero, De Finibus, affords a fine example of this sort of fallacy. Quote, Et quidem illud ipsum non nimium probo, et tantum patio, philosophum loqui de cupiditabibus finiendis. An potes cupiditas finiri, tollenda est, atque extrahenda radictus. Quis est inim in quo sit cupiditas, quin recte Cupidus dici possit? Ergo et avaros erit, sed finite, adulta verum habebit modum, et luxurios eodem modo. Qualis ista philosophia est? Que non interitum afferet pravitatis, sed sit contenta mediocritate vitiorum. End quote. The question was whether certain desires, when kept within bounds, are vices or not, and the argument decides the point by applying to them a word cupiditas, which implies vice. It is shown, however, in the remarks which follow that Cicero did not intend this as a serious argument, but as a criticism on what he deemed an inappropriate expression. Quote, Rem ipsam prosus probo, elegantiam desidero, appellet haec desideri naturae, cupiditatis nomen servet alio. End quote, and so on. But many persons, both ancient and modern, have employed this or something equivalent to it as a real and conclusive argument. We may remark that the passage respecting cupiditas and cupidus is also an example of another fallacy already noticed, that of paronymous terms. Many more of the arguments of the ancient moralists, and especially of the Stoics, fall within the definition of petitio principii. In the De Finibus, for example, which I continue to quote as being probably the best extant exemplification at once of the doctrines and the methods of the schools of philosophy existing at that time, of what value as arguments are such pleas as those of Cato in the 3rd book, that if virtue were not happiness, it could not be a thing to boast of, that if death or pain were evils, it would be impossible not to fear them, and it could not, therefore, be laudable to despise them, and so on. In one way of viewing these arguments, they may be regarded as appeals to the authority of the general sentiment of mankind, which had stamped its approval upon certain actions and characters by the phrases referred to. But that such could have been the meaning intended is very unlikely, considering the contempt of the ancient philosophers for vulgar opinion. In any other sense, they are clear cases of petitio principii, since the word laudable and the idea of boasting imply principles of conduct, and practical maxims can only be proved from speculative truths, namely, from the properties of the subject matter, and cannot therefore be employed to prove those properties. As well might it be argued that a government is good because we ought to support it, or that there is a God because it is our duty to pray to him. It is assumed by all the disputants in the De Finibus as the foundation of the inquiry into the summum bonum that sapiens semper beatus est. Not simply that wisdom gives the best chance of happiness, or that wisdom consists in knowing what happiness is and by what things it is promoted. These propositions would not have been enough for them, but that the sage always is and must of necessity be happy. The idea that wisdom could be consistent with unhappiness was always rejected as inadmissible, the reason assigned by one of the interlocutors near the beginning of the 3rd book being that if the wise could be unhappy, there was little use in pursuing wisdom. But by unhappiness they did not mean pain or suffering. To that it was granted that the wisest person was liable in common with others. He was happy because, in possessing wisdom, he had the most valuable of all possessions, the most to be sought and prized of all things, and to possess the most valuable thing was to be the most happy. By laying it down, therefore, at the commencement of the inquiry that the sage must be happy, the disputed question respecting the summum bonum was in fact begged, with the further assumption that pain and suffering, so far as they can coexist with wisdom, are not unhappiness and are no evil. The following are additional instances of petitio principii under more or less of disguise. Plato, in the Sophistes, attempts to prove that things may exist which are incorporeal by the argument that justice and wisdom are incorporeal, and justice and wisdom must be something. Here, if by something he meant, as Plato did in fact mean, a thing capable of existing in and by itself, and not as a quality of some other thing, he begs the question in asserting that justice and wisdom must be something. If he means anything else, his conclusion is not proved. This fallacy might also be classed under ambiguous middle term. Something in the one premise, meaning some substance, in the other merely some object of thought, whether substance or attribute. It was formerly an argument employed in proof of what is now no longer a popular doctrine, the infinite divisibility of matter, that every portion of matter, however small, must at least have an upper and an under surface. Those who used this argument did not see that it assumed the very point in dispute, the impossibility of arriving at a minimum of thickness. For if there be a minimum, its upper and under surface will, of course, be one. It will be itself a surface, and no more. The argument owes its very considerable plausibility to this, that the premise does actually seem more obvious than the conclusion, though really identical with it. As expressed in the premise, the proposition appeals directly and in concrete language to the incapacity of the human imagination for conceiving a minimum. Viewed in this light, it becomes a case of the a priori fallacy, or natural prejudice, that whatever cannot be conceived cannot exist. Every fallacy of confusion, it is almost unnecessary to repeat, will, if cleared up, become a fallacy of some other sort, and it will be found of deductive or ratiocinative fallacies generally that when they mislead there is mostly, as in this case, a fallacy of some other description lurking under them, by virtue of which chiefly it is that the verbal juggle, which is the outside or body of this kind of fallacy, passes undetected. Euler's Algebra, a book otherwise of great merit, but full to overflowing of logical errors in respect to the foundation of the science, contains the following argument to prove that minus multiplied by minus gives plus, a doctrine the opprobrium of all mere mathematicians, and which Euler had not a glimpse of the true method of proving. He says, minus multiplied by minus cannot give minus, for minus multiplied by plus gives minus, and minus multiplied by minus cannot give the same product as minus multiplied by plus. Now one is obliged to ask why minus multiplied by minus must give any product at all, and if it does, why its product cannot be the same as that of minus multiplied by plus. For this would seem, at the first glance, not more absurd than that minus by minus should give the same as plus by plus, the proposition which Euler prefers to it. The premise requires proof as much as the conclusion, nor can it be proved except by that more comprehensive view of the nature of multiplication and of algebraic processes in general, which would also supply a far better proof of the mysterious doctrine which Euler is here endeavouring to demonstrate. A striking instance of reasoning in a circle is that of some ethical writers, who first take for their standard of moral truth what, being the general, they deem to be the natural or instinctive sentiments and perceptions of mankind, and then explain away the numerous instances of divergence from their assumed standard by representing them as cases in which the perceptions are unhealthy. Some particular mode of conduct or feeling is affirmed to be unnatural. Why? Because it is abhorrent to the universal and natural sentiments of mankind. Finding no such sentiment in yourself, you question the fact, and the answer is, if your antagonist is polite, that you are an exception, a peculiar case. But neither, say you, do I find in the people of some other country or of some former age any such feeling of abhorrence. Quote, Aye, but their feelings were sophisticated and unhealthy. End quote. One of the most notable specimens of reasoning in a circle is the doctrine of Hobbes, Rousseau, and others, which rests the obligations by which human beings are bound as members of society on a supposed social compact. I waive the consideration of the fictitious nature of the compact itself. But when Hobbes, through the whole Leviathan, elaborately deduces the obligation of obeying the sovereign, not from the necessity or utility of doing so, but from a promise supposed to have been made by our ancestors on renouncing savage life and agreeing to establish political society, it is impossible not to retort by the question, why are we bound to keep a promise made for us by others? Or why bound to keep a promise at all? No satisfactory ground can be assigned for the obligation except the mischievous consequences of the absence of faith and mutual confidence among mankind. We are therefore brought round to the interests of society as the ultimate ground of the obligation of a promise, and yet those interests are not admitted to be a sufficient justification for the existence of government and law. Without a promise, it is thought that we should not be bound to that which is implied in all modes of living in society, namely, to yield a general obedience to the laws therein established, and so necessary is the promise deemed that if none has actually been made, some additional safety is supposed to be given to the foundations of society by feigning one. Part 3. Two principal subdivisions of the class of fallacies of confusion having been disposed of, there remains a third in which the confusion is not, as in the fallacy of ambiguity, in misconceiving the import of the premises, nor, as in petitio principii, in forgetting what the premises are, but in mistaking the conclusion which is to be proved. This is the fallacy of ignoratio elenchi, in the widest sense of the phrase, also called by Archbishop Whately the fallacy of irrelevant conclusion. His examples and remarks are highly worthy of citation. Quote, Various kinds of propositions are, according to the occasion, substituted for the one of which proof is required, sometimes the particular for the universal, sometimes a proposition with different terms, and various are the contrivances employed to effect and to conceal this substitution, and to make the conclusion which the sophist has drawn answer practically the same purpose as the one he ought to have established. We say practically the same purpose, because it will very often happen that some emotion will be excited, some sentiment impressed on the mind, by a dexterous employment of this fallacy, such as shall bring men into the disposition requisite for your purpose, though they may not have assented to, or even stated distinctly in their own minds, the proposition which it was your business to establish. Thus, if a sophist has to defend one who has been guilty of some serious offence, which he wishes to extenuate, though he is unable distinctly to prove that it is not such, yet, if he can succeed in making the audience laugh at some casual matter, he has gained practically the same point. So also, if anyone has pointed out the extenuating circumstances in some particular case of offence, so as to show that it differs widely from the generality of the same class, the sophist, if he finds himself unable to disprove these circumstances, may do away the force of them by simply referring the action to that very class, which no one can deny that it belongs to, and the very name of which will excite a feeling of disgust sufficient to counteract the extenuation. For example, let it be a case of peculation, and that many mitigating circumstances have been brought forward which cannot be denied. The sophistical opponent will reply, "Well, but after all, the man is a rogue, and there is an end of it." Now in reality this was, by hypothesis, never the question, and the mere assertion of what was never denied ought not, in fairness, to be regarded as decisive. But practically, the odiousness of the word, arising in great measure from the association of those very circumstances which belong to most of the class, but which we have supposed to be absent in this particular instance, excites precisely that feeling of disgust which, in effect, destroys the force of the defence. In like manner we may refer to this head all cases of improper appeal to the passions, and everything else which is mentioned by Aristotle as extraneous to the matter in hand. Ex ho tu pranamatos. End quote. Again, instead of proving that this prisoner has committed an atrocious fraud, you prove that the fraud he is accused of is atrocious, instead of proving, as in the well-known tale of Tyrus and the two coats, that the taller boy had a right to force the other boy to exchange coats with him. You prove that the exchange would have been advantageous to both, instead of proving that the poor ought to be relieved in this way, rather than in that you prove that the poor ought to be relieved. Instead of proving that the irrational agent, whether a brute or a madman, can never be deterred from any act by apprehension of punishment, as, for instance, a dog from sheep biting by fear of being beaten, you prove that the beating of one dog does not operate as an example to other dogs, and so on. It is evident that ignoratio elenchi may be employed as well for the apparent refutation of your opponent's proposition, as for the apparent establishment of your own. For it is substantially the same thing to prove what was not denied or to disprove what was not asserted. The latter practice is not less common, and it is more offensive because it frequently amounts to a personal affront, in attributing to a person opinions and so on which he perhaps holds in abhorrence. Thus, when in a discussion one party vindicates, on the ground of general expediency, a particular instance of resistance to government in a case of intolerable oppression, the opponent may gravely maintain that we ought not to do evil that good may come, a proposition which of course had never been denied, the point in dispute being whether resistance in this particular case were doing evil or not. Or again, by way of disproving the assertion of the right of private judgment in religion, one may hear a grave argument to prove that it is impossible everyone can be right in his judgment. End quote. The works of controversial writers are seldom free from this fallacy. The attempts, for instance, to disprove the population doctrines of Malthus have been mostly cases of ignoratio elenchi. Malthus has been supposed to be refuted if it could be shown that in some countries or ages population has been nearly stationary, as if he had asserted that population always increases in a given ratio, or had not expressly declared that it increases only in so far as it is not restrained by prudence or kept down by poverty and disease. Or perhaps a collection of facts is produced to prove that in some one country the people are better off with a dense population than they are in another country with a thin one, or that the people have become more numerous and better off at the same time, as if the assertion were that a dense population could not possibly be well off, as if it were not part of the very doctrine and essential to it, that where there is a more abundant production, there may be a greater population without any increase of poverty, or even with a diminution of it. The favourite argument against Berkeley's theory of the non-existence of matter, and the most popular effective, next to a grin, an argument, moreover, which is not confined to coxcombs, nor to men like Samuel Johnson, whose greatly overrated ability certainly did not lie in the direction of metaphysical speculation, but is the stock argument of the Scotch school of metaphysicians, is a palpable ignoratio elenchi. Footnote, quote, and coxcombs vanquish Berkeley with a grin. End quote. End footnote. The argument is perhaps as frequently expressed by gesture as by words, and one of its commonest forms consists in knocking a stick against the ground. This short and easy confutation overlooks the fact that in denying matter, Berkeley did not deny anything to which our senses bear witness, and therefore cannot be answered by any appeal to them. His scepticism related to the supposed substratum or hidden cause of the appearances perceived by our senses, the evidence of which, whatever may be thought of its conclusiveness, is certainly not the evidence of sense, and it will always remain a signal proof of the want of metaphysical profundity of Reid, Stuart, and, I am sorry to add, of Brown, that they should have persisted in asserting that Berkeley, if he believed his own doctrine, was bound to walk into the kennel or run his head against a post, as if persons who do not recognize an occult cause of their sensations could not possibly believe that a fixed order subsists among the sensations themselves. Such a want of comprehension on the distinction between a thing and its sensible manifestation, or, in metaphysical language, between the noumenon and the phenomenon, would be impossible to even the dullest disciple of Kant or Coleridge. It would be easy to add a greater number of examples of this fallacy, as well as the others which I have attempted to characterize, but a more copious exemplification does not seem to be necessary, and the intelligent reader will have little difficulty in adding to the catalogue from his own reading and experience. We shall therefore here close our exposition of the general principles of logic and proceed to the supplementary inquiry which is necessary to complete our design. End of section 81. A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 82, Book 6, Chapter 1, On the Logic of the Moral Sciences. Quote, Si l'homme peut prédire avec une assurance presque entière les phénomènes dont il connaît les lois, si lois même qu'elles lui sont inconnues, il peut, d'après l'expérience, prévoir avec une grande probabilité les événements de l'avenir. Pourquoi regarderait-on comme une entreprise chimérique celle de tracer avec quelque vraisemblance le tableau des destinées futures de l'espèce humaine, d'après les résultats de son histoire? Les seuls fondements de croyance dans les sciences naturelles est cette idée que les lois générales, connues ou ignorées, qui règlent les phénomènes de l'univers sont nécessaires et constants. Et par quelle raison ce principe serait-il moins vrai pour le développement des facultés intellectuelles et morales de l'homme que pour les autres opérations de la nature? Enfin, puisque des opinions formées d'après l'expérience sont la seule règle de la conduite des hommes les plus sages. Pourquoi interdirait-on aux philosophes d'appuyer ces conjectures sur cette même base, pourvu qu'ils ne leur attribuent pas une certitude supérieure à celle qui peut naître du nombre, de la constance, de l'exactitude des observations? Condorcet, esquisse d'un tableau historique des progrès de l'esprit humain. Part 1. Principles of evidence and theories of method are not to be constructed a priori. The laws of our rational faculty, like those of every other natural agency, are only learned by seeing the agent at work. The earlier achievements of science were made without the conscious observance of any scientific method, and we should never have known by what process truth is to be ascertained if we had not previously ascertained many truths. But it was only the easier problems which could be thus resolved. Natural sagacity, when it tried its strength against the more difficult ones, either failed altogether, or, if it succeeded here and there in obtaining a solution, had no sure means of convincing others that its solution was correct. In scientific investigation, as in all other works of human skill, the way of obtaining the end is seen, as it were, instinctively by superior minds in some comparatively simple case, and is then, by judicious generalization, adapted to the variety of complex cases. We learn to do a thing in difficult circumstances by attending to the manner in which we have spontaneously done the same thing in easier ones. This truth is exemplified by the history of the various branches of knowledge which have successively, in the ascending order of their complication, assumed the character of sciences, and will doubtless receive fresh confirmation from those of which the final scientific constitution is yet to come, and which are still abandoned to the uncertainties of vague and popular discussion. Although several other sciences have emerged from this state at a comparatively recent date, none now remain in it except those which relate to man himself, the most complex and most difficult subject of study on which the human mind can be engaged. Concerning the physical nature of man as an organized being, though there is still much uncertainty and much controversy, which can only be terminated by the general acknowledgment and employment of stricter rules of induction than are commonly recognized, there is, however, a considerable body of truths which all who have attended to the subject consider to be fully established. Nor is there now any radical imperfection in the method observed in the department of science by its most distinguished modern teachers. But the laws of mind, and, in an even greater degree, those of society, are so far from having attained a similar state of even partial recognition that it is still a controversy whether they are capable of becoming subjects of science in the strict sense of the term. And among those who are agreed on this point, there reigns the most irreconcilable diversity on almost every other. Here, therefore, if anywhere, the principles laid down in the preceding books may be expected to be useful. If on matters so much the most important with which human intellect can occupy itself a more general agreement is ever to exist among thinkers, if what has been pronounced, the proper study of mankind, is not destined to remain the only subject which philosophy cannot succeed in rescuing from empiricism, the same process through which the laws of many simpler phenomena have by general acknowledgment been placed beyond dispute must be consciously and deliberately applied to those more difficult inquiries. If there are some subjects on which the results obtained have finally received the unanimous assent of all who have attained to the proof, and others on which mankind have not yet been equally successful, on which the most sagacious minds have occupied themselves from the earliest date, and have never succeeded in establishing any considerable body of truths so as to be beyond denial or doubt. It is by generalizing the methods successfully followed in the former inquiries and adapting them to the latter that we may hope to remove this blot on the face of science. The remaining chapters are an endeavour to facilitate this most desirable object. Part 2. In attempting this, I am not unmindful how little can be done toward it in a mere treatise on logic, or how vague and unsatisfactory all precepts of method must necessarily appear when not practically exemplified in the establishment of a body of doctrine. Doubtless, the most effectual mode of showing how the sciences of ethics and politics may be constructed would be to construct them, a task which it need scarcely be said, I am not about to undertake. But even if there were no other examples, the memorable one of Bacon would be sufficient to demonstrate that it is sometimes both possible and useful to point out the way, though without being oneself prepared to adventure far into it. And if more were to be attempted, this at least is not a proper place for the attempt. In substance, whatever can be done in a work like this for the logic of the moral sciences has been or ought to have been accomplished in the 5 preceding books, to which the present can be only a kind of supplement or appendix, since the methods of investigation applicable to moral and social science must have been already described, if I have succeeded in enumerating and characterizing those of science in general. It remains, however, to examine which of those methods are more especially suited to the various branches of moral inquiry, under what peculiar facilities or difficulties they are there employed, how far the unsatisfactory state of those inquiries is owing to a wrong choice of methods, how far to want of skill in the application of right ones, and what degree of ultimate success may be attained or hoped for by a better choice or more careful employment of logical processes appropriate to the case. In other words, whether moral sciences exist or can exist, to what degree of perfection they are susceptible of being carried, and by what selection or adaptation of the methods brought to view in the previous part of this work that degree of perfection is attainable. At the threshold of this inquiry we are met by an objection, which, if not removed, would be fatal to the attempt to treat human conduct as a subject of science. Are the actions of human beings, like all other natural events, subject to invariable laws? Does that constancy of causation which is the foundation of every scientific theory of successive phenomena really obtain among them? This is often denied, and for the sake of systematic completeness, if not from any very urgent practical necessity, the question should receive a deliberate answer in this place. We shall devote to the subject a chapter apart. End of section 82. A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 2, of Liberty and Necessity. Part 1. The question whether the law of causality applies in the same strict sense to human actions as to other phenomena is the celebrated controversy concerning the freedom of the will, which, from at least as far back as the time of Pelagius, has divided both the philosophical and the religious world. The affirmative opinion is commonly called the doctrine of necessity, as asserting human volitions and actions to be necessary and inevitable. The negative maintains that the will is not determined, like other phenomena, by antecedents, but determines itself, that our volitions are not, properly speaking, the effects of causes, or at least have no causes which they uniformly and implicitly obey. I have already made it sufficiently apparent that the former of these opinions is that which I consider the true one, but the misleading terms in which it is often expressed, and the indistinct manner in which it is usually apprehended, have both obstructed its reception and perverted its influence when received. The metaphysical theory of free will, as held by philosophers, for the practical feeling of it, common in a greater or less degree to all mankind, is in no way inconsistent with the contrary theory, was invented because the supposed alternative of admitting human actions to be necessary was deemed inconsistent with everyone's instinctive consciousness, as well as humiliating to the pride and even degrading to the moral nature of man. Nor do I deny that the doctrine, as sometimes held, is open to these imputations, for the misapprehension in which I shall be able to show that they originate, unfortunately, is not confined to the opponents of the doctrine, but is participated in by many, perhaps we might say by most, of its supporters. Part 2. Correctly conceived, the doctrine called philosophical necessity is simply this, that, given the motives which are present to an individual's mind, and given likewise the character and disposition of the individual, the manner in which he will act might be unerringly inferred. That if we knew the person thoroughly, and knew all the inducements which are acting upon him, we could foretell his conduct with as much certainty as we can predict any physical event. This proposition I take to be a mere interpretation of universal experience, a statement in words of what everyone is internally convinced of. No one who believed that he knew thoroughly the circumstances of any case, and the characters of the different persons concerned, would hesitate to foretell how all of them would act. Whatever degree of doubt he may in fact feel, arises from the uncertainty whether he really knows the circumstances or the character of some one or other of the persons with the degree of accuracy required, but by no means from thinking that if he did know these things, there could be any uncertainty what the conduct would be. Nor does this full assurance conflict in the smallest degree with what is called our feeling of freedom. We do not feel ourselves the less free because those to whom we are intimately known are well assured how we shall will to act in a particular case. We often, on the contrary, regard the doubt what our conduct will be as a mark of ignorance of our character, and sometimes even resent it as an imputation. The religious metaphysicians who have asserted the freedom of the will have always maintained it to be consistent with divine foreknowledge of our actions, and if with divine, then with any other foreknowledge. We may be free, and yet another may have reason to be perfectly certain what use we shall make of our freedom. It is not, therefore, the doctrine that our volitions and actions are invariable consequence of our antecedent states of mind that is either contradicted by our consciousness or felt to be degrading. But the doctrine of causation, when considered as obtaining between our volitions and their antecedents, is almost universally conceived as involving more than this. Many do not believe, and very few practically feel, that there is nothing in causation but invariable, certain, and unconditional sequence. There are few to whom mere constancy of succession appears a sufficiently stringent bond of union for so peculiar a relation as that of cause and effect. Even if the reason repudiates, the imagination retains the feeling of some more intimate connection, of some peculiar tie, or mysterious constraint exercised by the antecedent over the consequent. Now this it is which, considered as applying to the human will, conflicts with our consciousness and revolts our feelings. We are certain that, in the case of our volitions, there is not this mysterious constraint. We know that we are not compelled, as by a magical spell, to obey any particular motive. We feel that if we wished to prove that we have the power of resisting the motive, we could do so, that wish being, it need scarcely be observed, a new antecedent. And it would be humiliating to our pride and, what is of more importance, paralyzing to our desire of excellence if we thought otherwise. But neither is any such mysterious compulsion now supposed by the best philosophical authorities to be exercised by any other cause over its effect. Those who think that causes draw their effects after them by a mystical tie are right in believing that the relation between volitions and their antecedents is of another nature. But they should go farther and admit that this is also true of all other effects and their antecedents. If such a tie is considered to be involved in the word necessity, the doctrine is not true of human actions, but neither is it then true of inanimate objects. It would be more correct to say that matter is not bound by necessity, than that mind is so. That the free will metaphysicians, being mostly of the school which rejects Hume's and Brown's analysis of cause and effect, should miss their way for want of the light which that analysis affords, cannot surprise us. The wonder is that the necessitarians, who usually admit that philosophical theory should in practice equally lose sight of it. The very same misconception of the doctrine called philosophical necessity, which prevents the opposite party from recognizing its truth, I believe to exist more or less obscurely in the minds of most necessitarians, however they may in words disavow it. I am much mistaken if they habitually feel that the necessity which they recognize in action is but uniformity of order and capability of being predicted. They have a feeling as if there were at bottom a stronger tie between the volitions and their causes, as if, when they asserted that the will is governed by the balance of motives, they meant something more cogent than if they had only said that whoever knew the motives and our habitual susceptibilities to them could predict how we should will to act. They commit, in opposition to their own scientific system, the very same mistake which their adversaries commit in obedience to theirs, and in consequence do really, in some instances, suffer those depressing consequences which their opponents erroneously impute to the doctrine itself. Part 3. I am inclined to think that this error is almost wholly an effect of the associations with a word, and that it would be prevented by forbearing to employ, for the expression of the simple fact of causation, so extremely inappropriate a term as necessity. That word, in its other acceptations, involves much more than mere uniformity of sequence. It implies irresistibleness. Applied to the will, it only means that the given cause will be followed by the effect, subject to all possibilities of counteraction by other causes. But in common use it stands for the operation of those causes exclusively, which are supposed too powerful to be counteracted at all. When we say that all human actions take place of necessity, we only mean that they will certainly happen if nothing prevents. When we say that dying of want, to those who cannot get food, is a necessity, we mean that it will certainly happen whatever may be done to prevent it. The application of the same term to the agencies on which human actions depend, as it is used to express those agencies of nature which are really uncontrollable, cannot fail, when habitual, to create a feeling of uncontrollableness in the former also. This, however, is a mere illusion. There are physical sequences which we call necessary, as death for want of food or air. There are others which, though as much cases of causation as the former, are not said to be necessary, as death from poison, which an antidote or the use of the stomach pump will sometimes avert. It is apt to be forgotten by people's feelings, even if remembered by their understandings, that human actions are in this last predicament. They are never, except in some cases of mania, ruled by any one motive with such absolute sway that there is no room for the influence of any other. The causes, therefore, on which action depends are never uncontrollable, and any given effect is only necessary provided that the causes tending to produce it are not controlled. That whatever happens could not have happened otherwise, unless something had taken place which was capable of preventing it, no one surely needs hesitate to admit. But to call this by the name necessity is to use the term in a sense so different from its primitive and familiar meaning from that which it bears in the common occasions of life, as to amount almost to a play on words. The associations derived from the ordinary sense of the term will adhere to it in spite of all we can do, and though the doctrine of necessity, as stated by most who hold it, is very remote from fatalism, it is probable that most necessitarians are fatalists, more or less, in their feelings. A fatalist believes, or half believes, for nobody is a consistent fatalist, not only that whatever is about to happen will be the infallible result of the causes which produce it, which is the true necessitarian doctrine, but moreover that there is no use struggling against it, that it will happen, however we may strive to prevent it. Now, a necessitarian, believing that our actions follow from our characters, and that our characters follow from our organization, our education, and our circumstances, is apt to be, with more or less of consciousness on his part, a fatalist as to his own actions, and to believe that his nature is such, or that his education and circumstances have so moulded his character, that nothing can now prevent him from feeling and acting in a particular way, or at least that no effort of his own can hinder it. In the words of the sect which in our own day has most perseveringly inculcated and most perversely misunderstood this great doctrine, his character is formed for him and not by him. Therefore, his wishing that it had been formed differently is of no use. He has no power to alter it. But this is a grand error. He has, to a certain extent, a power to alter his character. Its being in the ultimate resort formed for him is not inconsistent with its being, in part, formed by him as one of the intermediate agents. His character is formed by his circumstances, including among these his particular organization, but his own desire to mold it in a particular way is one of those circumstances, and by no means one of the least influential. We cannot, indeed, directly will to be different from what we are, but neither did those who are supposed to have formed our characters directly will that we should be what we are. Their will had no direct power except over their own actions. They made us what they did make us, by willing, not the end, but the requisite means. And we, when our habits are not too inveterate, by similarly willing the requisite means, make ourselves different. If they could place us under the influence of certain circumstances, we, in like manner, can place ourselves under the influence of other circumstances. We are exactly as capable of making our own character, if we will, as others are of making it for us. Yes, answers the Owenite, but these words, if we will, surrender the whole point, since the will to alter our own character is given us, not by any efforts of ours, but by circumstances which we cannot help. It comes to us either from external causes or not at all. Most true. If the Owenite stops here, he is in a position from which nothing can expel him. Our character is formed by us as well as for us, but the wish which induces us to attempt to form it is formed for us. And how? Not, in general, by our organization, nor wholly by our education, but by our experience. Experience of the painful consequences of the character we previously had, or by some strong feeling of admiration or aspiration accidentally aroused. But to think that we have no power of altering our character, and to think that we shall not use our power unless we desire to use it, are very different things, and have a very different effect on the mind. A person who does not wish to alter his character cannot be the person who is supposed to feel discouraged or paralyzed by thinking himself unable to do it. The depressing effect of the fatalist doctrine can only be felt where there is a wish to do what that doctrine represents as impossible. It is of no consequence what we think forms our character when we have no desire of our own about forming it. But it is of great consequence that we should not be prevented from forming such a desire by thinking the attainment impracticable, and that if we have the desire, we should know that the work is not so irrevocably done as to be incapable of being altered. And indeed, if we examine closely, we shall find that this feeling of our being able to modify our own character if we wish is itself the feeling of moral freedom which we are conscious of. A person feels morally free who feels that his habits or his temptations are not his masters, but he theirs, who, even in yielding to them, knows that he could resist, that were he desirous of altogether throwing them off, there would not be required for that purpose a stronger desire than he knows himself to be capable of feeling. It is, of course, necessary to render our consciousness of freedom complete, that we should have succeeded in making our character all we have hitherto attempted to make it. For if we have wished and not attained, we have, to that extent, not power over our own character. We are not free. Or at least we must feel that our wish, if not strong enough to alter our character, is strong enough to conquer our character when the two are brought into conflict in any particular case of conduct. And hence it is said with truth that none but a person of confirmed virtue is completely free. The application of so improper a term as necessity to the doctrine of cause and effect in the matter of human character seems to me one of the most signal instances in philosophy of the abuse of terms, and its practical consequences one of the most striking examples of the power of language over our associations. The subject will never be generally understood until that objectionable term is dropped. The free will doctrine, by keeping in view precisely that portion of the truth which the word necessity puts out of sight, namely, the power of the mind to cooperate in the formation of its own character, has given to its adherents a practical feeling much nearer to the truth than has generally, I believe, existed in the minds of necessitarians. The latter may have had a stronger sense of the importance of what human beings can do to shape the character of one another, but the free will doctrine has, I believe, fostered in its supporters a much stronger spirit of self-culture. Part 4. There is still one fact which requires to be noticed, in addition to the existence of a power of self-formation, before the doctrine of the causation of human actions can be freed from the confusion and misapprehensions which surround it in many minds. When the will is said to be determined by motives, a motive does not mean always, or solely, the anticipation of a pleasure or of a pain. I shall not here inquire whether it be true that, in the commencement, all our voluntary actions are mere means consciously employed to obtain some pleasure or avoid some pain. It is at least certain that we gradually, through the influence of association, come to desire the means without thinking of the end. The action itself becomes an object of desire, and is performed without reference to any motive beyond itself. Thus far, it may still be objected that the action having through association become pleasurable, we are, as much as before, moved to act by the anticipation of a pleasure, namely, the pleasure of the action itself. But granting this, the matter does not end here. As we proceed in the formation of habits and become accustomed to will a particular act or a particular course of conduct because it is pleasurable, we at last continue to will it without any reference to its being pleasurable. Although from some change in us or in our circumstances we have ceased to find any pleasure in the action, or perhaps to anticipate any pleasure as the consequence of it, we still continue to desire the action and consequently to do it. In this manner it is that habits of hurtful excess continue to be practiced although they have ceased to be pleasurable. And in this manner also it is that the habit of willing to persevere in the course which he has chosen does not desert the moral hero, even when the reward, however real, which he doubtless receives from the consciousness of well-doing, is anything but an equivalent for the sufferings he undergoes or the wishes which he may have to renounce. A habit of willing is commonly called a purpose, and among the causes of our volitions and of the actions which flow from them must be reckoned not only likings and aversions, but also purposes. It is only when our purposes have become independent of the feelings of pain or pleasure from which they originally took their rise that we are said to have a confirmed character. Quote, "A character," says Novalis, "is a completely fashioned will." End quote. And the will once so fashioned may be steady and constant when the passive susceptibilities of pleasure and pain are greatly weakened or materially changed. With the corrections and explanations now given, the doctrine of the causation of our volitions by motives and of motives by the desirable objects offered to us, combined with our particular susceptibilities of desire, may be considered, I hope, as sufficiently established for the purposes of this treatise. Footnote. Some arguments and explanations supplementary to those in the text will be found in An Examination of Sir William Hamilton's Philosophy, Chapter 26. End footnote. End of section 83. Section 84 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 3, That There Is, or May Be, a Science of Human Nature. Part 1. It is a common notion, or at least it is implied in many common modes of speech, that the thoughts, feelings, and actions of sentient beings are not a subject of science in the same strict sense in which this is true of the objects of outward nature. This notion seems to involve some confusion of ideas which it is necessary to begin by clearing up. Any facts are fitted, in themselves, to be a subject of science which follows one another according to constant laws, although those laws may not have been discovered nor even be discoverable by our existing resources. Take, for instance, the most familiar class of meteorological phenomena, those of rain and sunshine. Scientific inquiry has not yet succeeded in ascertaining the order of antecedence and consequence among these phenomena, so as to be able, at least in our regions of the earth, to predict them with certainty, or even with any high degree of probability. Yet no one doubts that the phenomena depend on laws, and that these must be derivative laws resulting from known ultimate laws, those of heat, electricity, vaporization, and elastic fluids. Nor can it be doubted that if we were acquainted with all the antecedent circumstances, we could, even from those more general laws, predict, saving difficulties of calculation, the state of the weather at any future time. Meteorology, therefore, not only has in itself every natural requisite for being, but actually is a science. Though, from the difficulty observing the facts on which the phenomena depend, a difficulty inherent in the peculiar nature of those phenomena, the science is extremely imperfect, and were it perfect, might probably be of little avail in practice, since the data requisite for applying its principles to particular instances would rarely be procurable. A case may be conceived of an intermediate character between the perfection of science and this its extreme imperfection. It may happen that the greater causes, those on which the principal part of the phenomena depends, are within the reach of observation and measurement, so that if no other causes intervened, a complete explanation could be given not only of the phenomena in general, but of all the variations and modifications which it admits of. But inasmuch as other, perhaps many other causes, separately insignificant in their effects, cooperate or conflict in many or in all cases with those greater causes, the effect, accordingly, presents more or less of aberration from what would be produced by the greater causes alone. Now, if these minor causes are not so constantly accessible, or not accessible at all, to accurate observation, the principal mass of the effect may still, as before, be accounted for and even predicted. But there will be variations and modifications which we shall not be competent to explain thoroughly, and our predictions will not be fulfilled accurately, but only approximately. It is thus, for example, with the theory of the tides. No one doubts that tidology, as Dr. Whewell proposes to call it, is really a science. As much of the phenomena as depends on the attraction of the sun and moon is completely understood, and may, in any, even unknown part of the earth's surface, be foretold with certainty, and the far greater part of the phenomena depends on those causes. But circumstances of a local or casual nature, such as the configuration of the bottom of the ocean, the degree of confinement from shores, the direction of the wind, and so on, influence, in many or in all places, the height and time of the tide, and a portion of these circumstances being either not accurately knowable, not precisely measurable, or not capable of being certainly foreseen, the tide in known places commonly varies from the calculated result of general principles by some difference that we cannot explain, and in unknown ones may vary from it by a difference that we are not able to foresee or conjecture. Nevertheless, not only is it certain that these variations depend on causes, and follow their causes by laws of unerring uniformity, not only, therefore, is tidology a science like meteorology, but it is, what hitherto at least meteorology is not, a science largely available in practice. General laws may be laid down respecting the tides, predictions may be founded on those laws, and the results will, in the main, though often not with complete accuracy, correspond to the predictions. And this is what is or ought to be meant by those who speak of sciences which are not exact sciences. Astronomy was once a science without being an exact science. It could not become exact until not only the general course of the planetary motions, but the perturbations also were accounted for and referred to their causes. It has become an exact science because its phenomena have been brought under laws comprehending the whole of the causes by which the phenomena are influenced, whether in a great or only in a trifling degree, whether in all or only in some cases, and assigning to each of those causes the share of effect which really belongs to it. But in the theory of the tides, the only laws as yet accurately ascertained are those of the causes which affect the phenomenon in all cases, and in a considerable degree, while others which affect it in some cases only, or, if in all, only in a slight degree, have not been sufficiently ascertained and studied to enable us to lay down their laws, still less to deduce the completed law of the phenomenon, by compounding the effects of the greater with those of the minor causes. Tidology, therefore, is not yet an exact science, not from any inherent incapacity of being so, but from the difficulty of ascertaining with complete precision the real derivative uniformities. By combining, however, the exact laws of the greater causes, and of such of the minor ones as are sufficiently known, with such empirical laws or such approximate generalizations respecting the miscellaneous variations as can be obtained by specific observation, we can lay down general propositions which will be true in the main, and on which, with allowance for the degree of their probable inaccuracy, we may safely ground our expectations and our conduct. Part 2. The science of human nature is of this description. It falls far short of the standard of exactness now realized in astronomy, but there is no reason that it should not be as much a science as tidology is, or as astronomy was when its calculations had only mastered the main phenomena, but not the perturbations. The phenomena with which this science is conversant being the thoughts, feelings, and actions of human beings, it would have attained the ideal perfection of a science if it enabled us to foretell how an individual would think, feel, or act throughout life with the same certainty with which astronomy enables us to predict the places and the occultations of the heavenly bodies. It need scarcely be stated that nothing approaching to this can be done. The actions of individuals could not be predicted with scientific accuracy were it only because we cannot foresee the whole of the circumstances in which those individuals will be placed. But further, even in any given combination of present circumstances, no assertion, which is both precise and universally true, can be made respecting the manner in which human beings will think, feel, or act. This is not, however, because every person's modes of thinking, feeling, and acting do not depend on causes. Nor can we doubt that if, in the case of any individual, our data could be complete, we even now know enough of the ultimate laws by which mental phenomena are determined to enable us in many cases to predict with tolerable certainty what, in the greater number of supposable combinations of circumstances, his conduct or sentiments would be. But the impressions and actions of human beings are not solely the result of their present circumstances, but the joint result of those circumstances and of the characters of the individuals. And the agencies which determine human character are so numerous and diversified, nothing which has happened to the person throughout life being without its portion of influence, that in the aggregate they are never in any two cases exactly similar. Hence, even if our science of human nature were theoretically perfect, that is, if we could calculate any character as we can calculate the orbit of any planet from given data, still, as the data are never all given, nor ever precisely alike in different cases, we could neither make positive predictions nor lay down universal propositions. Inasmuch, however, as many of those effects which it is of most importance to render amenable to human foresight and control are determined, like the tides, in an incomparably greater degree by general causes than by all partial causes taken together, depending in the main on those circumstances and qualities which are common to all mankind, or at least to large bodies of them, and only in a small degree on the idiosyncrasies of organization or the peculiar history of individuals, it is evidently possible with regard to all such effects to make predictions which will almost always be verified, and general propositions which are almost always true. And whenever it is sufficient to know how the great majority of the human race, or of some nation or class of persons, will think, feel, and act, these propositions are equivalent to universal ones. For the purposes of political and social science this is sufficient. As we formerly remarked, an approximate generalization is, in social inquiries, for most practical purposes equivalent to an exact one. that which is only probable when asserted of individual human beings indiscriminately selected, being certain when affirmed of the character and collective conduct of masses. It is no disparagement, therefore, to the science of human nature that those of its general propositions which descend sufficiently into detail to serve as a foundation for predicting phenomena in the concrete are, for the most part, only approximately true. But in order to give a genuinely scientific character to the study, it is indispensable that these approximate generalizations, which in themselves would amount only to the lowest kind of empirical laws, should be connected deductively with the laws of nature from which they result, should be resolved into the properties of the causes on which the phenomena depend. In other words, the science of human nature may be said to exist in proportion as the approximate truths which compose a practical knowledge of mankind can be exhibited as corollaries from the universal laws of human nature on which they rest, whereby the proper limits of those approximate truths would be shown, and we should be enabled to deduce others for any new state of circumstances in anticipation of specific experience. The proposition now stated is the text on which the two succeeding chapters will furnish the comment. End of section 84. Section 85 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 4 of the Laws of Mind. Part 1. What the mind is, as well as what matter is, or any other question respecting things in themselves, as distinguished from their sensible manifestations, it would be foreign to the purpose of this treatise to consider. Here, as throughout our inquiry, we shall keep clear of all speculations respecting the mind's own nature, and shall understand by the laws of mind those of mental phenomena, of the various feelings or states of consciousness of sentient beings. These, according to the classification we have uniformly followed, consist of thoughts, emotions, volitions, and sensations, the last being as truly states of mind as the three former. It is usual, indeed, to speak of sensations as states of body, not of mind. But this is the common confusion of giving one and the same name to a phenomenon and to the approximate cause or conditions of the phenomenon. The immediate antecedent of a sensation is a state of body, but the sensation itself is a state of mind. If the word mind means anything, it means that which feels. Whatever opinion we hold respecting the fundamental identity or diversity of matter and mind, in any case the distinction between mental and physical facts, between the internal and the external world, will always remain as a matter of classification. And in that classification, sensations, like all other feelings, must be ranked as mental phenomena. The mechanism of their production, both in the body itself and in what is called outward nature, is all that can with any propriety be classed as physical. The phenomena of mind, then, are the various feelings of our nature, both those improperly called physical and those peculiarly designated as mental. And by the laws of mind, I mean the laws according to which those feelings generate one another. Part 2. All states of mind are immediately caused either by other states of mind or by states of body. When a state of mind is produced by a state of mind, I call the law concerned in the case a law of mind. When a state of mind is produced directly by a state of body, the law is a law of body, and belongs to physical science. With regard to those states of mind which are called sensations, all are agreed that these have for their immediate antecedents states of body. Every sensation has for its proximate cause some affection of the portion of our frame called the nervous system. Whether this affection originates in the action of some external object or in some pathological condition of the nervous organization itself. The laws of this portion of our nature, the varieties of our sensations, and the physical conditions on which they proximately depend manifestly belong to the province of physiology. Whether the remainder of our mental states are similarly dependent on physical conditions is one of the vexatiae questiones in the science of human nature. It is still disputed whether our thoughts, emotions, and volitions are generated through the intervention of material mechanism, whether we have organs of thought and of emotion in the same sense in which we have organs of sensation. Many eminent physiologists hold the affirmative. These contend that a thought, for example, is as much the result of nervous agency as a sensation, that some particular state of our nervous system, in particular of that central portion of it called the brain, invariably precedes and is presupposed by every state of our consciousness. According to this theory, one state of mind is never really produced by another. All are produced by states of body. When one thought seems to call up another by association, it is not really a thought which recalls a thought. The association did not exist between the two thoughts, but between the two states of the brain or nerves which preceded the thoughts. One of those states recalls the other, each being attended in its passage by the particular state of consciousness which is consequent on it. On this theory, the uniformities of succession among states of mind would be mere derivative uniformities, resulting from the laws of succession of the bodily states which cause them. There would be no original mental laws, no laws of mind in the sense in which I use the term at all, and mental science would be a mere branch, though the highest and most recondite branch, of the science of physiology. Monsieur Comte, accordingly, claims the scientific cognizance of moral and intellectual phenomena exclusively for physiologists, and not only denies to psychology or mental philosophy properly so called the character of a science, but places it in the chimerical nature of its objects and pretensions almost on a par with astrology. But, after all has been said which can be said, it remains incontestable that there exist uniformities of succession among states of mind, and that these can be ascertained by observation and experiment. Further, that every mental state has a nervous state for its immediate antecedent and proximate cause, though extremely probable, cannot hitherto be said to be proved in the conclusive manner in which this can be proved of sensations. And even were it certain, yet everyone must admit that we are wholly ignorant of the characteristics of these nervous states. We know not, and at present have no means of knowing, in what respect one of them differs from another, and our only mode of studying their successions or coexistences must be by observing the successions and coexistences of the mental states, of which they are supposed to be the generation or causes. The successions, therefore, which obtain among mental phenomena do not admit of being deduced from the physiological laws of our nervous organization, and all real knowledge of them must continue, for a long time at least, if not always, to be sought in the direct study, by observation and experiment, of the mental successions themselves. Since, therefore, the order of our mental phenomena must be studied in those phenomena, and not inferred from the laws of any phenomena more general, there is a distinct and separate science of mind. The relations, indeed, of that science to the science of physiology must never be overlooked or undervalued. it must by no means be forgotten that the laws of mind may be derivative laws resulting from laws of animal life, and that their truth, therefore, may ultimately depend on physical conditions. And the influence of physiological states or physiological changes in altering or counteracting the mental successions is one of the most important departments of psychological study. But, on the other hand, to reject the resource of psychological analysis and construct the theory of the mind solely on such data as physiology at present affords seems to me as great an error in principle and an even more serious one in practice. Imperfect as is the science of mind, I do not scruple to affirm that it is in a considerably more advanced state than the portion of physiology which corresponds to it, and to discard the former for the latter appears to me an infringement of the true canons of inductive philosophy, which must produce, and which does produce, erroneous conclusions in some very important departments of the science of human nature. Part 3. The subject, then, of psychology is the uniformities of succession, the laws, whether ultimate or derivative, according to which one mental state succeeds another, is caused by, or at least is caused to follow, another. Of these laws some are general, others more special. The following are examples of the most general laws. First, whenever any state of consciousness has once been excited in us, no matter by what cause, an inferior degree of the same state of consciousness, a state of consciousness resembling the former but inferior in intensity, is capable of being reproduced in us, without the presence of any such cause as excited it at first. Thus, if we have once seen or touched an object, we can afterward think of the object though it be absent from our sight or from our touch. If we have been joyful or grieved at some event, we can think of or remember our past joy or grief, though no new event of a happy or painful nature has taken place. When a poet has put together a mental picture of an imaginary object, a castle of indolence, a Una, or a Hamlet, he can afterward think of the ideal object he has created without any fresh act of intellectual combination. This law is expressed by saying, in the language of Hume, that every mental impression has its idea. Secondly, these ideas, or secondary mental states, are excited by our impressions or by other ideas, according to certain laws which are called laws of association. Of these laws the first is that similar ideas tend to excite one another. The second is that when two impressions have been frequently experienced, or even thought of, either simultaneously or in immediate succession, then whenever one of these impressions or the idea of it recurs, it tends to excite the idea of the other. The third law is that greater intensity in either or both of the impressions is equivalent in rendering them excitable by one another to a greater frequency of conjunction. These are the laws of ideas, on which I shall not enlarge in this place, but refer the reader to works for professedly psychological, in particular to Mr. James Mill's Analysis of the Phenomena of the Human Mind, where the principal laws of associations, along with many of their applications, are copiously exemplified, and with a masterly hand. Footnote. When this chapter was written, Professor Bain had not yet published even the first part, The Senses and the Intellect, of his profound treatise on the mind. In this the laws of association have been more comprehensively stated and more largely exemplified than by any previous writer, and the work, having been completed by the publication of The Emotions and the Will, may now be referred to as incomparably the most complete analytical exposition of the mental phenomena on the basis of a legitimate induction which has yet been produced. More recently still, Mr. Bain has joined with me in appending to a new edition of the Analysis notes intended to bring up the analytic science of mind to its latest improvements. Many striking applications of the laws of association to the explanation of complex mental phenomena are also to be found in Mr. Herbert Spencer's Principles of Psychology. End footnote. These simple or elementary laws of mind have been ascertained by the ordinary methods of experimental inquiry, nor could they have been ascertained in any other manner. But a certain number of elementary laws having thus been obtained, it is a fair subject of scientific inquiry how far those laws can be made to go in explaining the actual phenomena. It is obvious that complex laws of thought and feeling not only may, but must, be generated from these simple laws, and it is to be remarked that the case is not always one of composition of causes. The effect of concurring causes is not always precisely the sum of the effects of those causes when separate, nor even always an effect of the same kind with them. Reverting to the distinction which occupies so prominent a place in the theory of induction, the laws of the phenomena of mind are sometimes analogous to mechanical, but sometimes also to chemical laws. When many impressions or ideas are operating in the mind together, there sometimes takes place a process of a similar kind to chemical combination. When impressions have been so often experienced in conjunction that each of them calls up readily and instantaneously the ideas of the whole group, those ideas sometimes melt and coalesce into one another, and appear not several ideas, but one, in the same manner as, when the 7 prismatic colours are presented to the eye in rapid succession, the sensation produced is that of white. But as in this last case it is correct to say that the 7 colours when they rapidly follow one another generate white, but not that they actually are white. So it appears to me that the complex idea, formed by the blending together of several simpler ones, should, when it really appears simple, that is, when the separate elements are not consciously distinguishable in it, be said to result from, or be generated by, the simple ideas, not to consist of them. Our idea of an orange really consists of the simple idea of a certain colour, a certain form, a certain taste and smell, and so on, because we can, by interrogating our consciousness, perceive all these elements in the idea. But we cannot perceive in so apparently simple a feeling as our perception of the shape of an object by the eye all that multitude of ideas derived from other senses, without which it is well ascertained that no such visual perception would ever have had existence. Nor, in our idea of extension, can we discover those elementary ideas of resistance derived from our muscular frame, in which it has been conclusively shown that the idea originates. These, therefore, are cases of mental chemistry, in which it is proper to say that the simple ideas generate rather than that they compose the complex ones. With respect to all the other constituents of the mind, its beliefs, its abstruser conceptions, its sentiments, emotions, and volitions, there are some, among who are Hartley and the author of the Analysis, who think that the whole of these are generated from simple ideas of sensation by a chemistry similar to that which we have just exemplified. These philosophers have made out a great part of their case, but I am not satisfied that they have established the whole of it. They have shown that there is such a thing as mental chemistry, that the heterogeneous nature of a feeling A, considered in relation to B and C, is no conclusive argument against its being generated from B and C. Having proved this, they proceed to show that where A is found, B and C were, or may have been, present, and why, therefore, they ask, should not A have been generated from B and C? But even if this evidence were carried to the highest degree of completeness which it admits of, if it were shown, which hitherto it has not in all cases been, that certain groups of associated ideas not only might have been, but actually were, present whenever the more recondite mental feeling was experienced, this would amount only to the method of agreement, and could not prove causation until confirmed by the more conclusive evidence of the method of difference. If the question be whether belief is a mere case of close association of ideas, it would be necessary to examine experimentally if it be true that any ideas whatever, provided they are associated with the required degree of closeness, give rise to belief. If the inquiry be into the origin of moral feelings, the feeling, for example, of moral reprobation, it is necessary to compare all the varieties of actions or states of mind which are ever morally disapproved, and see whether in all these cases it can be shown, or reasonably surmised, that the action or state of mind had become connected by association in the disapproving mind with some particular class of hateful or disgusting ideas, and the method employed is, thus far, that of agreement. But this is not enough. Supposing this proved, we must try further by the method of difference whether this particular kind of hateful or disgusting ideas, when it becomes associated with an action previously indifferent, will render that action a subject of moral disapproval. If this question can be answered in the affirmative, it is shown to be a law of the human mind, that an association of that particular description is the generating cause of moral reprobation. That all of this is the case has been rendered extremely probable, but the experiments have not been tried with the degree of precision necessary for a complete and absolutely conclusive induction. Footnote. In the case of the moral sentiments, the place of direct experiment is to a considerable extent supplied by historical experience, and we are able to trace with a tolerable approach to certainty the particular associations by which those sentiments are engendered. This has been attempted, so far as respects the sentiment of justice, in a little work by the present author entitled Utilitarianism. End footnote. It is further to be remembered that even if all which this theory of mental phenomena contends for could be proved, we should not be the more enabled to resolve the laws of the more complex feelings into those of the simpler ones. The generation of one class of mental phenomena from another, whenever it can be made out, is a highly interesting fact in psychological chemistry, but no more supersedes the necessity of an experimental study of the generated phenomenon than a knowledge of the properties of oxygen and sulfur enable us to deduce those of sulfuric acid without specific observation and experiment. Whatever, therefore, may be the final issue of the attempt to account for the origin of our judgments, our desires, or our volitions, from simple mental phenomena, it is not the less imperative to ascertain the sequences of the complex phenomena themselves by special study in conformity to the canons of induction. Thus, in respect to belief, psychologists will always have to inquire what beliefs we have by direct consciousness and according to what laws one belief produces another. What are the laws in virtue of which one thing is recognized by the mind, either rightly or erroneously, as evidence of another thing? In regard to desire, they will have to examine what objects we desire naturally, and by what causes we are made to desire things originally indifferent or even disagreeable to us, and so forth. It may be remarked that the general laws of association prevail among these more intricate states of mind in the same manner as among the simpler ones. A desire, an emotion, an idea of the higher order of abstraction, even our judgments and volitions, when they have become habitual, are called up by association, according to precisely the same laws as our simple ideas. Part 4. In the course of these inquiries, it will be natural and necessary to examine how far the production of one state of mind by another is influenced by any assignable state of body. The commonest observation shows that different minds are susceptible in very different degrees to the action of the same psychological causes. The idea, for example, of a given desirable object will excite in different minds very different degrees of intensity of desire. The same subject of meditation, presented to different minds, will excite in them very unequal degrees of intellectual action. These differences of mental susceptibility in different individuals may be, first, original and ultimate facts, or, secondly, they may be consequences of the previous mental history of those individuals, or, thirdly and lastly, they may depend on varieties of physical organization. That the previous mental history of the individuals must have some share in producing or in modifying the whole of their mental character is an inevitable consequence of the laws of mind, but that differences of bodily structure also cooperate is the opinion of all physiologists, confirmed by common experience. It is to be regretted that hitherto this experience, being accepted in the gross, without due analysis, has been made the groundwork of empirical generalizations most detrimental to the progress of real knowledge. It is certain that the natural differences which really exist in the mental predispositions or susceptibilities of different persons are often not unconnected with diversities in their organic constitution. But it does not therefore follow that these organic differences must in all cases influence the mental phenomena directly and immediately. They often affect them through the medium of their psychological causes. For example, the idea of some particular pleasure may excite in different persons, even independently of habit or education, very different strengths of desire, and this may be the effect of their different degrees or kinds of nervous susceptibility. But these organic differences, we must remember, will render the pleasurable sensation itself more intense in one of these persons than in the other, so that the idea of the pleasure will also be an intense feeling, and will, by the operation of mere mental laws, excite an intenser desire, without its being necessary to suppose that the desire itself is directly influenced by the physical peculiarity. As in this, so in many cases, such differences in the kind or the intensity of the physical sensations as must necessarily result from differences of bodily organization will of themselves account for many differences not only in the degree, but even in the kind of the other mental phenomena. So true is this, that even different qualities of mind, different types of mental character, will naturally be produced by mere differences of intensity in the sensations generally, as is well pointed out in the able essay on Dr. Priestley by Mr. Martineau, mentioned in a former chapter. Quote, "The sensations which form the elements of all knowledge are received either simultaneously or successively. When several are received simultaneously, as the smell, the taste, the colour, the form, and so on of a fruit, their association together constitutes our idea of an object. When received successively, their association makes up the idea of an event. Anything, then, which favours the association of synchronous ideas will tend to produce a knowledge of objects, a perception of qualities, while anything which favours association in the successive order will tend to produce a knowledge of events, of the order of occurrences, and of the connection of cause and effect. In other words, in the one case a perceptive mind, with a discriminate feeling of the pleasurable and painful properties of things, a sense of the grand and the beautiful will be the result. In the other, a mind attentive to the movements and phenomena, a ratiocinative and philosophic intellect. Now it is an acknowledged principle that all sensations experienced during the presence of any vivid impression become strongly associated with it and with each other. And does it not follow that the synchronous feelings of a sensitive constitution, that is, the one which has vivid impressions, will be more intimately blended than in a differently formed mind? If this suggestion has any foundation in truth, it leads to an inference not unimportant, that where nature has endowed an individual with great original susceptibility, he will probably be distinguished by fondness for natural history, a relish for the beautiful and great, and moral enthusiasm. Where there is but a mediocrity of sensibility, a love of science, of abstract truth, with a deficiency of taste and of fervour, is likely to be the result. End quote. We see from this example that when the general laws of mind are more accurately known, and, above all, more skilfully applied to the detailed explanation of mental peculiarities, they will account for many more of those peculiarities than is ordinarily supposed. Unfortunately, the reaction of the last and present generation against the philosophy of the 18th century has produced a very general neglect of this great department of analytical inquiry, of which, consequently, the recent progress has been by no means proportional to its early promise. The majority of those who speculate on human nature prefer dogmatically to assume that the mental differences which they perceive or think they perceive among human beings are ultimate facts, incapable of being either explained or altered, rather than take the trouble of fitting themselves by the requisite processes of thought, for referring those mental differences to the outward causes by which they are for the most part produced, and on the removal of which they would cease to exist. The German school of metaphysical speculation, which has not yet lost its temporary predominance in European thought, has had this among many other injurious influences, and at the opposite extreme of the psychological scale, no writer, either of early or of recent date, is chargeable in a higher degree with this aberration from the true scientific spirit than M. Comte. It is certain that, in human beings at least, differences in education and in outward circumstances are capable of affording an adequate explanation of by far the greatest portion of character, and that the remainder may be in great part accounted for by physical differences in the sensations produced in different individuals by the same external or internal cause. There are, however, some mental facts which do not seem to admit of these modes of explanation. Such, to take the strongest case, are the various instincts of animals, and the portion of human nature which corresponds to those instincts. No mode has been suggested, even by way of hypothesis, in which these can receive any satisfactory or even plausible explanation from psychological causes alone. And there is great reason to think that they have as positive and even as direct and immediate a connection with physical conditions of the brain and nerves as any of our mere sensations have. A supposition which, it is perhaps not superfluous to add, in no way conflicts with the indisputable fact that these instincts may be modified to any extent, or entirely conquered, in human beings, and to no inconsiderable extent even in some of the domesticated animals, by other mental influences and by education. Whether organic causes exercise a direct influence over any other classes of mental phenomena is hitherto as far from being ascertained as is the precise nature of the organic conditions even in the case of instincts. The physiology, however, of the brain and nervous system is in a state of such rapid advance and is continually bringing forth such new and interesting results that if there be really a connection between mental peculiarities and any varieties cognizable by our senses in the structure of the cerebral and nervous apparatus, the nature of that connection is now in a fair way of being found out. The latest discoveries in cerebral physiology appear to have proved that any such connection which may exist is of a radically different character from that contended for by Gall and his followers, and that, whatever may hereafter be found to be the true theory of the subject, phrenology, at least, is untenable. End of section 85. Section 86 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 5 of Ethology, or the Science of the Formation of Character. Part 1. The laws of mind, as characterized in the preceding chapter, compose the universal or abstract portion of the philosophy of human nature, and all the truths of common experience constituting a practical knowledge of mankind must, to the extent to which they are truths, be results or consequences of these. Such familiar maxims, when collected a posteriori from observation of life, occupy among the truths of the science the place of what, in our analysis of induction, have so often been spoken of under the title of empirical laws. An empirical law, it will be remembered, is a uniformity, whether of succession or of coexistence, which holds true in all instances within our limits of observation, but is not of a nature to afford any assurance that it would hold beyond those limits, either because the consequent is not really the effect of the antecedent, but forms part along with it of a chain of effects flowing from prior causes not yet ascertained, or because there is ground to believe that the sequence, though a case of causation, is resolvable into simpler sequences, and, depending therefore on a concurrence of several natural agencies, is exposed to an unknown multitude of possibilities of counteraction. In other words, an empirical law is a generalization of which, not content with finding it true, we are obliged to ask, why is it true? Knowing that its truth is not absolute, but dependent on some more general conditions, and that it can only be relied on in as far as there is ground of assurance that those conditions are realized. Now, the observations concerning human affairs collected from common experience are precisely of this nature. Even if they were universally and exactly true within the bounds of experience, which they never are, still they are not the ultimate laws of human action. They are not the principles of human nature, but results of those principles under the circumstances in which mankind have happened to be placed. When the psalmist, said in his haste that all men are liars, he enunciated what in some ages and countries is borne out by ample experience. But it is not a law of man's nature to lie, though it is one of the consequences of the laws of human nature, that lying is nearly universal when certain external circumstances exist universally, especially circumstances productive of habitual distrust and fear. When the character of the old is asserted to be cautious, and of the young impetuous, this, again, is but an empirical law. For it is not because of their youth that the young are impetuous, nor because of their age that the old are cautious. It is chiefly, if not wholly, because the old, during their many years of life, have generally had much experience of its various evils, and having suffered or seen others suffer much from incautious exposure to them, have acquired associations favourable to circumspection, while the young, as well from the absence of similar experience as from the greater strength of the inclinations which urge them to enterprise, engage themselves in it more readily. Here, then, is the explanation of the empirical law, Here are the conditions which ultimately determine whether the law holds good or not. If an old man has not been oftener than most young men in contact with danger and difficulty, he will be equally incautious. If a youth has not stronger inclinations than an old man, he will probably be as little enterprising. The empirical law derives whatever truth it has from the causal laws of which it is a consequence. If we know those laws, we know what are the limits to the derivative law, while if we have not yet accounted for the empirical law, if it rests only on observation, there is no safety in applying it far beyond the limits of time, place, and circumstance in which the observations were made. The really scientific truths, then, are not these empirical laws, but the causal laws which explain them. The empirical laws of those phenomena which depend on known causes, and of which a general theory can therefore be constructed, have, whatever may be their value in practice, no other function in science than that of verifying the conclusions of theory. Still more must this be the case when most of the empirical laws amount, even within the limits of observation, only to approximate generalizations. Part 2. This, however, is not so much as is sometimes supposed a peculiarity of the sciences called moral. It is only in the simplest branches of science that empirical laws are ever exactly true, and not always in those. Astronomy, for example, is the simplest of all the sciences which explain, in the concrete, the actual course of natural events. The causes or forces on which astronomical phenomena depend are fewer in number than those which determine any other of the great phenomena of nature. Accordingly, as each effect results from the conflict of but few causes, a great degree of regularity and uniformity might be expected to exist among the effects, and such is really the case. They have a fixed order, and return in cycles. But propositions which should express with absolute correctness all the successive positions of a planet until the cycle is completed would be of almost unmanageable complexity, and could be obtained from theory alone. The generalizations which can be collected on the subject from direct observation, even such as Kepler's law, are mere approximations. The planets, owing to their perturbations by one another, do not move in exact ellipses. Thus, even in astronomy, perfect exactness in the mere empirical laws is not to be looked for, much less then in more complex subjects of inquiry. The same example shows how little can be inferred against the universality or even the simplicity of the ultimate laws from the impossibility of establishing any but approximate empirical laws of the effects. The laws of causation, according to which a class of phenomena are produced, may be very few and simple, and yet the effects themselves may be so various and complicated that it shall be impossible to trace any regularity whatever completely through them. For the phenomena in question may be of an eminently modifiable character, insomuch that innumerable circumstances are capable of influencing the effect, although they may all do it according to a very small number of laws. Suppose that all which passes in the mind of man is determined by a few simple laws. Still, if those laws be such that there is not one of the facts surrounding a human being, or of the events which happen to him, that does not influence in some mode or degree his subsequent mental history, and if the circumstances of different human beings are extremely different, it will be no wonder if very few propositions can be made respecting the details of their conduct or feelings which will be true of all mankind. Now, without deciding whether the ultimate laws of our mental nature are few or many, it is at least certain that they are of the above description. It is certain that our mental states and our mental capacities and susceptibilities are modified either for a time or permanently by everything which happens to us in life. Considering, therefore, how much these modifying causes differ in the case of any two individuals, it would be unreasonable to expect that the empirical laws of the human mind, the generalizations which can be made respecting the feelings or actions of mankind without reference to the causes that determine them, should be anything but approximate generalizations. They are the common wisdom of common life, and as such are invaluable, especially as they are mostly to be applied to cases not very dissimilar to those from which they were collected. But when maxims of this sort collected from Englishmen come to be applied to Frenchmen, or when those collected from the present day are applied to past or future generations, they are apt to be very much at fault. Unless we have resolved the empirical law into the laws of the causes on which it depends, and ascertained that those causes extend to the case which we have in view, there can be no reliance placed in our inferences. For every individual is surrounded by circumstances different from those of every other individual. Every nation or generation of mankind from every other nation or generation. And none of these differences are without their influence in forming a different type of character. There is, indeed, also a certain general resemblance, but peculiarities of circumstances are continually constituting exceptions even to the propositions which are true in the great majority of cases. Although, however, there is scarcely any mode of feeling or conduct which is, in the absolute sense, common to all mankind, and though the generalizations which assert that any given variety of conduct or feeling will be found universally, however nearly they may approximate to truth within given limits of observation, will be considered as scientific propositions by no one who is at all familiar with scientific investigation. Yet all modes of feeling and conduct met with among mankind have causes which produce them, and in the propositions which assign those causes will be found the explanation of the empirical laws and the limiting principle of our reliance on them. Human beings do not all feel and act alike in the same circumstances, but it is possible to determine what makes one person in a given position feel or act in one way, another in another. How any given mode of feeling and conduct, compatible with the general laws, physical and mental, of human nature, has been or may be formed. In other words, mankind have not one universal character, but there exist universal laws of the formation of character. And since it is by these laws, combined with the facts of each particular case, that the whole of the phenomena of human action and feeling are produced, it is on these that every rational attempt to construct the science of human nature in the concrete and for practical purposes must proceed. Part 3. The laws, then, of the formation of character being the principal object of scientific inquiry into human nature, it remains to determine the method of investigation best fitted for ascertaining them. And the logical principles according to which this question is to be decided must be those which preside over every other attempt to investigate the laws of very complex phenomena. For it is evident that both the character of any human being and the aggregate of the circumstances by which that character has been formed are facts of a high order of complexity. Now, to such cases we have seen that the deductive method, setting out from general laws and verifying their consequences by specific experience, is alone applicable. The grounds of this great logical doctrine have formerly been stated, and its truth will derive additional support from a brief examination of the specialities of the present case. There are only two modes in which laws of nature can be ascertained, deductively and experimentally, including, under the denomination of experimental inquiry, observation as well as artificial experiment. Are the laws of the formation of character susceptible of a satisfactory investigation by the method of experimentation? Evidently not, because even if we suppose unlimited power of varying the experiment, which is abstractedly possible, though no one but an Oriental despot has that power, or, if he had, would probably be disposed to exercise it, a still more essential condition is wanting: the power of performing any of the experiments with scientific accuracy. The instances requisite for the prosecution of a directly experimental inquiry into the formation of character would be a number of human beings to bring up and educate from infancy to mature age. And to perform any one of these experiments with scientific propriety, it would be necessary to know and record every sensation or impression received by the young pupil from a period long before it could speak, including its own notions respecting the sources of all those sensations and impressions. It is not only impossible to do this completely, but even to do so much of it as should constitute a tolerable approximation. One apparently trivial circumstance which eluded our vigilance might let in a train of impressions and associations sufficient to vitiate the experiment as an authentic exhibition of the effects flowing from given causes. No one who has sufficiently reflected on education is ignorant of this truth, and whoever has not will find it most instructively illustrated in the writings of Rousseau and Helvetius on that great subject. Under this impossibility of studying the laws of the formation of character by experiments purposely contrived to elucidate them, there remains the resource of simple observation. But if it be impossible to ascertain the influencing circumstances with any approach to completeness, even when we have the shaping of them ourselves, much more impossible is it when the cases are further removed from our observation and altogether out of our control. Consider the difficulty of the very first step of ascertaining what actually is the character of the individual in each particular case that we examine. There is hardly any person living concerning some essential part of whose character there are not differences of opinion even among his intimate acquaintances, and a single action or conduct continued only for a short time goes a very little way toward ascertaining it. We can only make our observations in a rough way and en masse, not attempting to ascertain completely in any given instance what character has been formed, and still less by what causes, but only observing in what state of previous circumstances it is found that certain marked mental qualities or deficiencies oftenest exist. These conclusions, besides that they are mere approximate generalizations, deserve no reliance, even as such, unless the instances are sufficiently numerous to eliminate not only chance, but every assignable circumstance in which a number of the cases examined may happen to have resembled one another. So numerous and various, too, are the circumstances which form individual character, that the consequence of any particular combination is hardly ever some definite and strongly marked character, always found where that combination exists, and not otherwise. What is obtained, even after the most extensive and accurate observation, is merely a comparative result, as, for example, that in a given number of Frenchmen taken indiscriminately, there will be found more persons of a particular mental tendency and fewer of the contrary tendency than among an equal number of Italians or English similarly taken. Or thus, of 100 Frenchmen and an equal number of Englishmen, fairly selected, and arranged according to the degree in which they possess a particular mental characteristic, each number 1, 2, 3, and so on of the one series will be found to possess more of that characteristic than the corresponding number of the other. Since, therefore, the comparison is not one of kinds, but of ratio and degrees, and since, in proportion as the differences are slight, it requires a greater number of instances to eliminate chance, it cannot often happen to anyone to know a sufficient number of cases with the accuracy requisite for making the sort of comparison last mentioned, less than which, however, would not constitute a real induction. Accordingly, there is hardly one current opinion respecting the characters of nations, classes, or descriptions of persons which is universally acknowledged as indisputable. Footnote: the most favorable cases for making such approximate generalizations are what may be termed collective instances, where we are fortunately enabled to see the whole class respecting which we are inquiring in action at once, and from the qualities displayed by the collective body are able to judge what must be the qualities of the majority of the individuals composing it. Thus, the character of a nation is shown in its acts as a nation, not so much in the acts of its government, for those are much influenced by other causes, but in the current popular maxims and other marks of the general direction of public opinion, in the character of the persons or writings that are held in permanent esteem or admiration, in laws and institutions, so far as they are the work of the nation itself, or are acknowledged and supported by it, and so forth. But even here there is a large margin of doubt and uncertainty. These things are liable to be influenced by many circumstances. They are partially determined by the distinctive qualities of that nation or body of persons, but partly also by external causes which would influence any other body of persons in the same manner. In order, therefore, to make the experiment really complete, we ought to be able to try it without variation upon other nations, to try how Englishmen would act or feel if placed in the same circumstances in which we have supposed Frenchmen to be placed, to apply, in short, the method of differences as well as that of agreement. Now, these experiments we cannot try, nor even approximate to. End footnote. And finally, if we could even obtain by way of experiment a much more satisfactory assurance of these generalizations than is really possible, they would still be only empirical laws. They would show, indeed, that there was some connection between the type of character formed and the circumstances existing in the case, but not what the precise connection was, nor to which of the peculiarities of those circumstances the effect was really owing. They could only, therefore, be received as results of causation, requiring to be resolved into the general laws of the causes, until the determination of which we could not judge within what limits the derivative laws might serve as presumptions in cases yet unknown, or even be depended on as permanent in the very cases from which they were collected. The French people had, or were supposed to have, a certain national character, but they drive out their royal family and aristocracy, alter their institutions, pass through a series of extraordinary events for the greater part of a century, and at the end of that time their character is found to have undergone important changes. A long list of mental and moral differences are observed or supposed to exist between men and women, but at some future and, it may be hoped, not distant period, equal freedom and an equally independent social position come to be possessed by both, and their differences of characters are either removed or totally altered. But if the differences which we think we observe between French and English, or between men and women, can be connected with more general laws, if they be such as might be expected to be produced by the differences of government, former customs, and physical peculiarities in the two nations, and by the diversities of education, occupations, personal independence, and social privileges, and whatever original differences there may be in bodily strength and nervous sensibility between the two sexes, then, indeed, the coincidence of the two kinds of evidence justifies us in believing that we have both reasoned rightly and observed rightly. Our observation, though not sufficient as proof, is ample as verification, and having ascertained not only the empirical laws but the causes of the peculiarities, we need be under no difficulty in judging how far they may be expected to be permanent, or by what circumstances they would be modified or destroyed. Part 4. Since then it is impossible to obtain really accurate propositions respecting the formation of character from observation and experiment alone, we are driven perforce to that which, even if it had not been the indispensable, would have been the most perfect mode of investigation, and which it is one of the principal aims of philosophy to extend, namely, that which tries its experiments not on the complex facts, but on the simple ones of which they are compounded, and after ascertaining the laws of the causes, the composition of which gives rise to the complex phenomena, then considers whether these will not explain and account for the approximate generalizations which have been framed empirically respecting the sequences of those complex phenomena. The laws of the formation of character are, in short, derivative laws resulting from the general laws of mind, and are to be obtained by deducing them from those general laws by supposing any given set of circumstances, and then considering what, according to the laws of mind, will be the influence of those circumstances on the formation of character. A science is thus formed, to which I would propose to give the name of ethology, or the science of character, from ethos, a word more nearly corresponding to the term character, as I here use it, than any other word in the same language. The name is perhaps etymologically applicable to the entire science of our mental and moral nature. But if, as is usual and convenient, we employ the name psychology for the science of the elementary laws of mind, ethology will serve for the ulterior science which determines the kind of character produced in conformity to those general laws by any set of circumstances, physical and moral. According to this definition, ethology is the science which corresponds to the art of education in the widest sense of the term, including the formation of national or collective character as well as individual. It would indeed be vain to expect, however completely the laws of the formation of character might be ascertained, that we could know so accurately the circumstances of any given case as to be able positively to predict the character that would be produced in that case. But we must remember that a degree of knowledge far short of the power of actual prediction is often of much practical value. There may be great power of influencing phenomena, with a very imperfect knowledge of the causes by which they are in any given instance determined. It is enough that we know that certain means have a tendency to produce a given effect, and that others have a tendency to frustrate it. When the circumstances of an individual or of a nation are in any considerable degree under our control, we may, by our knowledge of tendencies, be enabled to shape those circumstances in a manner much more favourable to the ends we desire than the shape which they would of themselves assume. This is the limit of our power, but within this limit the power is a most important one. The science of ethology may be called the exact science of human nature, for its truths are not, like the empirical laws which depend on them, approximate generalizations, but real laws. It is, however, as in all cases of complex phenomena, necessary to the exactness of the propositions that they should be hypothetical only and affirm tendencies, not facts. They must not assert that something will always or certainly happen, but only that such and such will be the effect of a given cause so far as it operates uncounteracted. It is a scientific proposition that bodily strength tends to make men courageous, not that it always makes them so. That an interest on one side of a question tends to bias the judgment, not that it invariably does. That experience tends to give wisdom, not that such is always its effect. These propositions, being assertive only of tendencies, are not the less universally true because the tendencies may be frustrated. Part 5. While on the one hand psychology is altogether or principally a science of observation and experiment, ethology, as I have conceived it, is, as I have already remarked, altogether deductive. The one ascertains the simple laws of mind in general. The other traces their operation in complex combinations of circumstances. Ethology stands to psychology in a relation very similar to that in which the various branches of natural philosophy stand to mechanics. The principles of ethology are properly the middle principles, the axiomata media, as Bacon would have said, of the science of mind, as distinguished on the one hand from the empirical laws resulting from simple observations, and on the other from the highest generalizations. And this seems a suitable place for a logical remark, which, though of general application, is of peculiar importance in reference to the present subject. Bacon has judiciously observed that the axiomata media of every science principally constitutes its value. The lower generalizations, until explained by and resolved into the middle principles of which they are the consequences, have only the imperfect accuracy of empirical laws, while the most general laws are too general and include too few circumstances to give sufficient indication of what happens in individual cases where the circumstances are almost always immensely numerous. In the importance, therefore, which Bacon assigns in every science to the middle principles, it is impossible not to agree with him. But I conceive him to have been radically wrong in his doctrine respecting the mode in which these axiomata media should be arrived at, though there is no one proposition laid down in his works for which he has been more extravagantly eulogized. He enunciates as a universal rule that induction should proceed from the lowest to the middle principles and from those to the highest, never reversing that order, and consequently leaving no room for the discovery of new principles by way of deduction at all. It is not to be conceived that a man of his sagacity could have fallen into this mistake if there had existed in his time among the sciences which treat of successive phenomena one single instance of a deductive science, such as mechanics, astronomy, optics, acoustics, and so on now are. In those sciences it is evident that the higher and middle principles are by no means derived from the lowest, but the reverse. In some of them the very highest generalizations were those earliest ascertained with any scientific exactness, as, for example, in mechanics, the laws of motion. Those general laws had not, indeed, at first the acknowledged universality which they acquired after having been successfully employed to explain many classes of phenomena to which they were not originally seen to be applicable, as when the laws of motion were employed in conjunction with other laws to explain deductively the celestial phenomena. Still, the fact remains that the propositions which were afterward recognized as the most general truths of the science were, of all its accurate generalizations, those earliest arrived at. Bacon's greatest merit cannot therefore consist, as we are so often told that it did, in exploding the vicious method pursued by the ancients of flying to the highest generalizations first, and deducing the middle principles from them. Since this is neither a vicious nor an exploded, but the universally accredited method of modern science, and that to which it owes its greatest triumphs. The error of ancient speculation did not consist in making the largest generalizations first, but in making them without the aid or warrant of rigorous inductive methods, and applying them deductively without the needful use of that important part of the deductive method termed verification. The order in which truths of the various degrees of generality should be ascertained cannot, I apprehend, be prescribed by any unbending rule. I know of no maxim which can be laid down on the subject, but to obtain those first in respect to which the conditions of a real induction can be first and most completely realized. Now, whenever our means of investigation can reach causes, without stopping at the empirical laws of the effects, the simplest cases, being those in which fewest causes are simultaneously concerned, will be most amenable to the inductive process, and these are the cases which elicit laws of the greatest comprehensiveness. In every science, therefore, which has reached the stage at which it becomes a science of causes, it will be usual as well as desirable first to obtain the highest generalizations, and then deduce the more special ones from them. Nor can I discover any foundation for the Baconian maxim so much extolled by subsequent writers, except this, that before we attempt to explain deductively from more general laws any new class of phenomena, it is desirable to have gone as far as is practicable in ascertaining the empirical laws of those phenomena, so as to compare the results of deduction, not with one individual instance after another, but with general propositions expressive of the points of agreement which have been found among many instances. For if Newton had been obliged to verify the theory of gravitation, not by deducing from it Kepler's laws, but by deducing all the observed planetary positions which had served Kepler to establish those laws, the Newtonian theory would probably never have emerged from the state of an hypothesis. Footnote. Quote, to which, says Dr. Whewell, we may add that it is certain from the history of the subject that in that case the hypothesis would never have been framed at all. End quote. Dr. Whewell, Philosophy of Discovery, pages 277 through 282, defends Bacon's rule against the preceding strictures, but his defense consists only in asserting and exemplifying a proposition which I had myself stated, that is, that though the largest generalizations may be the earliest made, they are not at first seen in their entire generality, but acquire it by degrees, as they are found to explain one class after another of phenomena. The laws of motion, for example, were not known to extend to the celestial regions until the motions of the celestial bodies had been deduced from them. This, however, does not in any way affect the fact that the middle principles of astronomy, the central force, for example, and the law of the inverse square, could not have been discovered if the laws of motion, which are so much more universal, had not been known first. On Bacon's system of step-by-step generalization, it would be impossible in any science to ascend higher than the empirical laws, a remark which Dr. Whewell's own inductive tables, referred to by him in support of his argument, amply bear out. End footnote. The applicability of these remarks to the special case under consideration cannot admit of question. The science of the formation of character is a science of causes. The subject is one to which those among the canons of induction by which laws of causation are ascertained can be rigorously applied. It is, therefore, both natural and advisable to ascertain the simplest, which are necessarily the most general laws of causation, first, and to deduce the middle principles from them. In other words, ethology, the deductive science, is a system of corollaries from psychology, the experimental science. Part 6. Of these, the earlier alone has been as yet really conceived or studied as a science. The other, ethology, is still to be created. But its creation has at length become practicable. The empirical laws destined to verify its deductions have been formed in abundance by every successive age of humanity, and the premises for the deductions are now sufficiently complete. Accepting the degree of uncertainty which still exists as to the extent of the natural differences of individual minds, and the physical circumstances on which these may be dependent, considerations which are of secondary importance when we are considering mankind in the average or en masse, I believe most competent judges will agree that the general laws of the different constituent elements of human nature are, even now, sufficiently understood to render it possible for a competent thinker to deduce from those laws, with a considerable approach to certainty, the particular type of character which would be formed in mankind generally by any assumed set of circumstances. A science of ethology founded on the laws of psychology is therefore possible, though little has yet been done, and that little not at all systematically, toward forming it. The progress of this important but most imperfect science will depend on a double process. First, that of deducing theoretically the ethological consequences of particular circumstances of position, and comparing them with the recognized results of common experience. And secondly, the reverse operation. Increased study of the various types of human nature that are to be found in the world, conducted by persons not only capable of analyzing and recording the circumstances in which these types severally prevail, but also sufficiently acquainted with psychological laws to be able to explain and account for the characteristics of the type by the peculiarities of the circumstances, the residuum alone, when there proves to be any, being set down to the account of congenital predispositions. For the experimental or a posteriori part of this process, the materials are continually accumulating by the observation of mankind. So far as thought is concerned, the great problem of ethology is to deduce the requisite middle principles from the general laws of psychology. The subject to be studied is the origin and sources of all those qualities in human beings which are interesting to us, either as facts to be produced, to be avoided, or merely to be understood. And the object is to determine from the general laws of mind, combined with the general position of our species in the universe, what actual or possible combinations of circumstances are capable of promoting or of preventing the production of these qualities. A science which possesses middle principles of this kind, arranged in the order, not of causes, but of the effects which it is desirable to produce or to prevent, is duly prepared to be the foundation of the corresponding art. And when ethology shall be thus prepared, practical education will be the mere transformation of those principles into a parallel system of precepts, and the adaptation of these to the sum total of the individual circumstances which exist in each particular case. It is hardly necessary again to repeat that, as in every other deductive science, verification a posteriori must proceed pari passu with deduction a priori. The inference given by theory as to the type of character which would be formed by any given circumstances must be tested by specific experience of those circumstances whenever obtainable, and the conclusions of the science as a whole must undergo a perpetual verification and correction from the general remarks afforded by common experience respecting human nature in our own age, and by history respecting times gone by. The conclusions of theory cannot be trusted unless confirmed by observation, nor those of observation unless they can be affiliated to theory, by deducing them from the laws of human nature and from a close analysis of the circumstances of the particular situation. It is the accordance of these two kinds of evidence separately taken, the consilience of a priori reasoning and a specific experience, which forms the only sufficient ground for the principles of any science so immersed in matter, dealing with such complex and concrete phenomena as ethology. End of section 86. Section 87 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 6, General Considerations on the Social Science. Part 1. Next, after the science of individual man, comes the science of man in society, of the actions of collective masses of mankind, and the various phenomena which constitute social life. If the formation of individual character is already a complex subject of study, this subject must be, in appearance at least, still more complex, because the number of concurrent causes, all exercising more or less influence on the total effect, is greater in the proportion in which a nation or the species at large exposes a larger surface to the operation of agents, psychological and physical, than any single individual. If it was necessary to prove, in opposition to an existing prejudice, that the simpler of the two is capable of being a subject of science, the prejudice is likely to be yet stronger against the possibility of giving a scientific character to the study of politics and to the phenomena of society. It is accordingly but of yesterday that the conception of a political or social science has existed anywhere but in the mind of here and there an insulated thinker, generally very ill prepared for its realization, though the subject itself has of all others engaged the most general attention, and been a theme of interested and earnest discussions almost from the beginning of recorded time. The condition, indeed, of politics as a branch of knowledge was, until very lately, and has scarcely even yet ceased to be, that which Bacon animadverted on, as the natural state of the sciences while their cultivation is abandoned to practitioners, not being carried on as a branch of speculative inquiry, but only with a view to the exigencies of daily practice and the fructifiers experimenta, therefore being aimed at, almost to the exclusion of the lucifera. Such was medical investigation, before physiology and natural history began to be cultivated as branches of general knowledge. The only questions examined were, what diet is wholesome, or what medicine will cure some given disease, without any previous systematic inquiry into the laws of nutrition and of the healthy and morbid action of the different organs, on which laws the effect of any diet or medicine must evidently depend. And in politics the questions which engaged general attention were similar. Is such an enactment or such a form of government beneficial or the reverse, either universally or to some particular community, without any previous inquiry into the general conditions by which the operation of legislative measures or the effects produced by forms of government are determined. Students in politics thus attempted to study the pathology and therapeutics of the social body before they had laid the necessary foundation in its physiology, to cure disease without understanding the laws of health. And the result was such as it must always be when persons, even of ability, attempt to deal with the complex questions of a science before its simpler and more elementary truths have been established. No wonder that, when the phenomena of society have so rarely been contemplated in the point of view characteristic of science, the philosophy of society should have made little progress, should contain few general propositions sufficiently precise and certain for common inquirers to recognize in them a scientific character. The vulgar notion, accordingly, is, that all pretension to lay down general truths on politics and society is quackery, that no universality and no certainty are attainable in such matters. What partly excuses this common notion is that it is really not without foundation in one particular sense. A large proportion of those who have laid claim to the character of philosophic politicians have attempted not to ascertain universal sequences, but to frame universal precepts. They have imagined some one form of government or system of laws to fit all cases, a pretension well meriting the ridicule with which it is treated by practitioners, and wholly unsupported by the analogy of the art to which, from the nature of its subject, that of politics must be the most nearly allied. No one now supposes it possible that one remedy can cure all diseases, or even the same disease in all constitutions and habits of body. It is not necessary even to the perfection of a science that the corresponding art should possess universal or even general rules. The phenomena of society might not only be completely dependent on known causes, but the mode of action of all those causes might be reducible to laws of considerable simplicity, and yet no two cases might admit of being treated in precisely the same manner. So great might be the variety of circumstances on which the results in different cases depend, that the art might not have a single general precept to give, except that of watching the circumstances of the particular case, and adapting our measures to the effects which, according to the principles of the science, result from those circumstances. But although in so complicated a class of subjects it is impossible to lay down practical maxims of universal application, it does not follow that the phenomena do not conform to universal laws. Part 2. All phenomena of society are phenomena of human nature, generated by the action of outward circumstances upon masses of human beings, and if, therefore, the phenomena of human thought, feeling, and action are subject to fixed laws, the phenomena of society cannot but conform to fixed laws, the consequence of the preceding. There is, indeed, no hope that these laws, though our knowledge of them were as certain and as complete as it is in astronomy, would enable us to predict the history of society like that of the celestial appearances for thousands of years to come. But the difference of certainty is not in the laws themselves, it is in the data to which these laws are to be applied. In astronomy, the causes influencing the result are few and change little, and that little according to known laws. We can ascertain what they are now, and thence determine what they will be at any epoch of a distant future. The data, therefore, in astronomy, are as certain as the laws themselves. The circumstances, on the contrary, which influence the condition and progress of society are innumerable and perpetually changing. And though they all change in obedience to causes, and therefore to laws, the multitude of the causes is so great as to defy our limited powers of calculation. Not to say that the impossibility of applying precise numbers to facts of such a description would set an impassable limit to the possibility of calculating them beforehand, even if the powers of the human intellect were otherwise adequate to the task. But, as before remarked, an amount of knowledge quite insufficient for prediction may be most valuable for guidance. The science of society would have attained a very high point of perfection if it enabled us, in any given condition of social affairs, in the condition, for instance, of Europe or any European country at the present time, to understand by what causes it had, in any and every particular, been made what it was, whether it was tending to any, and to what, changes, what effects each feature of its existing state was likely to produce in the future, and by what means any of those effects might be prevented, modified, or accelerated, or a different class of effects superinduced. There is nothing chimerical in the hope that general laws, sufficient to enable us to answer these various questions for any country or time with the individual circumstances of which we are well acquainted, do readily admit of being ascertained, and that the other branches of human knowledge, which this undertaking presupposes, are so far advanced that the time is ripe for its commencement. Such is the object of the social science. That the nature of what I consider the true method of the science may be made more palpable by first showing what that method is not, it will be expedient to characterize briefly two radical misconceptions of the proper mode of philosophizing on society and government, one or other of which is, either explicitly or more often unconsciously, entertained by almost all who have meditated or argued respecting the logic of politics, since the notion of treating it by strict rules and on Baconian principles has been current among the more advanced thinkers. These erroneous methods, if the word method can be applied to erroneous tendencies arising from the absence of any sufficiently distinct conception of method, may be termed the experimental or chemical mode of investigation and the abstract or geometrical mode. We shall begin with the former. End of section 87. Section 88 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 7 of the Chemical or Experimental Method in the Social Science. Part 1. The laws of the phenomena of society are, and can be, nothing but the laws of the actions and passions of human beings united together in the social state. Men, however, in a state of society are still men. Their actions and passions are obedient to the laws of individual human nature. Men are not, when brought together, converted into another kind of substance with different properties, as hydrogen and oxygen are different from water, or as hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, and azote are different from nerves, muscles, and tendons. Human beings in society have no properties but those which are derived from, and may be resolved into, the laws of the nature of individual man. In social phenomenon, the composition of causes is the universal law. The method of philosophizing, which may be termed chemical, overlooks this fact, and proceeds as if the nature of man as an individual were not concerned at all, or were concerned in a very inferior degree in the operations of human beings in society. All reasoning in political or social affairs, grounded on principles of human nature, is objected to by reasoners of this sort, under such names as abstract theory. For the direction of their opinions and conduct, they profess to demand, in all cases without exception, specific experience. This mode of thinking is not only general with practitioners in politics, and with that very numerous class who, on a subject which no one, however ignorant, thinks himself incompetent to discuss, profess to guide themselves by common sense rather than by science, but is often countenanced by persons with greater pretensions to instruction, persons who, having sufficient acquaintance with books and with the current ideas to have heard that Bacon taught mankind to follow experience, and to ground their conclusions on facts instead of metaphysical dogmas, think that, by treating political facts in as directly experimental a method as chemical facts, they are showing themselves true Baconians, and proving their adversaries to be mere syllogizers and schoolmen. As, however, the notion of the applicability of experimental methods to political philosophy cannot coexist with any just conception of these methods themselves, the kind of arguments from experience which the chemical theory brings forth as its fruits and which form the staple in this country especially of parliamentary and hustings oratory, are such as, at no time since Bacon, would have been admitted to be valid in chemistry itself, or in any other branch of experimental science. They are such as these, that the prohibition of foreign commodities must conduce to national wealth, because England has flourished under it, or because countries in general which have adopted it have flourished. That our laws, or our internal administration, or our constitution are excellent for a similar reason. And the eternal arguments from historical examples, from Athens or Rome, from the fires in Smithfield, or the French Revolution. I will not waste time in contending against modes of argumentation which no person with the smallest practice in estimating evidence could possibly be betrayed into, which draw conclusions of general application from a single unanalyzed instance, or arbitrarily refer an effect to some one among its antecedents, without any process of elimination or comparison of instances. It is a rule both of justice and of good sense to grapple not with the absurdest, but with the most reasonable form of a wrong opinion. We shall suppose our inquirer acquainted with the true conditions of experimental investigation and competent in point of acquirements for realizing them, so far as they can be realized. He shall know as much of the facts of history as mere erudition can teach, as much as can be proved by testimony, without the assistance of any theory. And if those mere facts, properly collated, can fulfill the conditions of a real induction, he shall be qualified for the task. But that no such attempt can have the smallest chance of success has been abundantly shown in the 10th chapter of the 3rd book. Footnote. See section 42 of this work, Book 3, Chapter 10, Part 4, to the end of Chapter 10. End footnote. We there examined whether effects which depend on a complication of causes can be made the subject of a true induction by observations and experiment, and concluded, on the most convincing grounds, that they cannot, since, of all effects, none depend on so great a complication of causes as social phenomena. We might leave our case to rest in safety on that previous showing. But a logical principle as yet so little familiar to the ordinary run of thinkers requires to be insisted on more than once in order to make the due impression. And the present being the case which of all others exemplifies it the most strongly, there will be advantage in restating the grounds of the general maxim, as applied to the specialities of the class of inquiries now under consideration. Part 2. The first difficulty which meets us in the attempt to apply experimental methods for ascertaining the laws of social phenomena is that we are without the means of making artificial experiments. Even if we could contrive experiments at leisure and try them without limit, we should do so under immense disadvantage, both from the impossibility of ascertaining and taking note of all the facts of each case, and because, those facts being in a perpetual state of change, before sufficient time had elapsed to ascertain the result of the experiment, some material circumstances would always have ceased to be the same. But it is unnecessary to consider the logical objections which would exist to the conclusiveness of our experiments, since we palpably never have the power of trying any. We can only watch those which nature produces, or which are produced for other reasons. We cannot adapt our logical means to our wants by varying the circumstances as the exigencies of elimination may require. If the spontaneous instances formed by contemporary events and the succession of phenomena recorded in history afford a sufficient variation of circumstances, an induction from specific experience is attainable, otherwise not. The question to be resolved is, therefore, whether the requisites for induction respecting the causes of political effects or the properties of political agents are to be met with in history, including under the term contemporary history. And in order to give fixity to our conceptions, it will be advisable to suppose this question asked in reference to some special subject of political inquiry or controversy, such as that frequent topic of debate in the present century, the operation of restrictive and prohibitory commercial legislation upon national wealth. Let this, then, be the scientific question to be investigated by specific experience. Part 3. In order to apply to the case the most perfect of the methods of experimental inquiry, the method of difference, we require to find two instances which tally in every particular except the one which is the subject of inquiry. If two nations can be found which are alike in all natural advantages and disadvantages, whose people resemble each other in every quality, physical and moral, spontaneous and acquired, whose habits, usages, opinions, laws, and institutions are the same in all respects, except that one of them has a more protective tariff, or in other respects interferes more with the freedom of industry, if one of these nations is found to be rich and the other poor, or one richer than the other, this will be an experimentum crucia, a real proof by experience which of the two systems is most favourable to national riches. But the supposition that two such instances can be met with is manifestly absurd, nor is such a concurrence even abstractedly possible. Two nations which agree in everything except their commercial policy would agree also in that. Differences of legislation are not inherent and ultimate diversities, are not properties of kinds. They are effects of pre-existing causes. If the two nations differ in this portion of their institutions, it is from some difference in their position, and thence in their apparent interests, or in some portion or other of their opinions, habits, and tendencies, which opens a view of further differences without any assignable limit capable of operating on their industrial prosperity, as well as on every other feature of their condition in more ways than can be enumerated or imagined. There is thus a demonstrated impossibility of obtaining, in the investigations of the social science, the conditions required for the most conclusive form of inquiry by specific experience. In the absence of the direct, we may next try, as in other cases, the supplementary resource called in a former place the indirect method of difference, which, instead of two instances differing in nothing but the presence or the absence of a given circumstance, compares two classes of instances respectively agreeing in nothing but the presence of a circumstance on the one side and its absence on the other. To choose the most advantageous case conceivably, a case far too advantageous to be ever obtained, suppose that we compare one nation which has a restrictive policy with two or more nations agreeing in nothing but in permitting free trade. We need not now suppose that either of these nations agrees with the first in all its circumstances. One may agree with it in some of its circumstances, another in the remainder. And it may be argued that if these nations remain poorer than the restrictive nation, it cannot be for want either of the first or of the second set of circumstances, but it must be for want of the protective system. If, we might say, the restrictive nation had prospered from the one set of causes, the first of the free trade nations would have prospered equally. If by reason of the other, the second would. But neither has. Therefore, the prosperity was owing to the restrictions. This will be allowed to be a very favourable specimen of an argument from specific experience in politics, and if this be inconclusive, it would not be easy to find another preferable to it. Yet, that it is inconclusive scarcely requires to be pointed out. Why must the prosperous nation have prospered from one cause exclusively? National prosperity is always the collective result of a multitude of favourable circumstances, and of these the restrictive nation may unite a greater number than either of the others, though it may have all of those circumstances in common with either one or the other of them. Its prosperity may be partly owing to circumstances common to it with one of those nations, and partly with the other, while they, having each of them only half the number of favourable circumstances, have remained inferior. So that the closest imitation which can be made in the social science of a legitimate induction from direct experience gives but a specious semblance of conclusiveness, without any real value. Part 4. The method of difference in either of its forms being thus completely out of the question, there remains the method of agreement. But we are already aware of how little value this method is in cases admitting plurality of causes, and social phenomena are those in which the plurality prevails in the utmost possible extent. Suppose that the observer makes the luckiest hit which could be given by any conceivable combination of chances, that he finds two nations which agree in no circumstance whatever, except in having a restrictive system and in being prosperous, or a number of nations all prosperous, which have no antecedent circumstances common to them all, but that of having a restrictive policy. It is unnecessary to go into the consideration of the impossibility of ascertaining from history, or even from contemporary observation, that such is really the fact, that the nations agree in no other circumstance capable of influencing the case. Let us suppose this impossibility vanquished, and the fact ascertained that they agree only in a restrictive system as an antecedent, and industrial prosperity as a consequent. What degrees of presumption does this raise that the restrictive system caused the prosperity? One so trifling as to be equivalent to none at all. That some one antecedent is the cause of a given effect, because all other antecedents have been found capable of being eliminated, is a just inference, only if the effect can have but one cause. If it admits of several, nothing is more natural than that each of these should separately admit of being eliminated. Now, in the case of political phenomena, the supposition of unity of cause is not only wide of the truth, but at an immeasurable distance from it. The causes of every social phenomenon which we are particularly interested about, security, wealth, freedom, good government, public virtue, general intelligence, or their opposites, are infinitely numerous, especially the external or remote causes, which alone are for the most part accessible to direct observation. No one cause suffices of itself to produce any of these phenomena, while there are countless causes which have some influence over them, and may cooperate either in their production or in their prevention. From the mere fact, therefore, of our having been able to eliminate some circumstance, we can by no means infer that this circumstance was not instrumental to the effect in some way of the very instances from which we have eliminated it. We can conclude that the effect is sometimes produced without it, but not that, when present, it does not contribute its share. Similar objections will be found to apply to the method of concomitant variations. If the causes which act upon the state of any society produced effects differing from one another in kind, if wealth depended on one cause, peace on another, a third made people virtuous, a fourth intelligent, we might, though unable to sever the causes from one another, refer to each of them that property of the effect which waxed as it waxed, and which waned as it waned. But every attribute of the social body is influenced by innumerable causes, and such is the mutual action of the coexisting elements of society, that whatever affects any one of the more important of them, will, by that alone, if it does not affect the others directly, affect them indirectly. The effects, therefore, of different agents not being different in quality, while the quantity of each is the mixed result of all the agents, The variations of the aggregate cannot bear a uniform proportion to those of any one of its component parts. Part 5. There remains the method of residues, which appears on the first view less foreign to this kind of inquiry than the three other methods, because it only requires that we should accurately note the circumstances of some one country or state of society, making allowance thereupon for the effect of all causes whose tendencies are known. The residue which those causes are inadequate to explain may plausibly be imputed to the remainder of the circumstances which are known to have existed in the case. Something similar to this is the method which Coleridge describes himself as having followed in his political essays in the Morning Post. Footnote: Biographia Literaria, Volume 1, page 214. End footnote. Quote, On every great occurrence I endeavoured to discover in past history the event that most nearly resembled it. I procured, whenever it was possible, the contemporary historians, memorialists, and pamphleteers, then fairly subtracting the points of difference from those of likeness, as the balance favoured the former or the latter, I conjectured that the result would be the same or different. As, for instance, in the series of essays entitled A Comparison of France under Napoleon with Rome under the First Caesars, and in those which followed, on the probable final restoration of the Bourbons, the same plan I pursued at the commencement of the Spanish Revolution, and with the same success, taking the War of the United Provinces with Philip II as the groundwork of the comparison. End quote. In this inquiry he no doubt employed the method of residues, for in quote, subtracting the points of difference from those of likeness, end quote, he doubtless weighed and did not content himself with numbering them. He doubtless took those points of agreement only which he presumed from their own nature to be capable of influencing the effect, and allowing for that influence, concluded that the remainder of the result would be referable to the points of difference. Whatever may be the efficacy of this method, it is, as we long ago remarked, not a method of pure observation and experiment. It concludes not from a comparison of instances, but from the comparison of an instance with the result of a previous deduction. Applied to social phenomena, it presupposes that the causes from which part of the effect proceeded are already known, and as we have shown that these cannot have been known by specific experience, they must have been learned by deduction from principles of human nature, experience being called in only as a supplementary resource to determine the causes which produced an unexplained residue. But if the principles of human nature may be had recourse to for the establishment of some political truths, they may for all. If it be admissible to say, England must have prospered by reason of the prohibitory system, because after allowing for all the other tendencies which have been operating, there is a portion of prosperity still to be accounted for, it must be admissible to go to the same source for the effect of the prohibitory system, and examine what account the laws of human motives and actions will enable us to give of its tendencies. Nor, in fact, will the experimental argument amount to anything, except in verification of a conclusion drawn from those general laws, for we may subtract the effect of 1, 2, 3, or 4 causes, but we shall never succeed in subtracting the effect of all causes except 1. While it would be a curious instance of the dangers of too much caution if, to avoid depending on a priori reasoning concerning the effect of a single cause, we should oblige ourselves to depend on as many separate a priori reasonings as there are causes operating concurrently with that particular cause in some given instance. We have now sufficiently characterized the gross misconception of the mode of investigation proper to political phenomena, which I have termed the chemical method. So lengthened a discussion would not have been necessary if the claim to decide authoritatively on political doctrines were confined to persons who had competently studied any one of the higher departments of physical science. But since the generality of those who reason on political subjects satisfactorily to themselves and to a more or less numerous body of admirers know nothing whatever of the methods of physical investigation beyond a few precepts which they continue to parrot after Bacon, being entirely unaware that Bacon's conception of scientific inquiry has done its work, and that science has now advanced into a higher stage, there are probably many to whom such remarks as the foregoing may still be useful. In an age in which chemistry itself, when attempting to deal with the more complex chemical sequences, those of the animal or even the vegetable organism, has found it necessary to become, and has succeeded in becoming, a deductive science, it is not to be apprehended that any person of scientific habits, who has kept pace with the general progress of the knowledge of nature, can be in danger of applying the methods of elementary chemistry to explore the sequences of the most complex order of phenomena in existence. End of section 88. Section 89 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 8 of the Geometrical or Abstract Method. Part 1. The misconception discussed in the preceding chapter is, as we said, chiefly committed by persons not much accustomed to scientific investigation, practitioners in politics, who rather employ the commonplaces of philosophy to justify their practice than seek to guide their practice by philosophic principles, or imperfectly educated persons who, in ignorance of the careful selection and elaborate comparison of instances required for the formation of a sound theory, attempt to found one upon a few coincidences which they have casually noticed. The erroneous method of which we are now to treat is, on the contrary, peculiar to thinking and studious minds. It never could have suggested itself but to persons of some familiarity with the nature of scientific research, who, being aware of the impossibility of establishing by casual observation or direct experimentation a true theory of sequences so complex as are those of the social phenomena, have recourse to the simpler laws which are immediately operative in those phenomena, and which are no other than the laws of the nature of the human beings therein concerned. These thinkers perceive, what the partisans of the chemical or experimental theory do not, that the science of society must necessarily be deductive. But, from an insufficient consideration of the specific nature of the subject matter, and often because, their own scientific education having stopped short in too early a stage, geometry stands in their minds as the type of all deductive science, it is to geometry, rather than to astronomy and natural philosophy, that they unconsciously assimilate the deductive science of society. Among the differences between geometry, a science of coexistent facts altogether independent of the laws of the succession of phenomena, and those physical sciences of causation which have been rendered deductive, the following is one of the most conspicuous: that geometry affords no room for what so constantly occurs in mechanics and its applications, the case of conflicting forces, of causes which counteract or modify one another. In mechanics we continually find two or more moving forces producing not motion but rest, or motion in a different direction from that which would have been produced by either of the generating forces. It is true that the effect of the joint forces is the same when they act simultaneously as if they had acted one after another, or by turns, and it is in this that the difference between mechanical and chemical laws consists. But still the effects, whether produced by successive or by simultaneous action, do, wholly or in part, cancel one another. What the one force does, the other partly or altogether undoes. There is no similar state of things in geometry. The result which follows from one geometric principle has nothing that conflicts with the result which follows from another. What is proved true from one geometrical theorem, what would be true if no other geometrical principles existed, cannot be altered and made no longer true by reason of some other geometrical principle. What is once proved true is true in all cases, whatever supposition may be made in regard to any other matter. Now, a conception similar to this last would appear to have been formed of the social science in the minds of the earlier of those who have attempted to cultivate it by a deductive method. Mechanics would be a science very similar to geometry if every motion resulted from one force alone and not from a conflict of forces. In the geometrical theory of society, it seems to be supposed that this is really the case with social phenomena, that each of them results always from only one force, one single property of human nature. At the point which we have now reached, it cannot be necessary to say anything either in proof or in illustration of the assertion that such is not the true character of the social phenomena. There is not, among these most complex and, for that reason, most modifiable of all phenomena, any one over which innumerable forces do not exercise influence, which does not depend on a conjunction of very many causes. We have not, therefore, to prove the notion in question to be an error, but to prove that the error has been committed, that so mistaken a conception of the mode in which the phenomena of society are produced has actually been ascertained. Part 2. One numerous division of the reasoners who have treated social facts according to geometrical methods, not admitting any modification of one law by another, must for the present be left out of consideration, because in them this error is complicated with, and is the effect of, another fundamental misconception, of which we have already taken some notice, and which will be further treated of before we conclude. I speak of those who deduce political conclusions not from laws of nature, not from sequences of phenomena, real or imaginary, but from unbending practical maxims. Such, for example, are all who found their theory of politics on what is called abstract right, that is to say, on universal precepts, a pretension of which we have already noticed the chimerical nature. Such, in like manner, are those who make the assumption of a social contract, or any other kind of original obligation, and apply it to particular cases by mere interpretation. But in this the fundamental error is the attempt to treat an art like a science, and to have a deductive art, the irrationality of which will be shown in a future chapter. It will be proper to take our exemplification of the geometrical theory from those thinkers who have avoided this additional error, and who entertain, so far, a juster idea of the nature of political inquiry. We may cite, in the first instance, those who assume as the principle of their political philosophy that government is founded on fear, that the dread of each other is the one motive by which human beings were originally brought into a state of society and are still held in it. Some of the earlier scientific inquirers into politics, in particular Hobbes, assumed this proposition, not by implication, but avowedly, as the foundation of their doctrine, and attempted to build a complete philosophy of politics thereupon. It is true that Hobbes did not find this one maxim sufficient to carry him through the whole of his subject, but was obliged to eke it out by the double sophism of an original contract. I call this a double sophism. First, as passing off a fiction for a fact, and secondly, assuming a practical principle or precept as the basis of a theory, which is a petitio principii, since, as we noticed in treating of that fallacy, every rule of conduct, even though it be so binding a one as the observance of a promise, must rest its own foundations on the theory of the subject, and the theory, therefore, cannot rest upon it. Part 3. Passing over less important instances, I shall come at once to the most remarkable example afforded by our own times of the geometrical method in politics, emanating from persons who are well aware of the distinction between science and art, who knew that rules of conduct must follow, not precede, the ascertainment of laws of nature, and that the latter, not the former, is the legitimate field for the application of the deductive method. I allude to the interest philosophy of the Bentham school. The profound and original thinkers who are commonly known under this description founded their general theory of government on one comprehensive premise, namely, that men's actions are always determined by their interests. There is an ambiguity in this last expression, for, as the same philosophers, especially Bentham, gave the name of an interest to any thing which a person likes, the proposition may be understood to mean only this, that men's actions are always determined by their wishes. In this sense, however, it would not bear out of any consequences which these writers drew from it, and the word, therefore, in their political reasonings, must be understood to mean, which is also the explanation they themselves on such occasions gave of it, what is commonly termed private or worldly interest. Taking the doctrine, then, in this sense, an objection presents itself in limine which might be deemed a fatal one, namely, that so sweeping a proposition is far from being universally true. Human beings are not governed in all their actions by their worldly interests. This, however, is by no means so conclusive an objection as it first appears, because in politics we are for the most part concerned with the conduct, not of individual persons, but either of a series of persons, as a succession of kings, or a body or mass of persons, as a nation, an aristocracy, or a representative assembly. And whatever is true of a large majority of mankind may, without much error, be taken for true of any succession of persons considered as a whole, or any collection of persons in which the act of the majority becomes the act of the whole body. Although, therefore, the maxim is sometimes expressed in a manner unnecessarily paradoxical, the consequences drawn from it will hold equally good if the assertion be limited as follows. Any succession of persons, or the majority of any body of persons, will be governed in the bulk of their conduct by their personal interests. We are bound to allow to this school of thinkers the benefit of this more rational statement of their fundamental maxim, which is also in strict conformity to the explanations which, when considered to be called for, have been given by themselves. The theory goes on to infer, quite correctly, that if the actions of mankind are determined in the main by their selfish interests, the only rulers who will govern according to the interest of the governed are those whose selfish interests are in accordance with it. And to this is added a third proposition, namely, that no rulers have their selfish interest identical with that of the governed unless it be rendered so by accountability, that is, by dependence on the will of the governed. In other words, and as a result of the whole, that the desire of retaining or the fear of losing their power, and whatever is thereupon consequent, is the sole motive which can be relied on for producing on the part of rulers a course of conduct in accordance with the general interest. We have thus a fundamental theorem of political science consisting of 3 syllogisms, and depending chiefly on 2 general premises, in each of which a certain effect is considered as determined only by one cause, not by a concurrence of causes. In the one, it is assumed that the actions of average rulers are determined solely by self-interest. In the other, that the sense of identity of interest with the governed is produced and producible by no other cause than responsibility. Neither of these propositions is by any means true. The last is extremely wide of the truth. It is not true that the actions even of average rulers are wholly, or anything approaching to wholly, determined by their personal interest, or even by their own opinion of their personal interest. I do not speak of the influence of a sense of duty, or feelings of philanthropy, motives never to be mainly relied on, though, except in countries or during periods of great moral debasement, they influence almost all rulers in some degree, and some rulers in a very great degree. But I insist only on what is true of all rulers, that is, that the character and course of their actions is largely influenced, independently of personal calculation, by the habitual sentiments and feelings, the general modes of thinking and acting, which prevail throughout the community of which they are members, as well as by the feelings, habits, and modes of thought which characterize the particular class in that community to which they themselves belong. And no one will understand or be able to decipher their system of conduct who does not take all these things into account. They are also much influenced by the maxims and traditions which have descended to them from other rulers, their predecessors, which maxims and traditions have been known to retain an ascendancy during long periods, even in opposition to the private interests of the rulers for the time being. I put aside the influence of other less general causes. Although, therefore, the private interest of the rulers or of the ruling class is a very powerful force, constantly in action and exercising the most important influence upon their conduct, there is also, in what they do, a large portion which that private interest by no means affords a sufficient explanation of. And even the particulars which constitute the goodness or badness of their government are in some and no small degree influenced by those among the circumstances acting upon them, which cannot, with any propriety, be included in the term self-interest. Turning now to the other proposition, that responsibility to the governed is the only cause capable of producing in the rulers a sense of identity of interest with the community. This is still less admissible as a universal truth than even the former. I am not speaking of perfect identity of interest, which is an impracticable chimera, which, most assuredly, responsibility to the people does not give. I speak of identity in essentials, and the essentials are different at different places and times. There are a large number of cases in which those things which it is most for the general interest that the rulers should do are also those which they are prompted to do by their strongest personal interest, the consolidation of their power. The suppression, for instance, of anarchy and resistance to law, the complete establishment of the authority of the central government in a state of society like that of Europe in the Middle Ages, is one of the strongest interests of the people, and also of the rulers, simply because they are the rulers. And responsibility on their part could not strengthen, though in many conceivable ways it might weaken, the motives prompting them to pursue this object. During the greater part of the reign of Queen Elizabeth, and of many other monarchs who might be named, the sense of identity of interest between the sovereign and the majority of the people was probably stronger than it usually is in responsible governments. Everything that the people had most at heart, the monarch had at heart too. Had Peter the Great, or the rugged savages whom he began to civilize, the truest inclination towards the things which were for the real interest of those savages? I am not here attempting to establish a theory of government, and am not called upon to determine the proportional weight which ought to be given to the circumstances which this school of geometrical politicians left out of those system and those which they took into it. I am only concerned to show that their method was unscientific, not to measure the amount of error which may have affected their practical conclusions. It is but justice to them, however, to remark that their mistake was not so much one of substance as of form, and consisted in presenting in a systematic shape and as the scientific treatment of a great philosophical question, what should have passed for that which it really was, the mere polemics of the day. Although the actions of rulers are by no means wholly determined by their selfish interests, it is chiefly as a security against those selfish interests that constitutional checks are required. And for that purpose, such checks, in England and the other nations of modern Europe, can in no manner be dispensed with. It is likewise true that in these same nations and in the present age, responsibility to the governed is the only means practically available to create a feeling of identity of interest in the cases and on the points where that feeling does not sufficiently exist. To all this, and to the arguments which may be founded on it in favour of measures for the correction of our representative system, I have nothing to object. But I confess my regret that the small though highly important portion of the philosophy of government, which was wanted for the immediate purpose of serving the cause of parliamentary reform, should have been held forth by thinkers of such eminence as a complete theory. It is not to be imagined possible, nor is it true in point of fact, that these philosophers regarded the few premises of their theory as including all that is required for explaining social phenomena, or for determining the choice of forms and government and measures of legislation and administration. They were too highly instructed, of too comprehensive intellect, and some of them of too sober and practical a character for such an error. They would have applied, and did apply, their principles with innumerable allowances, but it is not allowances that are wanted. There is little chance of making due amends in the superstructure of a theory for the want of sufficient breadth in its foundations. It is unphilosophical to construct a science out of a few of the agencies by which the phenomena are determined, and leave the rest to the routine of practice or the sagacity of conjecture. We either ought not to pretend to scientific forms, or we ought to study all the determining agencies equally, and endeavour, so far as it can be done, to include all of them within the pale of the science. Else we shall infallibly bestow a disproportionate attention upon those which our theory takes into account, while we misestimate the rest, and probably underrate their importance. That the deduction should be from the whole and not from a part only of the laws of nature that are concerned, would be desirable, even if those omitted were so insignificant in comparison with the others that they might, for most purposes and on most occasions, be left out of the account. But this is far indeed from being true in the social science. The phenomena of society do not depend in essentials on some one agency or law of human nature, with only inconsiderable modifications from others. The whole of the qualities of human nature influence those phenomena, and there is not one which influences them in a small degree. There is not one, the removal or any great alteration of which would not materially affect the whole aspect of society, and change more or less the sequences of social phenomena generally. The theory which has been the subject of these remarks is, in this country at least, the principal contemporary example of what I have styled the geometrical method of philosophizing in the social science. And our examination of it has, for this reason, been more detailed than would otherwise have been suitable to a work like the present. Having now sufficiently illustrated the two erroneous methods, we shall pass without further preliminary to the true method, that which proceeds, conformably to the practice of the more complex physical sciences, deductively indeed, but by deduction from many, not from one or a very few original premises, considering each effect as, what it really is, an aggregate result of many causes, operating sometimes through the same, sometimes through different mental agencies or laws of human nature. End of section 89. Section 90. of a System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 9 of the Physical or Concrete Deductive Method. Part 1. After what has been said to illustrate the nature of the inquiry into social phenomena, the general character of the method proper to that inquiry is sufficiently evident, and needs only to be recapitulated, not proved. However complex the phenomena, all their sequences and coexistences result from the laws of the separate elements. The effect produced in social phenomena by any complex set of circumstances amounts precisely to the sum of the effects of the circumstances taken singly, and the complexity does not arise from the number of the laws themselves, which is not remarkably great, but from the extraordinary number and variety of the data or elements, of the agents which, in obedience to that small number of laws, cooperate toward the effect. The social science, therefore, which by a convenient barbarism has been termed sociology, is a deductive science, not, indeed, after the model of geometry, but after that of the more complex physical sciences. It infers the law of each effect from the laws of causation on which that effect depends, not, however, from the law merely of one cause, as in the geometrical method, but by considering all the causes which conjunctly influence the effect, and compounding their laws with one another. Its method, in short, is the concrete deductive method, that of which astronomy furnishes the most perfect, natural philosophy a somewhat less perfect example, and the employment of which, with the adaptations and precautions required by the subject, is beginning to regenerate physiology. Nor does it admit of doubt that similar adaptations and precautions are indispensable in sociology. In applying to that most complex of all studies what is demonstrably the sole method capable of throwing the light of science even upon phenomena of a far inferior degree of complication, we ought to be aware that the same superior complexity which renders the instrument of deduction more necessary renders it also more precarious, and we must be prepared to meet, by appropriate contrivances, this increase of difficulty. The actions and feelings of human beings in the social state are, no doubt, entirely governed by psychological and ethological laws. Whatever influence any cause exercises upon the social phenomena, it exercises through those laws. Supposing, therefore, the laws of human actions and feelings to be sufficiently known, there is no extraordinary difficulty in determining from those laws the nature of the social effects which any given cause tends to produce. But when the question is that of compounding several tendencies together and computing the aggregate result of many coexistent causes, and especially when, by attempting to predict what will actually occur in a given case, we incur the obligation of estimating and compounding the influences of all the causes which happen to exist in that case, we attempt a task to proceed far in which surpasses the compass of the human faculties. If all the resources of science are not sufficient to enable us to calculate a priori with complete precision the mutual action of three bodies gravitating toward one another, it may be judged with what prospect of success we should endeavour to calculate the result of the conflicting tendencies which are acting in 1,000 different directions and promoting 1,000 different changes at a given instant in a given society. Although we might and ought to be able, from the laws of human nature, to distinguish correctly enough the tendencies themselves, so far as they depend on causes accessible to our observation, and to determine the direction which each of them, if acting alone, would impress upon society, as well as, in a general way at least, to pronounce that some of these tendencies are more powerful than others. But without dissembling the necessary imperfections of the a priori method when applied to such a subject, neither ought we, on the other hand, to exaggerate them. The same objections which apply to the method of deduction in this its most difficult employment apply to it, as we formerly showed, in its easiest, and would even there have been insuperable if there had not existed, as was then fully explained, an appropriate remedy. Footnote. See section 43 of this work, Book 3, Chapter 10, Part 7. End footnote. This remedy consists in the process which, under the name of verification, we have characterized as the third essential constituent part of the deductive method, that of collating the conclusions of the ratiocination either with the concrete phenomena themselves, or, when such are obtainable, with their empirical laws. The ground of confidence in any concrete deductive science is not the a priori reasoning itself, but the accordance between its results and those of observation a posteriori. Either of these processes, apart from the other, diminishes in value as the subject increases in complication, and this is in so rapid a ratio as soon to become entirely worthless. But the reliance to be placed in the concurrence of the two sorts of evidence not only does not diminish in anything like the same proportion, but is not necessarily much diminished at all. Nothing more results than a disturbance in the order of precedency of the two processes, sometimes amounting to its actual inversion, insomuch that instead of deducing our conclusions by reasoning and verifying them by observation, we in some cases begin by obtaining them provisionally from specific experience, and afterward connect them with the principles of human nature by a priori reasonings, which reasonings are thus a real verification. The only thinker who, with a competent knowledge of scientific methods in general, has attempted to characterize the method of sociology, M. Comte, considers this inverse order as inseparably inherent in the nature of sociological speculation. He looks upon the social science as essentially consisting of generalizations from history, verified, not originally suggested, by deduction from the laws of human nature. Though there is a truth contained in this opinion, of which I shall presently endeavour to show the importance, I cannot but think that this truth is enunciated in too unlimited a manner, and that there is considerable scope in sociological inquiry for the direct, as well as for the inverse, deductive method. It will, in fact, be shown in the next chapter that there is a kind of sociological inquiries to which, from their prodigious complication, the method of direct deduction is altogether inapplicable, while by a happy compensation it is precisely in these cases that we are able to obtain the best empirical laws. To these inquiries, therefore, the inverse method is exclusively adapted. But there are also, as will presently appear, other cases in which it is impossible to obtain from direct observation anything worthy the name of an empirical law, and it fortunately happens that these are the very cases in which the direct method is least affected by the objection which undoubtedly must always affect it in a certain degree. We shall begin, then, by looking at the social science as a science of direct deduction, and considering what can be accomplished in it, and under what limitations, by that mode of investigation. We shall then, in a separate chapter, examine and endeavour to characterize the inverse process. Part 2. It is evident in the first place that sociology, considered as a system of deductions a priori, cannot be a science of positive predictions, but only of tendencies. We may be able to conclude, from the laws of human nature applied to the circumstances of a given state of society, that a particular cause will operate in a certain manner unless counteracted, but we can never be assured to what extent or amount it will so operate, or affirm with certainty that it will not be counteracted, because we can seldom know, even approximately, all the agencies which may coexist with it, and still less calculate the collective result of so many combined elements. The remark, however, must here be once more repeated that knowledge insufficient for prediction may be most valuable for guidance. It is not necessary for the wise conduct of the affairs of society, no more than of any one's private concerns, that we should be able to foresee infallibly the result of what we do. We must seek our objects by means which may perhaps be defeated, and take precautions against dangers which possibly may never be realized. The aim of practical politics is to surround any given society with the greatest possible number of circumstances of which the tendencies are beneficial, and to remove or counteract, as far as practicable, those of which the tendencies are injurious. A knowledge of the tendencies only, though without the power of accurately predicting their conjunct result, gives us to a considerable extent this power. It would, however, be an error to suppose that even with respect to tendencies we could arrive in this manner at any great number of propositions which will be true in all societies without exception. Such a supposition would be inconsistent with the eminently modifiable nature of the social phenomena, and the multitude and variety of the circumstances by which they are modified, circumstances never the same, or even nearly the same, in two different societies, or in two different periods of the same society. This would not be so serious an obstacle if, though the causes acting upon society in general are numerous, those which influence any one feature of society were limited in number, for we might then insulate any particular social phenomenon and investigate its laws without disturbance from the rest. But the truth is the very opposite of this. Whatever affects in an appreciable degree any one element of the social state affects through it all the other elements. The mode of production of all social phenomena is one great case of intermixture of laws. We can never either understand in theory or command in practice the condition of a society in any one respect without taking into consideration its condition in all other respects. There is no social phenomenon which is not more or less influenced by every other part of the condition of the same society, and therefore by every cause which is influencing any other of the contemporaneous social phenomena. There is, in short, what physiologists term a consensus, similar to that existing among the various organs and functions of the physical frame of man and the more perfect animals, and constituting one of the many analogies which have rendered universal such expressions as the body politic and body natural. It follows from this consensus that unless two societies could be alike in all the circumstances which surround and influence them, which would imply their being alike in their previous history, no portion whatever of the phenomena will, unless by accident, precisely correspond. No one cause will produce exactly the same effects in both. Every cause, as its effect spreads through society, comes somewhere in contact with different sets of agencies, and thus has its effects on some of the social phenomena differently modified. And these differences, by their reaction, produce a difference even in those of the effects which would otherwise have been the same. We can never, therefore, affirm with certainty that a cause which has a particular tendency in one people or in one age will have exactly the same tendency in another, without referring back to our premises and performing over again for the second age or nation that analysis of the whole of its influencing circumstances which we had already performed for the first. The deductive science of society will not lay down a theorem, asserting in a universal manner the effect of any cause, but will rather teach us how to frame the proper theorem for the circumstances of any given case. It will not give the laws of society in general, but the means of determining the phenomena of any given society from the particular elements or data of that society. All the general propositions which can be framed by the deductive science are therefore, in the strictest sense of the word, hypothetical. They are grounded on some supposititious set of circumstances, and declare how some given cause would operate in those circumstances, supposing that no others were combined with them. If the set of circumstances supposed have been copied from those of any existing society, the conclusions will be true of that society, provided, and in as far as, the effects of those circumstances shall not be modified by others which have not been taken into the account. If we desire a nearer approach to concrete truth, we can only aim at it by taking, or endeavouring to take, a greater number of individualizing circumstances into the computation. Considering, however, in how accelerating a ratio the uncertainty of our conclusions increases as we attempt to take the effect of a greater number of concurrent causes into our calculations, the hypothetical combinations of circumstances on which we construct the general theorems of the science cannot be made very complex without so rapidly accumulating a liability to error as must soon deprive our conclusions of all value. This mode of inquiry, considered as a means of obtaining general propositions, must, therefore, on pain of frivolity, be limited to those classes of social facts which, though influenced like the rest by all sociological agents, are under the immediate influence, principally at least, of a few only. Part 3. Notwithstanding the universal consensus of the social phenomena, whereby nothing which takes place in any part of the operations of society is without its share of influence on every other part, and notwithstanding the paramount ascendancy which the general state of civilization and social progress in any given society must hence exercise over all the partial and subordinate phenomena, it is not the less true that different species of social facts are in the main dependent, immediately and in the first resort, on different kinds of causes, and therefore not only may with advantage, but must, be studied apart, just as in the natural body we study separately the physiology and pathology of each of the principal organs and tissues, though every one is acted upon by the state of all the others. And though the peculiar constitution and general state of health of the organism cooperates with, and often preponderates over, the local causes in determining the state of any particular organ. On these considerations is grounded the existence of distinct and separate, though not independent, branches or departments of sociological speculation. There is, for example, one large class of social phenomena in which the immediately determining causes are principally those which act through the desire of wealth, and in which the psychological law mainly concerned is the familiar one, that a greater gain is preferred to a smaller. I mean, of course, that portion of the phenomena of society which emanate from the industrial or productive operations of mankind, and from those of their acts through which the distribution of the products of those industrial operations takes place, in so far as not effected by force or modified by voluntary gift. By reasoning from that one law of human nature, and from the principal outward circumstances, whether universal or confined to particular states of society, which operate upon the human mind through that law, we may be enabled to explain and predict this portion of the phenomena of society, so far as they depend on that class of circumstances only, overlooking the influence of any other of the circumstances of society, and therefore neither tracing back the circumstances which we do take into account to their possible origin in some other facts in the social state, nor making allowance for the manner in which any of those other circumstances may interfere with and counteract or modify the effect of the former. A department of science may thus be constructed which has received the name of political economy. The motive which suggests the separation of this portion of the social phenomena from the rest, and the creation of a distinct branch of science relating to them, is that they do mainly depend, at least in the first resort, on one class of circumstance only, and that even when other circumstances interfere, the ascertainment of the effect due to the one class of circumstances alone is a sufficiently intricate and difficult business to make it expedient to perform it once for all, and then allow for the effect of the modifying circumstances, especially as certain fixed combinations of the former are apt to recur often in conjunction with ever-varying circumstances of the latter class. Political economy, as I have said on another occasion, concerns itself only with, quote, such of the phenomena of the social state as take place in consequence of the pursuit of wealth. It makes entire abstraction of every other human passion or motive, except those which may be regarded as perpetually antagonizing principles to the desire of wealth, namely, aversion to labour, and desire of the present enjoyment of costly indulgences. These it takes to a certain extent into its calculations, because these do not merely, like our other desires, occasionally conflict with the pursuit of wealth, but accompany it always as a drag or impediment, and are therefore inseparably mixed up in the consideration of it. Political economy considers mankind as occupied solely in acquiring and consuming wealth, and aims at showing what is the course of action into which mankind, living in a state of society, would be impelled, if that motive, except in the degree in which it is checked by the two perpetual counter-motives above adverted to, were absolute ruler of all their actions. Under the influence of this desire, it shows mankind accumulating wealth, and employing that wealth in the production of other wealth, sanctioning by mutual agreement the institution of property, establishing laws to prevent individuals from encroaching upon the property of others by force or fraud, adopting various contrivances for increasing the productiveness of their labour, settling the division of the produce by agreement, under the influence of competition itself being governed by certain laws, which laws are therefore the ultimate regulators of the division of produce, and employing certain expedients, as money, credit, and so on, to facilitate the distribution. All these operations, though many of them are really the result of a plurality of motives, are considered by political economy as flowing solely from the desire of wealth. The science then proceeds to investigate the laws which govern these several operations, under the supposition that man is a being who is determined, by the necessity of his nature, to prefer a greater portion of wealth to a smaller, in all cases, without any other exception than that constituted by the two counter-motives already specified. Not that any political economist was ever so absurd as to suppose that mankind are really thus constituted, but because this is the mode in which science must necessarily proceed. When an effect depends on a concurrence of causes, these causes must be studied one at a time, and their laws separately investigated, if we wish, through the causes, to obtain the power of either predicting or controlling the effect, since the law of the effect is compounded of the laws of all the causes which determine it. The law of the centripetal and that of the projectile force must have been known before the motions of the earth and planets could be explained, or many of them predicted. The same is the case with the conduct of man in society. In order to judge how he will act under the variety of desires and aversions which are concurrently operating upon him, we must know how he would act under the exclusive influence of each one in particular. There is, perhaps, no action of a man's life in which he is neither under the immediate nor under the remote influence of any impulse but the mere desire of wealth. With respect to those parts of human conduct of which wealth is not even the principal object, to these political economy does not pretend that its conclusions are applicable. But there are also certain departments of human affairs in which the acquisition of wealth is the main and acknowledged end. It is only of these that political economy takes notice. The manner in which it necessarily proceeds is that of treating the main and acknowledged end as if it were the sole end, which, of all hypotheses equally simple, is the nearest to the truth. The political economist inquires, what are the actions which would be produced by this desire, if within the department in question it were unimpeded by any other? In this way, a nearer approximation is obtained than would otherwise be practicable to the real order of human affairs in those departments. The approximation has then to be corrected by making proper allowance for the effects of any impulses of a different description, which can be shown to interfere with the result in any particular case. Only in a few of the most striking cases, such as the important one of the principle of population, are these corrections interpolated into the expositions of political economy itself, the strictness of purely scientific arrangement being thereby somewhat departed from, for the sake of practical utility. So far as it is known, or may be presumed, that the conduct of mankind in the pursuit of wealth is under the collateral influence of any other of the properties of our nature than the desire of obtaining the greatest quantity of wealth with the least labour and self-denial, the conclusions of political economy will so far fail of being applicable to the explanation or prediction of real events, until they are modified by a correct allowance for the degree of influence exercised by the other cause. Footnote. Essays on some unsettled questions of political economy, pages 137 through 140. Extensive and important practical guidance may be derived in any given state of society from general propositions such as those above indicated, even though the modifying influence of the miscellaneous causes which the theory does not take into account, as well as the effect of the general social changes in progress, be provisionally overlooked. And though it has been a very common error of political economists to draw conclusions from the elements of one state of society and apply them to other states in which many of the elements are not the same, it is even then not difficult, by tracing back the demonstrations and introducing the new premises in their proper places, to make the same general course of argument which served for the one case serve for the others too. For example, it has been greatly the custom of English political economists to discuss the laws of the distribution of the produce of industry on a supposition which is scarcely realized anywhere out of England and Scotland, namely, that the produce is, shared among three classes altogether distinct from one another, labourers, capitalists, and landlords, and that all these are free agents, permitted in law and in fact to set upon their labour, their capital, and their land whatever price they are able to get for it. The conclusions of the science, being all adapted to a society thus constituted, require to be revised whenever they are applied to any other. They are inapplicable where the only capitalists are the landlords, and the labourers are their property, as in slave countries. They are inapplicable where the almost universal landlord is the state, as in India. They are inapplicable where the agricultural labourer is generally the owner both of the land itself and of the capital, as frequently in France, or of the capital only, as in Ireland. But though it may often be very justly objected to the existing race of political economists, that they attempt to construct a permanent fabric out of transitory materials, that they take for granted the immutability of arrangements of society, many of which are in their nature fluctuating or progressive, and enunciate with as little qualification as if they were universal and absolute truths, propositions which are perhaps applicable to no state of society except the particular one in which the writer happened to live." End quote. This does not take away the value of the propositions considered with reference to the state of society from which they were drawn. And even as applicable to other states of society, "it must not be supposed that the science is so incomplete and unsatisfactory as this might seem to prove. Though many of its conclusions are only locally true, its method of investigation is applicable universally, and as whoever has solved a certain number of algebraic equations can, without difficulty, solve all others of the same kind, so whoever knows the political economy of England, or even of Yorkshire, knows that of all nations, actual or possible, provided he have good sense enough not to expect the same conclusion to issue from varying premises," end quote. Whoever has mastered with the degree of precision which is attainable the laws which, under free competition, determine the rent, profits, and wages received by landlords, capitalists, and labourers, in a state of society in which the three classes are completely separate, will have no difficulty in determining the very different laws which regulate the distribution of the produce among the classes interested in it in any of the states of cultivation and landed property set forth in the foregoing extract. Footnote. The quotations in this paragraph are from a paper written by the author and published in a periodical in 1834. End footnote. Part 4. I would not here undertake to decide what other hypothetical or abstract sciences similar to political economy may admit of being carved out of the general body of the social science, what other portions of the social phenomena are in sufficiently close and complete dependence, in the first resort, on a peculiar class of causes, to make it convenient to create a preliminary science of those causes, postponing the consideration of the causes which act through them, or in concurrence with them, to a later period of the inquiry. There is, however, among these separate departments one which cannot be passed over in silence, being of a more comprehensive and commanding character than any of the other branches into which the social science may admit of being divided. Like them, it is directly conversant with the causes of only one class of social facts, but a class which exercises, immediately or remotely, a paramount influence over the test. I allude to what may be termed political ethology, or the theory of the causes which determine the type of character belonging to a people or to an age. Of all the subordinate branches of the social science, this is the most completely in its infancy. The cause of national character are scarcely at all understood, and the effect of institutions or social arrangements upon the character of the people is generally that portion of their effects which is least attended to and least comprehended. Nor is this wonderful when we consider the infant state of the science of ethology itself, from whence the laws must be drawn, of which the truths of political ethology can be but results and exemplifications. Yet, to whoever well considers the matter, it must appear that the laws of national or collective character are by far the most important class of sociological laws. In the first place, the character which is formed by any state of social circumstances is in itself the most interesting phenomenon which that state of society can possibly present. Secondly, it is also a fact which enters largely into the production of all the other phenomena. And above all, the character, that is, the opinions, feelings, and habits of the people, though greatly the results of the state of society which precedes them, and also greatly the causes of the state of society which follows them, and are the power by which all those of the circumstances of society which are artificial, laws and customs, for instance, are altogether moulded, customs evidently, laws no less really, either by the direct influence of public sentiment upon the ruling powers, or by the effect which the state of national opinion and feeling has in determining the form of government and shaping the character of the governors. As might be expected, the most imperfect part of those branches of social inquiry which have been cultivated as separate sciences is the theory of the manner in which their conclusions are affected by ethological considerations. The omission is no defect in them as abstract or hypothetical sciences, but it vitiates them in their practical application as branches of a comprehensive social science. In political economy, for instance, empirical laws of human nature are tacitly assumed by English thinkers which are calculated only for Great Britain and the United States. Among other things, an intensity of competition is constantly supposed which, as a general mercantile fact, exists in no country in the world except those two. An English political economist, like his countrymen in general, has seldom learned that it is possible that men, in conducting the business of selling their goods over a counter, should care more about their ease or their vanity than about their pecuniary gain. Yet those who know the habits of the continent of Europe are aware how apparently small a motive often outweighs the desire of money-getting, even in the operations which have money-getting for their direct object. The more highly the science of ethology is cultivated, and the better the diversities of individual and national character are understood, the smaller, probably, will the number of propositions become, which it will be considered safe to build on as universal principles of human nature. These considerations show that the process of dividing off the social science into compartments, in order that each may be studied separately, and its conclusions afterward corrected for practice by the modifications supplied by others, must be subject to at least one important limitation. Those portions alone of the social phenomena can with advantage be made the subjects, even provisionally, of distinct branches of science, into which the diversities of character between different nations or different times enter as influencing causes only in a secondary degree. Those phenomena, on the contrary, with which the influences of the ethological state of the people are mixed up at every step, so that the connection of effects and causes cannot be even rudely marked out without taking those influences into consideration, could not with any advantage, nor without great disadvantage, be treated independently of political ethology, nor, therefore, of all the circumstances by which the qualities of a people are influenced. For this reason, as well as for others which will hereafter appear, there can be no separate science of government, that being the fact which, of all others, is most mixed up, both as cause and effect, with the qualities of the particular people or of the particular age. All questions respecting the tendencies of forms of government must stand part of the general science of society, not of any separate branch of it. This general science of society, as distinguished from the separate departments of the science, each of which asserts its conclusions only conditionally, subject to the paramount control of the laws of the general science, now remains to be characterized. As will be shown presently, nothing of a really scientific character is here possible, except by the inverse deductive method. But before we quit the subject of those sociological speculations which proceed by way of direct deduction, we must examine in what relation they stand to that indispensable element in all deductive sciences, verification by specific experience, comparison between the conclusions of reasoning and the results of observation. Part 5. We have seen that, in most deductive sciences, and among the rest in ethology itself, which is the immediate foundation of the social science, a preliminary work of preparation is performed on the observed facts to fit them for being rapidly and accurately collated, sometimes even for being collated at all, with the conclusions of theory. This preparatory treatment consists in finding general propositions which express concisely what is common to large classes of observed facts, and these are called the empirical laws of the phenomena. We have, therefore, to inquire whether any similar preparatory process can be performed on the facts of the social science, whether there are any empirical laws in history or statistics. In statistics, it is evident that empirical laws may sometimes be traced, and the tracing them forms an important part of that system of indirect observation on which we must often rely for the data of the deductive science. The process of the science consists in inferring effects from their causes, but we have often no means of observing the causes except through the medium of their effects. In such cases, the deductive science is unable to predict the effects for want of the necessary data. It can determine what causes are capable of producing any given effect, but not with what frequency and in what quantities those causes exist. An instance in point is afforded by a newspaper now lying before me. A statement was furnished by one of the official assignees in bankruptcy showing among the various bankruptcies which it had been his duty to investigate, in how many cases the losses had been caused by misconduct of different kinds, and in how many by unavoidable misfortunes. The result was that the number of failures caused by misconduct greatly preponderated over those arising from all other causes whatever. Nothing but specific experience could have given sufficient ground for a conclusion to this purport. To collect, therefore, such empirical laws, which are never more than approximate generalizations, from direct observation is an important part of the process of sociological inquiry. The experimental process is not here to be regarded as a distinct road to the truth, but as a means, happening accidentally to be the only or the best available, for obtaining the necessary data for the deductive science. When the immediate causes of social facts are not open to direct observation, the empirical law of the effects gives us the empirical law, which in that case is all that we can obtain, of the causes likewise. But those immediate causes depend on remote causes, and the empirical law obtained by this indirect mode of observation can only be relied on as applicable to unobserved cases. So long as there is reason to think that no change has taken place in any of the remote causes on which the immediate causes depend. In making use, therefore, of even the best statistical generalizations for the purpose of inferring, though it be only conjecturally, that the same empirical laws will hold in any new case, it is necessary that we be well acquainted with the remoter causes, in order that we may avoid applying the empirical law to cases which differ in any of the circumstances on which the truth of the law ultimately depends. And thus, even where conclusions derived from specific observation are available for practical inferences in new cases, it is necessary that the deductive science should stand sentinel over the whole process, that it should be constantly referred to, and its sanction obtained to every inference. The same thing holds true of all generalizations which can be grounded on history. Not only there are such generalizations, but it will presently be shown that the general science of society, which inquires into the laws of succession and coexistence of the great facts constituting the state of society and civilization at any time, can proceed in no other manner than by making such generalizations, afterward to be confirmed by connecting them with the psychological and ethological laws on which they must really depend. Part 6. But, reserving this question for its proper place, in those more special inquiries which form the subject of the separate branches of the social science, this twofold logical process and reciprocal verification is not possible. Specific experience affords nothing amounting to empirical laws. This is particularly the case where the object is to determine the effect of any one social cause among a great number acting simultaneously. The effect, for example, of corn laws or of a prohibitive commercial system generally. Though it may be perfectly certain from theory what kinds of effects corn laws must produce, and in what general direction their influence must tell upon industrial prosperity, their effect is yet of necessity so much disguised by the similar or contrary effects of other influencing agents, that specific experience can at most only show that on the average of some great number of instances, the cases where there were corn laws exhibited the effect in a greater degree than those where there were not. Now the number of instances necessary to exhaust the whole round of combinations of the various influential circumstances, and thus afford a fair average, never can be obtained. Not only we can never learn with sufficient authenticity the facts of so many instances, but the world itself does not afford them in sufficient numbers within the limits of the given state of society and civilization which such inquiries always presuppose. Having thus no previous empirical generalizations with which to collate the conclusions of theory, the only mode of direct verification which remains is to compare those conclusions with the result of an individual experiment or instance. But here the difficulty is great, for in order to verify a theory by an experiment, the circumstances of the experiment must be exactly the same with those contemplated in the theory. But in social phenomena, the circumstances of no two cases are exactly alike. A trial of corn laws in another country, or in a former generation, would go a very little way toward verifying a conclusion drawn respecting their effect in this generation and in this country. It thus happens, in most cases, that the only individual instance really fitted to verify the predictions of theory is the very instance for which the predictions were made, and the verification comes too late to be of any avail for practical guidance. Although, however, direct verification is impossible, there is an indirect verification which is scarcely of less value, and which is always practicable. The conclusion drawn as to the individual case can only be directly verified in that case, but it is verified indirectly by the verification of other conclusions, drawn in other individual cases from the same laws. The experience which comes too late to verify the particular proposition to which it refers is not too late to help toward verifying the general sufficiency of the theory. The test of the degree in which the science affords safe ground for predicting, and consequently for practically dealing with, what has not yet happened, is the degree in which it would have enabled us to predict what has actually occurred. Before our theory of the influence of a particular cause in a given state of circumstances can be entirely trusted, we must be able to explain and account for the existing state of all that portion of the social phenomena which that cause has a tendency to influence. If, for instance, we would apply our speculations in political economy to the prediction or guidance of the phenomenon of any country, we must be able to explain all the mercantile or industrial facts of a general nature, appertaining to the present state of that country. To point out causes sufficient to account for all of them, and prove or show good ground for supposing that these causes have really existed. If we cannot do this, it is a proof either that the facts which ought to be taken into account are not yet completely known to us, or that although we know the facts, we are not masters of a sufficiently perfect theory to enable us to assign their consequences. In either case, we are not, in the present state of our knowledge, fully competent to draw conclusions, speculative or practical, for that country. In like manner, if we would attempt to judge of the effect which any political institution would have, supposing that it could be introduced into any given country, we must be able to show that the existing state of the practical government of that country, and of whatever else depends thereon, together with the particular character and tendencies of the people, and their state in respect to the various elements of social well-being, are such as the institutions they have lived under, in conjunction with the other circumstances of their nature or of their position, were calculated to produce. To prove, in short, that our science and our knowledge of the particular case render us competent to predict the future, we must show that they would have enabled us to predict the present and the past. If there be anything which we could not have predicted, this constitutes a residual phenomenon, requiring further study for the purpose of explanation. And we must either search among the circumstances of the particular case until we find one which, on the principles of our existing theory, accounts for the unexplained phenomenon, or we must turn back and seek the explanation by an extension and improvement of the theory itself. End of section 90. Section 91 of A System of Logic by John Stuart Mill. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 6, Chapter 10. Of the Inverse Deductive or Historical Method, Parts 1 through 5. Part 1. There are two kinds of sociological inquiry. In the first kind, the question proposed is, what effect will follow from a given cause, a certain general condition of social circumstances being presupposed? As, for example, what would be the effect of imposing or of repealing corn laws, of abolishing monarchy or introducing universal suffrage, in the present condition of society and civilization in any European country, or under any other given supposition with regard to the circumstances of society in general, without reference to the changes which might take place, or which may already be in progress, in those circumstances. But there is also a second inquiry, namely, what are the laws which determine those general circumstances themselves? In this last, the question is, not what will be the effect of a given cause in a certain state of society, but what are the causes which produce, and the phenomena which characterize, states of society generally. In the solution of this question consists the general science of society, by which the conclusions of the other and more special kind of inquiry must be limited and controlled. Part 2. In order to conceive correctly the scope of this general science, and distinguish it from the subordinate departments of sociological speculation, it is necessary to fix the ideas attached to the phrase, a state of society. What is called a state of society is the simultaneous state of all the greater social facts or phenomena. Such are the degree of knowledge and of intellectual and moral culture existing in the community and in every class of it, the state of industry, of wealth and its distribution, the habitual occupations of the community, their division into classes and the relations of those classes to one another, the common beliefs which they entertain on all the subjects most important to mankind, and the degree of assurance with which those beliefs are held, their tastes, and the character and degree of their aesthetic development, their form of government, and the more important of their laws and customs. The condition of all these things, and of many more which will readily suggest themselves, constitutes the state of society or the state of civilization at any given time. When states of society and the causes which produce them are spoken of as a subject of science, it is implied that there exists a natural correlation among these different elements, that not every variety of combination of these general social facts is possible, but only certain combinations, that, in short, there exist uniformities of coexistence between the states of the various social phenomena. And such is the truth, as is indeed a necessary consequence of the influence exercised by every one of those phenomena over every other. It is a fact implied in the consensus of the various parts of the social body. States of society are like different constitutions or different ages in the physical frame. They are conditions not of one or a few organs or functions, but of the whole organism. Accordingly, the information which we possess respecting past ages and respecting the various states of society now existing in different regions of the earth does, when duly analyzed, exhibit uniformities. It is found that when one of the features of society is in a particular state, a state of many other features, more or less precisely determinate, always or usually coexists with it. But the uniformities of coexistence obtaining among phenomena which are effects of causes must, as we have so often observed, be corollaries from the laws of causation by which these phenomena are really determined. The mutual correlation between the different elements of each state of society is, therefore, a derivative law resulting from the laws which regulate the succession between one state of society and another, for the proximate cause of every state of society is the state of society immediately preceding it. The fundamental problem, therefore, of the social science is to find the laws according to which any state of society produces the state which succeeds it and takes its place. This opens the great and vexed question of the progressiveness of man and society, an idea involved in every just conception of social phenomena as the subject of a science. Part 3. It is one of the characters, not absolutely peculiar to the sciences of human nature and society, but belonging to them in a peculiar degree, to be conversant with a subject matter whose properties are changeable. I do not mean changeable from day to day, but from age to age, so that not only the qualities of individuals vary, but those of the majority are not the same in one age as in another. The principal cause of this peculiarity is the extensive and constant reaction of the effects upon their causes. The circumstances in which mankind are placed, operating according to their own laws and to the laws of human nature, form the characters of the human beings. But the human beings, in their turn, mould and shape the circumstances for themselves and for those who come after them. From this reciprocal action there must necessarily result either a cycle or a progress. In astronomy also, every fact is at once effect and cause. The successive positions of the various heavenly bodies produce changes both in the direction and in the intensity of the forces by which those positions are determined. But in the case of the solar system, these mutual actions bring around again, after a certain number of changes, the former state of circumstances, which, of course, leads to the perpetual recurrence of the same series in an unvarying order. Those bodies, in short, revolve in orbits, but there are, or conformably to the laws of astronomy there might be, others which, instead of an orbit, describe a trajectory, a course not returning into itself. One or other of these must be the type to which human affairs must conform. One of the thinkers who earliest conceived the succession of historical events as subject to fixed laws, and endeavoured to discover these laws by an analytical survey of history, Vico, the celebrated author of the Scienza Nuova, adopted the former of these opinions. He conceived the phenomena of human society as revolving in an orbit, as going through periodically the same series of changes. Though there were not wanting circumstances tending to give some plausibility to this view, it would not bear a close scrutiny, and those who have succeeded Vico in this kind of speculations have universally adopted the idea of a trajectory or progress in lieu of an orbit or cycle. The words progress and progressiveness are not here to be understood as synonymous with improvement and tendency to improvement. It is conceivable that the laws of human nature might determine, and even necessitate, a certain series of changes in man and society which might not in every case, or which might not on the whole, be improvements. It is my belief, indeed, that the general tendency is, and will continue to be, saving occasional and temporary exceptions, one of improvement, a tendency toward a better and happier state. This, however, is not a question of the method of the social science, but a theorem of the science itself. For our purpose it is sufficient that there is a progressive change both in the character of the human race and in their outward circumstances, so far as moulded by themselves. That in each successive age the principal phenomena of society are different from what they were in the age preceding, and still more different from any previous age, the periods which most distinctly mark these successive changes being intervals of one generation, during which a new set of human beings have been educated, have grown up from childhood, and taken possession of society. The progressiveness of the human race is the foundation on which a method of philosophizing in the social science has been of late years erected, far superior to either of the two modes which had previously been prevalent, the chemical or experimental and the geometrical modes. This method, which is now generally adopted by the most advanced thinkers on the continent, consists in attempting, by a study and analysis of the general facts of history, to discover what these philosophers term the law of progress, which law, once ascertained, must according to them enable us to predict future events, just as, after a few terms of an infinite series in algebra, we are able to detect the principle of regularity in their formation, and to predict the rest of the series to any number of terms we please. The principal aim of historical speculation in France of late years has been to ascertain this law. But while I gladly acknowledge the great services which have been rendered to historical knowledge by this school, I cannot but deem them to be mostly chargeable with a fundamental misconception of the true method of social philosophy. The misconception consists in supposing that the order of succession which we may be able to trace among the different states of society and civilization which history presents to us, even if that order were more rigidly uniform than it has yet been proved to be, could ever amount to a law of nature. It can only be an empirical law. The succession of states of the human mind and of human society cannot have an independent law of its own. It must depend on the psychological and ethological laws which govern the action of circumstances on men and of men on circumstances. It is conceivable that those laws might be such, and the general circumstance of the human race such, as to determine the successive transformations of man and society to one given and unvarying order. But even if the case were so, it cannot be the ultimate aim of science to discover an empirical law. Until that law could be connected with the psychological and ethological laws on which it must depend, and, by the consilience of deduction a priori with historical evidence, could be converted from an empirical law into a scientific one, it could not be relied on for the prediction of future events beyond, at most, strictly adjacent cases. Monsieur Comte alone, among the new historical school, has seen the necessity of thus connecting all our generalizations from history with the laws of human nature. Part 4. But, while it is an imperative rule never to introduce any generalization from history into the social science unless sufficient grounds can be pointed out for it in human nature, I do not think anyone will contend that it would have been possible, setting out from the principles of human nature and from the general circumstances of the position of our species, to determine a priori the order in which human development must take place, and to predict, consequently, the general facts of history up to the present time. After the first few terms of the series, the influence exercised over each generation by the generations which preceded it becomes, as is well observed by the writer last referred to, more and more preponderant over all other influences, until at length what we now are and do is in a very small degree the result of the universal circumstances of the human race, or even of our own circumstances acting through the original qualities of our species, but mainly of the qualities produced in us by the whole previous history of humanity. So long a series of actions and reactions between circumstances and man, each successive term being composed of an ever greater number and variety of parts, could not possibly be computed by human faculties from the elementary laws which produce it. The mere length of the series would be a sufficient obstacle, since a slight error in any one of the terms would augment in rapid progression at every subsequent step. If, therefore, the series of the effects themselves did not, when examined as a whole, manifest any regularity, we should in vain attempt to construct a general science of society. We must in that case have contented ourselves with that subordinate order of sociological speculation formerly noticed, namely, with endeavouring to ascertain what would be the effect of the introduction of any new cause, in a state of society supposed to be fixed, a knowledge sufficient for the more common exigencies of daily political practice, but liable to fail in all cases in which the progressive movement of society is one of the influencing elements, and therefore more precarious in proportion as the case is more important. But since both the natural varieties of mankind and the original diversities of local circumstances are much less considerable than the points of agreement, there will naturally be a certain degree of uniformity in the progressive development of the species and of its works. And this uniformity tends to become greater, not less, as society advances. Since the evolution of each people, which is at first determined exclusively by the nature and circumstances of that people, is gradually brought under the influence, which becomes stronger as civilization advances, of the other nations of the earth and of the circumstances by which they have been influenced. History accordingly does, when judiciously examined, afford empirical laws of society, and the problem of general sociology is to ascertain these, and connect them with the laws of human nature, by deductions showing that such were the derivative laws naturally to be expected as the consequences of those ultimate ones. It is, indeed, hardly ever possible, even after history has suggested the derivative law, to demonstrate a priori that such was the only order of succession or of coexistence in which the effects could, consistently with the laws of human nature, have been produced. We can at most make out that there were strong a priori reasons for expecting it, and that no other order of succession or coexistence would have been so likely to result from the nature of man and the general circumstances of his position. Often we cannot do even this. We cannot even show that what did take place was probably a priori, but only that it was possible. This, however, which in the inverse deductive method that we are now characterizing is a real process of verification, is as indispensable as verification by specific experience has been shown to be, where the conclusion is originally obtained by the direct way of deduction. The empirical laws must be the result of but a few instances, since few nations have ever attained at all, and still fewer by their own independent development, a high stage of social progress. If, therefore, even one or two of these few instances be insufficiently known or imperfectly analyzed into their elements, and therefore not adequately compared with other instances, nothing is more probable than that a wrong empirical law will emerge instead of the right one. Accordingly, the most erroneous generalizations are continually made from the course of history, not only in this country, where history cannot yet be said to be at all cultivated as a science, but in other countries where it is so cultivated, and by persons well versed in it. The only check or corrective is constant verification by psychological and ethological laws. We may add to this that no one but a person competently skilled in those laws is capable of preparing the materials for historical generalization by analyzing the facts of history, or even by observing the social phenomena of his own time. No other will be aware of the comparative importance of different facts, nor consequently know what facts to look for or to observe. Still less will he be capable of estimating the evidence of facts which, as is the case with most, cannot be ascertained by direct observation or learned from testimony, but must be inferred from marks. Part 5. The empirical laws of society are of two kinds. Some are uniformities of coexistence, some of succession. According as the science is occupied in ascertaining and verifying the former sort of uniformities or the latter, M. Comte gives it the title of social statics, or of social dynamics, conformably to the distinction in mechanics between the conditions of equilibrium and those of movement, or in biology, between the laws of organization and those of life. The first branch of the science ascertains the conditions of stability in the social union, the second, the laws of progress. Social dynamics is the theory of society considered in a state of progressive movement, while social statics is the theory of the consensus already spoken of as existing among the different parts of the social organism. In other words, the theory of the mutual actions and reactions of contemporaneous social phenomena, making provisionally, as far as possible, abstraction for scientific purposes of the fundamental movement which is at all times gradually modifying the whole of them. Footnote: Cours de philosophie positive, Volume 4, pages 325 through 329. End footnote. Quote, in this first point of view, the provisions of sociology will enable us to infer one from another, subject to ulterior verification by direct observation, the various characteristic marks of each distinct mode of social existence in a manner essentially analogous to what is now habitually practiced in the anatomy of the physical body. This preliminary aspect, therefore, of political science, of necessity supposes that, contrary to the existing habits of philosophers, each of the numerous elements of the social state, ceasing to be looked at independently and absolutely, shall be always and exclusively considered relatively to all the other elements, with the whole of which it is united by mutual interdependence. It would be superfluous to insist here upon the great and constant utility of this branch of sociological speculation. It is, in the first place, the indispensable basis of the theory of social progress. It may, moreover, be employed immediately and of itself to supply the place, provisionally at least, of direct observation, which in many cases is not always practicable for some of the elements of society, the real conditions of which may, however, be sufficiently judged of by means of the relations which connect them with others previously known. The history of the sciences may give us some notion of the habitual importance of this auxiliary resource, by reminding us, for example, how the vulgar errors of mere erudition concerning the pretended acquirements of the ancient Egyptians in the higher astronomy were irrevocably dissipated, even before sentence had been passed on them by a sounder erudition, from the single consideration of the inevitable connection between the general state of astronomy and that of abstract geometry, then evidently in its infancy. It would be easy to cite a multitude of analogous cases, the character of which could admit of no dispute. In order to avoid exaggeration, however, it should be remarked that these necessary relations among the different aspects of society cannot, from their very nature, be so simple and precise that the results observed could only have arisen from some one mode of mutual coordination. Such a notion, already too narrow in the science of life, would be completely at variance with the still more complex nature of sociological speculations. But the exact estimation of these limits of variation, both in the healthy and in the morbid state, constitutes, at least as much as in the anatomy of the natural body, an indispensable complement to every theory of sociological statics, without which the indirect exploration above spoken of would often lead into error. This is not the place for methodically demonstrating the existence of a necessary relation among all the possible aspects of the same social organism, a point on which, in principle at least, there is now little difference of opinion among sound thinkers. From whichever of the social elements we choose to set out, we may easily recognize that it has always a connection more or less immediate with all the other elements, even with those which at first sight appear the most independent of it. The dynamical consideration of the progressive development of civilized humanity affords, no doubt, a still more efficacious means of effecting this interesting verification of the consensus of the social phenomena, by displaying the manner in which every change in any one part operates immediately or very speedily upon all the rest. But this indication may be preceded, or at all events followed, by a confirmation of a purely statical kind. For, in politics, as in mechanics, the communication of motion from one object to another proves a connection between them. Without descending to the minute interdependence of the different branches of any one science or art, is it not evident that among the different sciences, as well as among most of the arts, there exists such a connection, that if the state of any one well-marked division of them is sufficiently known to us, we can, with real scientific assurance, infer from their necessary correlation the contemporaneous state of every one of the others? By a further extension of this consideration, we may conceive the necessary relation which exists between the condition of the sciences in general and that of the arts in general, except that the mutual dependence is less intense in proportion as it is more indirect. The same is the case when, instead of considering the aggregate of the social phenomena in some one people, we examine it simultaneously in different contemporaneous nations, between which the perpetual reciprocity of influence, especially in modern times, cannot be contested, though the consensus must in this case be ordinarily of a less decided character, and must decrease gradually with the affinity of the cases and the multiplicity of the points of contact, so as at last, in some cases, to disappear almost entirely, as, for example, between Western Europe and Eastern Asia, of which the various general states of society appear to have been hitherto almost independent of one another. These remarks are followed by illustrations of one of the most important, and until lately most neglected, of the general principles which, in this division of the social science, may be considered as established, namely, the necessary correlation between the form of government existing in any society and the contemporaneous state of civilization, a natural law which stamps the endless discussions and innumerable theories respecting forms of government in the abstract as fruitless and worthless for any other purpose than as a preparatory treatment of materials to be afterward used for the construction of a better philosophy. As already remarked, one of the main results of the science of social statics would be to ascertain the requisites of stable political union. There are some circumstances which, being found in all societies without exception, and in the greatest degree where the social union is most complete, may be considered when psychological and ethological laws confirm the indication as conditions of the existence of the complex phenomena called a state. For example, no numerous society has ever been held together without laws or usages equivalent to them, without tribunals or an organized force of some sort to execute their decisions. There have always been public authorities whom, with more or less strictness and in cases more or less accurately defined, the rest of the community obeyed, or according to general opinion were bound to obey. By following out this course of inquiry, we shall find a number of requisites which have been present in every society that has maintained a collective existence, and on the cessation of which it has either merged in some other society, or reconstructed itself on some new basis, in which the conditions were conformed to. Although these results, obtained by comparing different forms and states of society, amount in themselves only to empirical laws, some of them, when once suggested, are found to follow with so much probability from general laws of human nature, that the consilience of the two processes raises the evidence to proof, and the generalizations to the rank of scientific truths. This seems to be affirmable, for instance, of the conclusions arrived at in the following passage, extracted with some alterations from a criticism on the negative philosophy of the 18th century, and which I quote, though, as in some former instances, from myself, because I have no better way of illustrating the conception I have formed of the kind of theorems of which sociological statics would consist. Footnote. Since reprinted entire in Dissertations and Discussions, as the concluding paper of the first volume. End footnote. Quote, the very first element of the social union, obedience to a government of some sort, has not been found so easy a thing to establish in the world. Among a timid and spiritless race like the inhabitants of the vast plains of tropical countries, passive obedience may be of natural growth, though even there we doubt whether it has ever been found among any people with whom fatalism, or in other words, submission to the pressure of circumstances as a divine decree, did not prevail as a religious doctrine. But the difficulty of inducing a brave and warlike race to submit their individual arbitrarium to any common umpire has always been felt to be so great that nothing short of supernatural power has been deemed adequate to overcome it, and such tribes have always assigned to the first institution of civil society a divine origin. So differently did those judge who knew savage men by actual experience from those who had no acquaintance with them except in the civilized state. In modern Europe itself, after the fall of the Roman Empire, to subdue the feudal anarchy and bring the whole people of any European nation into subjection to government, though Christianity in the most concentrated form of its influence was cooperating in the work, required thrice as many centuries as have elapsed since that time. Now, if these philosophers had known human nature under any other type than that of their own age, and of the particular classes of society among whom they lived, it would have occurred to them that wherever this habitual submission to law and government has been firmly and durably established, and yet the vigour and manliness of character which resisted its establishment have been in any degree preserved, certain requisites have existed, certain conditions have been fulfilled, of which the following may be regarded as the principal. First, there has existed for all who were accounted citizens, for all who were not slaves, kept down by brute force, a system of education, beginning with infancy and continued through life, of which, whatever else it might include, one main and incessant ingredient was restraining discipline. To train the human being in the habit, and thence the power, of subordinating his personal impulses and aims to what were considered the ends of society, of adhering against all temptation to the course of conduct which those ends prescribed, of controlling in himself all feelings which were liable to militate against those ends, and encouraging all such as tended toward them. This was the purpose to which every outward motive that the authority directing the system could command, and every inward power or principle which its knowledge of human nature enabled it to evoke, were endeavoured to be rendered instrumental. The entire civil and military policy of the ancient commonwealths was such a system of training. In modern nations its place has been attempted to be supplied principally by religious teaching. And whenever and in proportion as the strictness of the restraining discipline was relaxed, the natural tendency of mankind to anarchy reasserted itself. The state became disorganized from within. Mutual conflict for selfish ends neutralized the energies which were required to keep up the contest against natural causes of evil. And the nation, after a longer or briefer interval of progressive decline, became either the slave of a despotism or the prey of a foreign invader. The second condition of permanent political society has been found to be the existence, in some form or other, of the feeling of allegiance or loyalty. This feeling may vary in its objects, and is not confined to any particular form of government. But whether in a democracy or in a monarchy, its essence is always the same. That is, that there be in the constitution of the state something which is settled, something permanent, and not to be called in question, something which, by general agreement, has a right to be where it is, and to be secure against disturbance, whatever else may change. The feeling may attach itself, as among the Jews, and in most of the commonwealth of antiquity, to a common god or gods, the protectors and guardians of their state. Or it may attach itself to certain persons who are deemed to be, whether by divine appointment, by long prescription, or by the general recognition of their superior capacity and worthiness, the rightful guides and guardians of the rest. Or it may connect itself with laws, with ancient liberties or ordinances. Or, finally, and this is the only shape in which the feeling is likely to exist hereafter, it may attach itself to the principles of individual freedom and political and social equality, as realized in institutions which as yet exist nowhere, or exist only in a rudimentary state. But in all political societies which have had a durable existence, there has been some fixed point, something which people agreed in holding sacred, which, wherever freedom of discussion was a recognized principle, it was of course lawful to contest in theory, but which no one could either fear or hope to see shaken in practice, which, in short, except perhaps during some temporary crisis, was in the common estimation placed beyond discussion. And the necessity of this may easily be made evident. A state never is, nor until mankind are vastly improved, can hope to be, for any long time exempt from internal dissension. For there neither is nor has ever been any state of society in which collisions did not occur between the immediate interests and passions of powerful sections of the people. What, then, enables nations to weather these storms and pass through turbulent times without any permanent weakness of the securities for peaceable existence? Precisely this, that however important the interests about which men fell out, the conflict did not affect the fundamental principle of the system of social union which happened to exist, nor threaten large portions of the community with the subversion of that on which they had built their calculations and with which their hopes and aims had become identified. But when the questioning of these fundamental principles is, not the occasional disease or salutary medicine, but the habitual condition of the body politic, and when all the violent animosities are called forth which spring naturally from such a situation, the state is virtually in a position of civil war, and can never long remain free from it in act and fact. The third essential condition of stability in political society is a strong and active principle of cohesion among the members of the same community or state. We need scarcely say that we do not mean nationality in the vulgar sense of the term, a senseless antipathy to foreigners, indifference to the general welfare of the human race, or an unjust preference of the supposed interests of our own country, a cherishing of bad peculiarities because they are national, or a refusal to adopt what has been found good by other countries. We mean a principle of sympathy, not of hostility, of union, not of separation. We mean a feeling of common interest among those who live under the same government and are contained within the same natural or historical boundaries. We mean that one part of the community do not consider themselves as foreigners with regard to another part, that they set a value on their connection, feel that they are one people, that their lot is cast together, that evil to any one of their fellow countrymen is evil to themselves, and do not desire selfishly to free themselves from their share of any common inconvenience by severing the connection. How strong this feeling was in those ancient commonwealths which attained any durable greatness, every one knows. How happily Rome, in spite of all her tyranny, succeeded in establishing the feeling of a common country among the provinces of her vast and divided empire, will appear when anyone who has given due attention to the subject shall take the trouble to point it out. In modern times, the countries which have had that feeling in the strongest degree have been the most powerful countries, England, France, and, in proportion to their territory and resources, Holland and Switzerland, while England, in her connection with Ireland, is one of the most signal examples of the consequences of its absence. Every Italian knows why Italy is under a foreign yoke. Every German knows what maintains despotism in the Austrian Empire. The evils of Spain flow as much from the absence of nationality among the Spaniards themselves as from the presence of it in their relations with foreigners, while the completest illustration of all is afforded by the republics of South America, where the parts of one and the same state adhere so slightly together that no sooner does any province think itself aggrieved by the general government than it proclaims itself a separate nation. End quote. Footnote. Written and first published in 1840. End footnote. End of section 91.